Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 1. The Boy Who Lived. At number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursleys took great satisfaction in presenting themselves as entirely ordinary. In their view, normality was not just a trait, but an achievement, one they upheld with quiet pride. Anything peculiar, unexplained, or out of the ordinary was firmly dismissed as nonsense, precisely the sort of thing they would never allow into their lives. Mr. Dursley worked as the head of a company called Grunnings, a business that manufactured drills. He was a broad, heavy-set man with almost no visible neck and a thick moustache that seemed to make up for it. His wife, by contrast, was slim and fair-haired, distinguished by a remarkably long neck. This feature proved quite useful, as she frequently stretched over garden fences to keep a close watch on the neighbours and their affairs. Together, they had a young son named Dudley, whom they regarded as nothing short of exceptional. On the surface, the Dursleys lacked for nothing, yet beneath that comfortable exterior lay something they guarded carefully, a secret they were determined no one would uncover. The mere thought of it becoming known filled them with dread. This concern centred on the Potters. Mrs. Potter was Mrs. Dursley's sister, though the two had not seen each other in years. In fact, Mrs. Dursley preferred to behave as if no such sister existed at all, unwilling to be associated with someone so thoroughly unlike herself or her husband, who she considered equally unsuitable. The idea of the Potters appearing on their street was deeply unsettling, especially when considering what the neighbours might think. The Dursleys were aware that the Potters had a son as well, though they had never laid eyes on him. That suited them perfectly. They had no desire whatsoever for Dudley to come into contact with a child of that sort. The morning began without distinction, wrapped in a dull, lifeless grey that flattened the sky above Privet Drive. When Mr. and Mrs. Dursley awoke, nothing in that colourless expanse hinted that anything unusual was already in motion beyond their narrow world. The day appeared as safe and predictable as any other, and that was exactly how they liked it. Mr. Dursley moved through his routine with quiet certainty, selecting a tie so plain it bordered on invisible. A low hum lingered on his lips as he dressed, steady and unthinking. Across the room, Mrs. Dursley spoke brightly and without pause, her voice laced with eager curiosity as she shared bits of neighbourhood chatter. At the same time, she struggled to force Dudley into his high chair. The child's screams rose sharply, his limbs flailing in protest, but she pressed on with firm insistence, as though disorder itself could be subdued through effort alone. Outside, unnoticed, a large tawny owl swept past the window, its wings cutting silently through the heavy air before disappearing from sight. By 8:30, everything had settled back into its expected pattern. Mr. Dursley took up his briefcase, leaned in to brush his wife's cheek with a quick, absent kiss, and turned to Dudley. The attempt at a farewell failed. Dudley had descended into a full tantrum, flinging cereal across the walls in chaotic bursts. "Little tyke," Mr. Dursley said with a brief chuckle, as though the destruction were harmless, before stepping out and closing the door behind him. Moments later, he was in his car, reversing out of the drive at number 4 with practised ease. The world remained firmly in place until he reached the corner. Something there caught his eye. A cat. It stood on the pavement, unnaturally still, a tabby with a gaze that seemed too focused, too deliberate. For a fleeting second, so brief he almost dismissed it immediately, Mr. Dursley had the strange impression that it had been reading a map. He drove past it before the thought could settle. Then, abruptly, he turned his head, a flicker of unease passing through him. The cat was still there. No map, nothing unusual, just the animal, watching him with quiet intensity. He blinked hard. "A trick of the light," he told himself. "Nothing more." Yet, as he turned onto the next road, he checked his mirror. The cat remained at the corner, its attention now fixed on the street sign. Privet Drive.
No just looking at it, he corrected himself quickly. Cats didn't read, they didn't study signs, they didn't behave like that.
He gave a short shake of his head, forcing the thought aside. By the time he had driven a little farther, he redirected his focus towards something far more solid, a large order of drills he intended to secure that day. Work, numbers, certainty. But as he approached the edge of town, that certainty began to slip. Traffic thickened into the usual morning standstill, hemming him in. At first, nothing seemed out of place. Then, gradually, he began to notice them. People. Too many of them, scattered along the sidewalks. They weren't moving with purpose, nor did they seem to belong anywhere in particular. They simply stood in small clusters, speaking in low, urgent tones.
And the way they were dressed.
Mr. Dursley's mouth tightened. Cloaks. Long, heavy garments in deep, unnatural colours that seemed to swallow the weak daylight. They clashed sharply with everything around them, as though they had stepped in from somewhere that did not follow the same rules. Irritation rose quickly. He had no patience for that sort of nonsense, outlandish clothing, attention-seeking behaviour, the kind of absurdity he associated with foolish trends. Probably some ridiculous new fashion. That had to be it. He tapped his fingers against the steering wheel, trying to dismiss it, but his gaze drifted again to a nearby group. They stood close together, whispering with an intensity that didn't match the casual explanation he had given himself. And then he noticed something that unsettled him more than he cared to admit. Some of them were older. One man in particular stood out older than Mr. Dursley, unmistakably, so wrapped in a deep emerald cloak that fell heavily around him. He showed no embarrassment, no self-consciousness. If anything, he seemed quietly pleased. Mr. Dursley felt a flicker of anger, sharp and immediate. The nerve of it.
Still, reason forced its way back in. There had to be an explanation, something organized.
A collection, perhaps. Yes, charity. That would explain the groups, the murmuring, the sense of shared purpose. It fit well enough. He held on to that thought. The traffic began to move again, slowly pulling him forward. The strange figures faded behind him, their presence lingering only as a faint unease. A few minutes later, he turned into the Grunnings parking lot. By then, his thoughts had settled once more into familiar territory. Drills. Mr. Dursley sat in his usual place on the 9th floor, his chair deliberately turned away from the window behind him. It was a habit so ingrained he never questioned it. Had he faced the glass that morning, he might have struggled to keep his attention fixed on drills at all. Outside, in full daylight, owls swept across the sky, one after another, their movements drawing stares from people below. Pedestrians paused, pointing upward, some openly gaping at the strange procession. Most of them had likely never seen an owl even at night, let alone in such numbers. None of this reached Mr. Dursley. His morning remained intact, orderly. Untouched, he snapped at several employees, made a series of important calls, raised his voice a few more times, and found himself in rather good spirits by the time noon approached. Eventually, he decided to take a short walk and buy himself something from the bakery across the street. He had nearly forgotten about the oddly dressed people until he passed another group of them near the shop. His eyes narrowed as he went by, irritation rising without a clear reason. They unsettled him in a way he couldn't quite explain. Once again, they stood close together, speaking in low, eager whispers. But there was still no sign of any collection tin or obvious purpose. On his way back, holding a large doughnut in its paper bag, he caught a fragment of their conversation. The Potters! Yes, that's right. their son, Harry. The words struck him abruptly. He stopped where he was, a sudden chill running through him. For a moment he looked back at them, as though he might say something, demand an explanation, but the thought dissolved before it could form. Instead, he turned away and hurried across the street, moving faster than usual. Back in his office, he shut the door sharply and told his secretary not to disturb him. He grabbed the telephone and began dialing his home number, his fingers moving quickly, then paused halfway through. The receiver hovered in his hand. This was ridiculous. He was overreacting. Potter was a common enough name. There must be plenty of people called Potter, and no shortage of boys named Harry. He wasn't even entirely certain that was his nephew's name. He had never seen the child. It could have been something else. Harvey, perhaps, or Harold. There was no reason to alarm Mrs. Dursley. She always became agitated at the slightest mention of her sister. He set the receiver down slowly and stroked his moustache, trying to steady his thoughts, though the image of those whispering figures in cloaks refused to settle. The rest of the afternoon dragged, numbers blurred, figures slipped, and the steady logic of drills no longer held his attention as firmly as it should have. When 5 o'clock finally arrived, he left the building still preoccupied and promptly collided with someone just outside the door. "Sorry," he muttered, barely looking, as the other person stumbled. It took him a moment to notice the man was small, elderly, and dressed in a deep violet cloak. Strangely, the man did not seem upset in the slightest. Instead, his face broke into a broad smile. "No need to apologize, my dear sir," he said in a high, almost trembling voice that drew curious glances from passers-by. "Nothing could trouble me today. Rejoice, you-know-who is gone at last. Even muggles like yourself should be celebrating this most happy day." Before Mr. Dursley could react, the man stepped forward, embraced him briefly around the middle, and then moved away into the crowd. Mr. Dursley remained where he was, stunned. He had just been hugged by a complete stranger. Worse, the man had called him something muggle, a word that meant nothing to him and yet lingered unpleasantly in his mind. He felt shaken, deeply unsettled, and hurried toward his car, clinging to the hope that he had misunderstood everything. He had never liked imagination, never trusted it. And now more than ever, he wished to believe it had nothing to do with what he was experiencing. When he turned into the driveway of number 4, the first thing he noticed, much to his irritation, was the tabby cat from that morning. It sat on the garden wall, perfectly still. He was certain it was the same one. The markings around its eyes were identical. "Shoo!" he said sharply. The cat did not move. It simply looked at him, steady and almost disapproving. Mr. Dursley hesitated, unsettled by the thought that this might not be entirely normal behavior for a cat. For a moment he stood there, uncertain, before forcing himself to look away. He unlocked the door and stepped inside, firmly deciding that he would not mention any of this to his wife. Simple, reliable, uncomplicated. And for now, he chose to believe that was all there was. Mrs. Dursley spent what she would later describe as a thoroughly satisfying and entirely ordinary day over dinner. She spoke at length, detailing Mrs. Next Door's ongoing troubles with her daughter and proudly reporting that Dudley had mastered a new word, won't, which he used with remarkable determination. Mr. Dursley responded as expected, offering brief acknowledgments, careful to appear attentive, while keeping his own thoughts tightly contained. After Dudley had finally been settled into bed, he withdrew to the living room and caught the closing portion of the evening news. The announcer's tone carried a hint of forced amusement. Reports had been pouring in from across the country, he explained, describing highly unusual owl activity. Birds that typically avoided daylight had been seen in significant numbers since morning, flying openly and in all directions. Specialists, he added, had no clear explanation for the shift. The presenter allowed himself a small, uncertain smile before passing the segment along. the weatherman followed, sounding no more certain, mentioning calls from viewers across distant regions who claimed to have witnessed what they described as showers of shooting stars instead of the expected rain. Perhaps, he suggested lightly, people had begun celebrating bonfire night early, though it was still days away. Regardless, he concluded, the night ahead would be wet. Mr. Dursley remained still, the remote resting loosely in his hand. The words did not settle easily. Owls in daylight, falling stars across the country, the cloaked figures from earlier, and beneath it all, that name quietly spoken, yet impossible to ignore, the Potters. Mrs. Dursley entered carrying tea and placed a cup beside him. The moment lingered longer than usual. Avoiding the subject now felt deliberate. He cleared his throat, the sound slightly strained. "Petunia, you haven't heard from your sister recently, have you?" The reaction was immediate and predictable. Her expression tightened, surprise giving way to irritation. They did not acknowledge her sister. That understanding had long been in place. "No," she said shortly. "Why?" He hesitated, then gestured vaguely toward the television. "There's been strange things reported, Owl, for one, and something about shooting stars. Also, well, I noticed some rather oddly dressed people in town today, and," she replied sharply. He shifted, choosing his words with care. "I only thought it might be connected to, her sort." Mrs. Dursley took a measured sip of tea, her lips pressed thin. The silence that followed made him reconsider saying more. He almost mentioned the name he had heard earlier, but stopped himself. Instead, he added, in what he hoped sounded casual, "Their boy, he'd be about Dudley's age now." "Wouldn't he, I suppose," she said stiffly. "What was his name? Howard, Harry," she corrected at once, with clear disapproval. "A very unpleasant name." "Yes," Mr. Dursley said quietly, something heavy settling in his chest. "I agree." The subject went no further. They moved upstairs not long after, neither returning to it, while Mrs. Dursley was occupied in the bathroom. Mr. Dursley stepped toward the bedroom window and looked down at the front garden. The cat was still there. It had not shifted from its place on the wall, its attention fixed toward the far end of the street as though anticipating something. A faint unease stirred again. Could any of this be connected? Was it possible that the day's events, each one explainable on its own, formed part of something larger? And if so, if there were any link at all between them and that other family, he felt a sharp discomfort at the thought and pulled back from the window. They went to bed. Mrs. Dursley fell asleep quickly, as she always did. Mr. Dursley did not. He lay awake, turning over each detail, trying to impose order on what refused to settle into reason. Even if the Potters were somehow involved, he told himself, there was no reason for them to come anywhere near him. They were fully aware of his and Petunia's views. There was distance enough to keep things separate. Nothing that had happened today needed to concern them. That thought, repeated often enough, began to dull his unease. Eventually, fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into sleep, holding on to the belief that whatever was unfolding would remain far from his life. He was mistaken. Mr. Dursley slept, though not deeply, but outside the house the cat remained awake. It sat motionless atop the wall, as still as if it had been carved there, its gaze unwavering as it watched the corner of Privet Drive. It did not react to the sound of a car door slamming in the distance, nor to the silent passage of owls overhead. Time passed unnoticed. The night deepened. Only as midnight approached did the cat finally stir. A figure appeared at the corner the cat had been watching so abruptly and without a sound that it seemed less like an arrival and more like he had simply been there all along. The cat's tail flicked once, its gaze sharpening. No one like this man had ever set foot on Privet Drive. He was tall and spare, unmistakably old, his long silver hair and beard flowing down far enough to be tucked neatly into his belt. His clothing alone set him apart. Layered robes, a sweeping purple cloak brushing the ground, and boots fastened with buckles, raised slightly at the heel. Behind half-moon spectacles, his blue eyes shone with an alert, almost amused brightness, and his nose, long and crooked, suggested it had been broken more than once. This was Albus Dumbledore. He gave no sign of noticing how completely out of place he was in that quiet, rigid street. Instead, he busied himself searching through the folds of his cloak, as though the surroundings were of no concern at all. Then, quite suddenly, he looked up. The cat had not moved, and their eyes met across the distance. For reasons known only to him, the sight seemed to entertain him. A quiet chuckle escaped him. "I might have guessed," he murmured. Whatever he had been looking for revealed itself at last, a small silver object resembling a cigarette lighter. He held it up, flicked it open, and pressed it once. With a soft pop, the nearest street lamp went dark. He pressed again. Another light vanished. One by one, with steady precision, he extinguished them until the entire street was swallowed in darkness. Only 2 faint points remained visible, the cat's eyes, reflecting what little light was left. Anyone glancing from a window now, even the sharpest observer, would have seen nothing at all. The man slipped the device, clearly no ordinary lighter, back into his cloak and walked toward number 4. Reaching the garden wall, he sat beside the cat. For a moment, he said nothing. Then, without turning his head, he spoke. "I was wondering when I might find you here, Professor McGonagall." He turned to look, but the cat was gone. In its place stood a woman, stern in appearance, wearing square spectacles that mirrored the markings the cat had borne. She, too, wore a cloak, deep green, and her dark hair was pulled back tightly into a severe bun. Her expression carried clear irritation. "How did you know it was me?" she asked. Dumbledore's eyes softened with quiet amusement. "My dear Professor, I have never encountered a cat capable of sitting so rigidly for so long." "You would be equally rigid," she replied sharply, "if you had spent the entire day perched on a brick wall." "The entire day?" he said, mildly surprised. "And you chose that over celebrating? I passed more gatherings than I could count on my way here." She gave a small, disapproving sniff. "Yes, celebrations everywhere," she said, her tone edged with frustration. "Far too many, in fact. One would think people might show a little caution, but no, even the Muggles have begun to notice. It was mentioned on their news." She gestured toward the darkened house behind them. "Owls, shooting stars, they may not understand, but they're not blind. Something like this was bound to draw attention. Shooting stars in Kent, no doubt Daedalus Diggle. He never had any sense of restraint." Dumbledore listened patiently. "It's difficult to fault them," he said at last, his voice gentle. "There has been very little worth celebrating for a long time." "That may be so," Professor McGonagall replied, still tense, "but it doesn't excuse recklessness. People are behaving carelessly out in the open, dressed as they please, exchanging rumors as if secrecy no longer matters." She cast him a pointed look, as though expecting confirmation of something unspoken. When none came, she continued, "It would be just our luck if, on the very day he appears to have vanished, everything were exposed. Tell me, Dumbledore, do you truly believe he is gone?" Dumbledore paused, considering. "All evidence suggests that he is," he said, quietly. "And for that, we should be grateful. Lemon drop?" What?" she said, taken aback. "A lemon drop," he repeated, producing a small sweet. "A Muggle confection I happen to enjoy." "No," she said, shortly, her tone making it clear she found the suggestion inappropriate. "As I was saying, even if he has disappeared—" "My dear Professor, Dumbledore interrupted gently. Surely someone as sensible as you can bring yourself to say his name. This habit of avoiding it has persisted far too long. For 11 years I have encouraged people to use it. Voldemort. Professor McGonagall flinched visibly. But Dumbledore, now unwrapping 2 lemon drops, appeared not to notice. It only complicates matters, he went on calmly. When we hide behind you-know-who, I have never seen any reason to fear the name itself.
I am aware you never have, said Professor McGonagall. Her tone caught somewhere between frustration and reluctant respect. But you are not like the rest of us. Everyone knows you were the only one he ever feared. Yes. All right, Voldemort. You give me too much credit, Dumbledore replied evenly. There were abilities he possessed that I never will. Only because you refuse to use them, she said, after a pause, searching for the word, because you choose not to. How fortunate that it's dark, he said lightly. I should hate to be seen blushing. Not since Madame Pomfrey complimented my earmuffs have I been so embarrassed. Professor McGonagall did not smile. Her gaze sharpened instead. The owls are insignificant compared to the rumours spreading everywhere, she said, lowering her voice. You must know what people are saying about his disappearance, about what stopped him. It was clear she had arrived at the point she had been holding back all day.
Whether perched as a cat or standing as herself, she had not looked at him with such intensity until now. She was waiting not for gossip, not for reassurance, but for confirmation. Dumbledore, however, seemed in no hurry to answer. He selected another lemon drop, unwrapping it with quiet care. They're saying, she continued, unable to wait any longer, that he went to Godric's Hollow last night, that he sought out the Potters, and that Lily and James, that they... Her voice faltered. That they're dead. Dumbledore inclined his head, and the movement alone was enough. Professor McGonagall drew in a sharp breath. Lily and James, no, I refused to believe it. I hoped it wasn't true. Oh, Albus, he reached out, resting a hand gently on her shoulder. I know, he said softly. I know, she steadied herself, though her voice still trembled when she spoke again. There's more. They say he tried to kill their son as well, Harry, but something happened. He failed. He
couldn't kill the child. No one understands it. But the story is that when he tried, something turned against him, that his power broke, and that is why he vanished. Dumbledore nodded, though the gesture carried little comfort. It's true, she asked, almost in disbelief. After everything he's done, all the lives he's taken, he was stopped by a baby. How is that possible? How could the boy survive? We can only speculate, Dumbledore said quietly. The truth may remain beyond us for some time.
Professor McGonagall withdrew a lace handkerchief and pressed it to her eyes. Dumbledore gave a soft, thoughtful sniff, then reached into his pocket and produced a peculiar watch. It bore no numbers. Instead, tiny planets circled its edge, shifting in patterns only he seemed to understand. After a brief glance, he tucked it away again. Hagrid is late, he said. Though I assume he was the one who told you where to find me? Yes, she answered. Though I still don't understand why you chose this place of all places. I am here to leave Harry with his relatives, Dumbledore said, his aunt and uncle. They are the only family he has remaining. You cannot be serious, Professor McGonagall said at once, rising to her feet and gesturing toward number 4. Those people, I've observed them all day. You would be hard-pressed to find anyone less like us. And their son, he was kicking his mother all the way up the street, shouting for sweets. And you intend for Harry Potter to grow up here? It is precisely why it must be here, Dumbledore said firmly. In time, they will explain what he needs to know. I have left them a letter. A letter, she repeated faintly, sitting back down. You truly believe that a letter will suffice? They will never understand what he is. He will be known everywhere. People will speak his name for generations. I would not be surprised if this very day is remembered because of him. There will be books written, children will grow up knowing who he is." "Exactly," said Dumbledore, his expression now serious behind his glasses, "and that is precisely why he must not grow up surrounded by it. Fame at that age would shape him before he even understands it. He will be better off here, away from all of that, until he is ready." Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "Yes, perhaps you're right. But how will he be brought here?" Her eyes flicked to his cloak, as though expecting the child to be hidden within its folds. "Hagrid is bringing him," Dumbledore said. "You trust Hagrid with this?" she asked, doubt creeping back into her voice. "With something so important, I would trust Hagrid with my life," Dumbledore replied simply. "I am not questioning his loyalty," she said, though without conviction. "But he—" The machine itself was enormous, but it was overshadowed by the man riding it. He was vast, easily twice the height of an ordinary man and several times as broad. Everything about him.
"Hagrid," Dumbledore said, and the tension in his voice eased at once. "You've made it. Where did you come by that motorbike?" "Borrowed it, Professor," the giant answered, climbing down with care. "Sirius Black lent it to me. I've got the boy safe, sir." There were no complications. Nothing serious. The house was nearly gone, but I got him out before any muggles came swarming. He.
Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall leaned in to look. Wrapped in the blankets was a baby, fast asleep. A shock of dark hair lay across his forehead, and beneath it a thin, sharp mark unmistakably shaped like a lightning bolt. "So that's where it happened," McGonagall whispered. "Yes," said Dumbledore quietly. "That will remain with him." "Couldn't it be removed?" she asked. "Even if it could," he replied, "I would not do so. Scars can be useful reminders. I have one myself, though admittedly less striking." He extended his arm. Hagrid handed the child over reluctantly, as though letting go required effort. "May I say goodbye, sir?" he asked, his voice thick. Without waiting, he bent his large, unkempt head and brushed a rough kiss against the baby. A moment later, a broken cry escaped him, loud and raw. "Quiet," Professor McGonagall snapped under her breath. "You'll wake them." "Sorry," Hagrid choked, fumbling for a handkerchief and pressing it to his face. "I just can't help it. Lily and James gone, and the poor little one left to live here." "Yes, it's dreadful," she said, though more gently now, "but you must pull yourself together." Dumbledore had already stepped over the low wall and approached the front door. He bent down and placed the child carefully on the doorstep, arranging the blankets so they were secure. From inside his cloak, he drew out a letter and tucked it beside the boy. Then he returned to the others. For a moment, none of them spoke. They stood there, watching the small bundle. Hagrid's shoulders shook silently. McGonagall blinked rapidly behind her glasses, and the familiar brightness in Dumble. "Well," Dumbledore said at last, his voice steady but quiet, "that settles it. There is no reason for us to remain. We should go." "Right," Hagrid muttered, still unsteady. "I'll return the bike to Sirius. Good night, Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore." He wiped his face on his sleeve, climbed back onto the motorbike, and with a deafening roar it rose into. "I expect we shall meet again soon," Dumbledore said, inclining his head. McGonagall answered only with a brief nod, still dabbing at her eyes. Without another word, Dumbledore turned and walked away. At the corner, he paused and took out the small silver device once more. With a single click, the darkness-lifted street lamps flared back to life one by one, casting a warm glow along Privet Drive. In the distance, a tabby cat slipped quietly out of sight. From where he stood, he could just make out the small figure left on the doorstep of number 4. "Good luck, Harry," he said softly. Then he turned, and in a sweep of his cloak, he was gone. A light breeze moved through the hedges, rustling them gently, As the street settled back into stillness beneath the dark sky, a place that gave no hint of anything remarkable. Within his blankets, Harry stirred slightly but did not wake. One small hand closed loosely around the letter beside him, and he slept on, unaware of who he was, unaware of the name he would one day carry, unaware that within hours he would be discovered by Mrs. Dursley as she opened the door at dawn, or that the days ahead would be filled with discomfort at the hands of his cousin Dudley. He could not know that, at that very moment, in hidden corners across the country, people were raising their glasses in quiet celebration, speaking his name in low voices filled with wonder. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Chapter 2. The Vanishing Glass. Almost 10 years had gone by since the Dursleys had discovered their nephew left outside their front door. Yet life on Privet Drive carried on with barely a visible shift. The early sunlight still brushed across the perfectly trimmed gardens and gleamed against the brass number 4 fixed to the door. It slipped into the living room, a space that seemed stubbornly unchanged since the evening Mr. Dursley had watched that peculiar news story about the owls. If anything revealed the passage of time, it was the row of photographs lined along the mantelpiece. Once, those frames had been filled with images of a round, rosy-faced baby wrapped in bright hats of every colour. Now they told a different story. Dudley Dursley had grown into a large, fair-haired boy, shown proudly wobbling on his first bicycle, grinning from a carnival ride, hunched over a computer game with his father, or being smothered with affection by his mother. There was no hint anywhere that another child shared the house. Still, Harry Potter was there asleep for the moment, though that peace wouldn't last. Aunt Petunia was already awake, and her sharp, cutting voice broke through the quiet morning air.
Get up at once.
Harry jolted awake. A second later came a brisk knock.
Up, she repeated loudly. He heard her heels tapping away toward the kitchen, followed by the metallic clatter of a frying pan set down hard on the stove. Staring at the ceiling, Harry tried to cling to the dream he'd just left behind. It had been pleasant, something about a motorbike soaring through the air. There was a strange sense of familiarity about it, as if it wasn't the first time.
Footsteps returned to his door.
"Well, are you up yet?" she demanded. "Nearly," Harry replied.
Then hurry. I need you to watch the bacon. And don't let it burn. Everything must be just right for Duddy's birthday. Harry let out a low groan.
"What was that?" she snapped immediately. "Nothing."
Dudley's birthday. He couldn't believe he'd forgotten. Slowly, Harry swung his legs out of bed and began searching for his socks. He found a pair beneath the bed, shook a spider off one, and pulled them on without concern. Spiders didn't bother him. The cupboard under the stairs, where he slept, was full of them anyway. Once dressed, he stepped into the hallway and made his way down to the kitchen. The table was almost completely covered with Dudley's presents. From the look of it, he'd received the computer he'd been demanding, along with a second television and even a racing bike. Why he wanted a racing bike, Harry couldn't imagine. Dudley was overweight and avoided exercise whenever possible, unless it involved bullying someone. Harry was usually his favourite target, though Dudley rarely managed to catch him. Harry might not seem it, but he could move very fast when he needed to. It might have been the years spent sleeping in a cramped, shadowy cupboard, but Harry had always been unusually small and thin for his age. In fact, he often appeared even more undersized than he truly was, largely because his wardrobe consisted entirely of Dudley's old clothes, and Dudley outweighed him several times over. Harry had a narrow face, bony knees, messy black hair, and striking green eyes. His round glasses were mended with layers of tape, the result of Dudley's frequent punches to his nose. If there was one feature Harry didn't mind, it was the faint, lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He'd had it for as long as he could remember, and one of his earliest memories was asking Aunt Petunia how it got there. "In a car crash, the one that killed your parents," she had replied sharply, "and don't ask questions." That had become a rule Harry knew well. Don't ask questions if you want to avoid trouble with the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon strode into the kitchen just as Harry was turning the bacon. "Comb your hair," he snapped instead of saying good morning. "About once a week." Uncle Vernon would lower his newspaper just long enough to complain that Harry needed a haircut. Harry had probably had more haircuts than anyone else in his class, but it never seemed to matter. His hair stubbornly grew in every direction anyway. By the time Harry started frying eggs, Dudley came waddling into the kitchen with his mother. He bore a strong resemblance to Uncle Vernon, a large, flushed face, hardly any neck, pale blue eyes that seemed too small for his face, and thick blonde hair slicked neatly over his head. Aunt Petunia often described him as looking like a cherub. Harry privately thought he resembled a pig wearing a wig. Balancing the plates of eggs and bacon, Harry set them down on the already crowded table. There was barely space, thanks to the mountain of presents piled in front of Dudley, who was busy counting them. Suddenly, his expression darkened. 36, he said, staring at his parents. "That's 2 fewer than last year." "Sweetheart, you forgot Aunt Marge's present. It's right there under the big one from us," said Aunt Petunia quickly.
"Oh, then 37, Dudley muttered, his face turning red.
Harry, sensing an explosion was coming, began eating as quickly as possible. Dudley had a habit of reacting badly, and tables had been overturned before. Aunt Petunia seemed to sense it too. "We'll buy you 2 more presents while we're out today," she said hastily. "How does that sound? 2 extra gifts, is that better, darling?" Dudley paused, thinking hard.
"So I'll have 30.
39ers, sweetheart, she supplied.
Oh, Dudley dropped into his chair and seized the nearest present. "All right, then."
Uncle Vernon laughed approvingly. That's my boy knows the value of things. He gave Dudley's hair an affectionate ruffle. Just then, the telephone rang. Aunt Petunia hurried off to answer it while Harry and Uncle Vernon watched Dudley tear into his presents. The racing bike, a video camera, a remote-control airplane, stacks of computer games, and a VCR. He had just begun unwrapping a gold watch when Aunt Petunia returned, her face tight with worry.
"Vernon, there's a problem," she said. "Mrs. Figg's broken her leg. She won't be able to take him." She jerked her head toward Harry.
Dudley looked horrified, his mouth hanging open, but inside Harry, something lifted. Every year on Dudley's birthday, his parents took him out sometimes to theme parks, sometimes to restaurants or the cinema, and Harry was always left behind with Mrs. Figg, an eccentric old woman who lived a few streets away. He dreaded those visits. Her house smelled strongly of cabbage, and she always made him sit through endless albums of photographs featuring every cat she had ever owned. "So, what are we supposed to do now?" Aunt Petunia snapped, glaring at Harry as if the whole situation was somehow his fault. Harry knew he ought to feel at least a little sorry that Mrs. Figg had injured her leg, but it was difficult when he remembered it meant a long break from Tibbles, Snowy, Mr. Paws, and Tufty. "We could ring Marge," Uncle Vernon suggested. "Don't be ridiculous. Vernon, she can't stand the boy." The Dursleys had a habit of discussing Harry as though he weren't in the room, or as if he were some unpleasant creature that didn't understand human speech. "What about your friend? What's her name, Yvonne?" "She's away in Mallorca," Aunt Petunia replied sharply. "You could leave me here?" Harry said cautiously, a flicker of hope rising. He might finally get control of the television or even try Dudley's computer for once. Aunt Petunia's face tightened, as though the idea physically offended her. "And come back to a destroyed house," she said coldly.
I wouldn't wreck anything, Harry protested, but no one paid him any attention.
Well, we could take him along to the zoo, Aunt Petunia said slowly, and leave him in the car.
Absolutely not, Uncle Vernon said at once. That car is brand new. He's not staying in it by himself. At that moment, Dudley began making loud, dramatic, sobbing noises. He wasn't truly crying. He hadn't done that in years, but he had perfected the art of fake tears, knowing they usually got him whatever he wanted.
Diddykins, don't cry. Mummy won't let him ruin your special day, Aunt Petunia cooed, wrapping him in a tight embrace.
I don't want him to come, Dudley wailed, stamping his foot for effect. He always ruins everything. Through his mother's arms, he shot Harry a smug, spiteful grin.
Just then the doorbell rang.
Oh, heavens, they're here, Aunt Petunia exclaimed, hurrying to answer it.
Moments later, Dudley's best friend, Piers Polkiss, entered with his mother. Piers was thin and sharp-faced, with a slightly rodent-like look. He was usually the one who pinned people down while Dudley did the hitting. At once, Dudley stopped his performance. Half an hour later, Harry found himself in the back seat of the Dursleys' car, squeezed between Dudley and Piers, hardly able to believe his luck. They were on their way to the zoo, a place he had never visited before. His aunt and uncle had clearly run out of options, but before leaving, Uncle Vernon had pulled Harry aside.
Listen carefully, he had said, leaning in so close his flushed face filled Harry's view. I'm warning you, no funny business, not a single thing. If anything unusual happens, you'll be back in that cupboard until Christmas. I won't do anything, Harry replied quickly. I promise.
But Uncle Vernon didn't trust him. No one ever did. The truth was, odd things had a habit of happening around Harry, and trying to convince the Dursleys he wasn't responsible never worked. Once, fed up with Harry returning from the barber, looking unchanged, Aunt Petunia had seized a pair of kitchen scissors and chopped his hair so short he was nearly bald, leaving only his fringe to cover that dreadful scar. Dudley had laughed uncontrollably, while Harry lay awake that night dreading school, or where he was already teased for his oversized clothes and mended glasses. Yet by morning his hair had grown back exactly as it had been before. For this, he'd been punished with a week in the cupboard, despite repeatedly insisting he had no idea how it had happened. On another occasion, Aunt Petunia had tried to squeeze him into one of Dudley's hideous old sweaters, a brown one covered in orange pom-poms. The more she tugged it down over his head, the tighter it seemed to get, shrinking inch by inch until it was small enough to fit a doll rather than a boy. In the end, it was completely useless, convinced it must have shrunk in the wash. Aunt Petunia let the matter drop, much to Harry's relief. Not all incidents ended so easily. He'd once been in serious trouble after being discovered sitting on the roof of the school kitchens. Dudley and his gang had been chasing him, as they often did, and somehow, without any clear explanation, Harry had ended up perched on a chimney. The headmistress had sent a furious letter home, accusing him of climbing school buildings. Harry had tried to explain, shouting through the locked cupboard door, that he had only meant to jump behind the large bins by the kitchen doors. Somehow, he must have been carried upward mid-leap, as though by a sudden gust of wind. But today felt different. Nothing was going to go wrong. Even being stuck with Dudley and Piers was worth it if it meant spending the day somewhere that wasn't school, the cupboard, or Mrs. Figg's cabbage-scented house. As Uncle Vernon drove, he filled the car with his usual complaints. He had a talent for finding fault in almost everything: his job, the neighbours, the bank, and, most often, Harry himself. Today's target, however, was motorcycles.
Roaring about like lunatics, the lot of them, he grumbled as one sped past. I had a dream about a motorcycle, Harry said suddenly. It could fly.
Uncle Vernon jerked in his seat so violently he nearly drove into the car ahead. He twisted around, his face flushed deep red beneath his moustache.
"Motorcycles do not fly," he barked.
Dudley and Piers burst into snickering laughter.
"I know," Harry said quickly. "It was just a dream."
Still, he regretted speaking. The Dursleys disliked many things about him, but nothing irritated them more than any mention of things behaving strangely, even in dreams or cartoons. It was as though they feared he might start believing such things were possible. The day was bright and warm, and the zoo was packed with families enjoying the sunshine. At the entrance, the Dursleys bought Dudley and Piers enormous chocolate ice creams. Then, because the cheerful woman at the stand had asked Harry what he wanted before he could be ignored, they reluctantly bought him a cheap lemon ice pop. Harry didn't mind as he licked it. He watched a gorilla scratching its head and couldn't help noticing how much it resembled Dudley, aside from the lack of blonde hair. That morning turned out to be one of the most enjoyable Harry had experienced in a long while. He made sure to keep a slight distance from the Dursleys, careful not to give Dudley and Piers the chance to grow bored and turn their attention back to tormenting him. By lunchtime, they were already losing interest in the animals. They ate at the zoo cafe, where Dudley threw a fit because his Knickerbocker glory didn't have enough ice cream piled on top. Uncle Vernon immediately bought him another, leaving Harry to quietly finish the untouched one. Even then, Harry had a faint sense that things were going a little too well to last. Afterward, they headed to the reptile house. Inside, it was dim and pleasantly cool, with rows of illuminated enclosures lining the walls. Behind the glass, snakes and lizards slid over rocks and branches, their scales glinting under the artificial light. Dudley and Piers rushed ahead, eager to find the biggest and most dangerous creatures. It didn't take long. Dudley stopped in front of an enormous snake easily large enough to coil itself around Uncle Vernon's car and crush it, flat though at the moment it lay completely still, fast asleep. Pressing his face against the glass, Dudley stared.
"Make it move," he complained.
Uncle Vernon tapped on the glass. Nothing happened.
"Do it again," Dudley insisted.
This time Uncle Vernon knocked harder, but the snake didn't so much as twitch.
"This is boring," Dudley grumbled, wandering off.
Harry stepped closer, taking his place by the glass. He studied the snake quietly. If anything, it looked just as bored as he often felt, stuck all day with nothing but people tapping and staring. At least Harry sometimes got to leave his cupboard and wander the house. Then, without warning, the snake opened its eyes. Slowly, it lifted its head until its gaze met Harry's. It blinked. Harry froze. He glanced around quickly. No one seemed to be paying attention. Carefully, he looked back and blinked in return. The snake shifted its head slightly toward where Dudley and Uncle Vernon stood, then rolled its eyes upward in a strangely expressive way. The meaning was unmistakable. Harry leaned closer to the glass. "Yeah," he whispered. "I suppose you get that a lot." The snake gave a small, definite nod. "Where are you from?" Harry asked. The snake flicked its tail toward a sign beside the enclosure. Harry leaned over to read it. "Boa constrictor Brasil." "Was it nice there?" he asked. The snake tapped the sign again. Harry read further. This snake was bred in captivity.
"Oh, so you've never actually been there?"
The snake shook its head. Just then, a loud voice shattered the moment.
"Dudley! Mr. Dursley! Come quick, look at this!"
Dudley came charging back at once.
"Move!" he snapped, shoving Harry hard in the side. Caught off guard, Harry stumbled and hit the ground. The next instant, everything changed so quickly that no one could say exactly how. One moment Dudley and Piers were pressed up against the glass, and the next they were scrambling backward, shouting in terror.
Harry pushed himself up from the floor, staring in shock. The glass at the front of the boa constrictor's enclosure had completely disappeared. The enormous snake was already unwinding its coils, sliding smoothly out onto the floor. All around them, people began to scream, rushing toward the exits in panic.
As it glided past him, Harry was certain he heard a soft, whispering hiss. "Brazil, here I come. Thanks, friend."
The reptile keeper stood frozen, pale and trembling. "But the glass," he kept repeating helplessly. "Where did the glass go?"
Later, the zoo director himself made Aunt Petunia a cup of overly sweet tea, apologizing again and again. Dudley and Piers could barely form proper sentences, still shaken. From what Harry had seen, the snake hadn't harmed them at all. It had only flicked playfully at their heels as it passed. But by the time they were back in the car, Dudley was insisting it had nearly torn his leg off, while Piers claimed it had tried to crush him. Worst of all, at least for Harry, was when Piers finally added, "Harry was talking to it, weren't you?"
Uncle Vernon didn't say a word until they had dropped Piers off safely at home. Then he turned on Harry with such fury that he could barely get the words out. "Go cupboard, stay there, no food," he managed, before sinking into a chair, red-faced and shaking. Aunt Petunia hurried to fetch him a large glass of brandy. Much later, Harry lay awake in the darkness of his cupboard, wishing he had some way to tell the time. He didn't dare creep out for food until he was sure the Dursleys were asleep. He had lived with them for nearly 10 years, 10 long, unhappy years ever since he had been a baby and his parents had died in that car crash. He had no memory of the accident itself. Sometimes, when he concentrated hard enough during those long hours alone, he would recall something strange, a burst of green light and a sharp pain across his forehead. He assumed it must be part of the crash, though he couldn't understand where the green light had come from. He couldn't remember his parents at all. The Dursleys never spoke about them, and questions were strictly forbidden. There weren't even any photographs of them in the house. When he was younger, Harry used to imagine that one day a relative he'd never met would come and take him away. But no one ever did. The Dursleys were the only family he had. Still, every now and then he couldn't shake the feeling that strangers seemed to recognize him. They were unusual people, too. Once, a short man in a violet top hat had bowed to him in a shop. Aunt Petunia, after demanding to know if Harry knew him, had rushed them out immediately. Another time, an elderly woman dressed entirely in green had smiled and waved at him on a bus. And, just recently, a bald man in a long purple coat had shaken his hand in the street without saying a word before disappearing into the crowd. The strangest thing about all of them was how quickly they vanished whenever Harry tried to look at them properly. At school, Harry was alone. Everyone knew better than to get close to him. Dudley's gang had made sure of that. No one wanted to risk becoming their next target, and so Harry Potter, in his oversized clothes and taped-up glasses, was left entirely on his own. Chapter 3. The Letters from No One. Harry's punishment for the Brazilian boa constrictor incident turned out to be longer than anything he'd ever endured before. By the time he was finally let out of the cupboard, summer had already settled in. During his confinement, Dudley had been busy. His new video camera was broken, his remote control airplane reduced to scraps, and his first ride on his racing bike had ended with old Mrs. Figbay. The end of school should have been a relief, but Harry found little comfort in it. Dudley's gang made sure of that, turning up day after day without fail. Piers, Dennis, Malcolm, and Gordon were all equally bulky and slow-witted, but Dudley, larger and louder than the rest, ruled them easily. Together, they devoted themselves to their favourite activity. So Harry kept his distance, spending hours outside, drifting from place to place and counting down the days until the holidays would end. There was a sliver of hope waiting for him. Come September, everything would change. He would start secondary school. And for once, Dudley wouldn't be there. Dudley had secured a place at Smeltings, Uncle Vernon's old private school, with Piers Polkiss following him there. Harry, meanwhile, was bound for Stonewall High, the neighbour. They dunk people's heads in toilets on the first day at Stonewall, Dudley said with a grin. Want to come upstairs and give it a try?
I'll pass, Harry shot back. That toilet's suffered enough already, it wouldn't survive your head. He didn't wait to see Dudley's reaction, bolting before the insult could sink.
In July, Aunt Petunia took Dudley to London to buy his Smeltings uniform, leaving Harry behind with Mrs. Figg. Surprisingly, she wasn't quite as dreadful as usual. She'd recently broken her leg after tripping over one of her cats, and her affection for them seemed to have cooled. She let Harry sit in front of the television and even offered him a piece of chocolate cake, though it tasted suspicious. That evening, Dudley made a grand display of his new uniform, pacing around the living room for inspection. The Smeltings outfit consisted of a maroon tailcoat, orange knickerbockers, and a flat straw hat called a boater. Each boy also carried a heavy stick with a knotted end, meant for hitting one another when teachers weren't watching a paran. Uncle Vernon watched with unmistakable pride, declaring it the finest moment of his life. Aunt Petunia grew tearful, overwhelmed at the sight of her little Dudleykins looking so grown and distinguished. Harry, however, stayed silent. He was too busy trying not to laugh, certain that if he did, something inside him might actually snap. The next morning, Harry stepped into the kitchen and was immediately met with a foul, sour smell. It seemed to drift from the sink, where a large metal basin sat half submerged in murky water. Curious, he leaned over to inspect it. Inside floated a pile of what looked like grimy, worn-out cloth.
What's that? He asked.
Aunt Petunia's mouth thinned at once, the familiar warning sign that questions were unwelcome. Your school uniform? She replied curtly. Harry glanced back into the basin.
Oh, he said slowly. I didn't know it was supposed to be soaked.
Don't be ridiculous, she snapped. I'm dyeing some of Dudley's old clothes grey for you. When I'm done, they'll look perfectly normal. Harry wasn't convinced in the slightest, but arguing never helped. He took his seat at the table and tried not to imagine what he'd look like on his first day at Stonewall High. The thought that he might resemble someone wrapped in scraps of old elephant hide was hard to shake. Moments later, Dudley and Uncle Vernon entered, both wrinkling their noses at the lingering smell. As usual, Uncle Vernon unfolded his newspaper, while Dudley thumped his smelting stick against the table, clearly enjoying the noise. Then came the sharp click of the letterbox, followed by the soft slap of mail landing on the doormat. Fetch the post, Dudley, Uncle Vernon said without lowering his paper.
Make Harry do it.
Go on, Harry. Let Dudley do it. Give him a prod with your stick, Dudley. Harry sidestepped just in time to avoid the jab and made his way to the hallway. On the mat lay 3 items, a postcard from Aunt Marge, who was holidaying on the Isle of Wight, a brown envelope that looked like a bill, and something unexpected. A letter addressed to him. Harry picked it up slowly, staring as his pulse seemed to snap tight inside his chest. No one had ever written to him before, not once. He had no friends to send letters, no relatives who cared, not even overdue library notices, nothing. And yet here it was, unmistakably his. Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The envelope felt unusually thick, made of yellowish parchment, and the address was written in neat emerald green ink. There was no stamp. He turned it over with trembling fingers and saw a deep purple wax seal. Stamped into it was a crest, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake encircling a large letter H. "Hurry up, boy!" Uncle Vernon's voice bellowed from the kitchen. "What are you doing out there checking for explosives?" He gave a short laugh at his own remark. Still fixated on the envelope, Harry returned to the kitchen. He handed over the bill and the postcard, then sat down again. His attention fixed entirely on the letter as he carefully began to open it. Uncle Vernon tore open the bill with irritation, letting out a grunt as he skimmed it, then turned to the postcard.
"Marge is unwell," he said shortly to Aunt Petunia. "Ate something dodgy whelks, apparently." Dudley suddenly burst out. "Dad, Harry's got something."
Harry had just begun unfolding the letter, its parchment as thick and unusual as the envelope, when Uncle Vernon's hand shot out and yanked it away.
"That's mine," Harry protested, reaching for it.
"Who on earth would be writing to you?" Uncle Vernon scoffed. He flicked the letter open with one hand and glanced at it. What followed was almost unbelievable. His face flushed a deep red, then shifted rapidly to a sickly green like a traffic signal, changing too fast to follow. Within moments, it drained to a pale, lifeless grey.
Petunia," he stammered.
Dudley lunged forward, trying to grab the letter, but Uncle Vernon held it high above him. Aunt Petunia took it instead, her curiosity quickly turning to shock as her eyes scanned the first line. She clutched at her throat, making a strangled sound as though the air had been knocked from her lungs.
"Vernon, oh Vernon!"
For a moment, the two of them simply stared at each other, as if Harry and Dudley had ceased to exist. Dudley, unaccustomed to being ignored, jabbed his father sharply on the head with his smelting stick.
"I want to see that letter," he demanded. "So do I," Harry snapped. "It's mine." "Out, both of you," Uncle Vernon croaked, hastily stuffing the letter back into its envelope.
Harry didn't budge.
"I want my letter," he shouted. "Let me read it," Dudley added loudly. "Ow!" bellowed Uncle Vernon.
He grabbed them both by the backs of their necks and shoved them into the hallway, slamming the kitchen door behind them with a bang.
Immediately, Harry and Dudley scrambled for position at the door, each trying to claim the keyhole. Dudley, being larger. 1. Harry dropped flat to the floor, pressing his ear to the narrow gap beneath the door, his glasses hanging crookedly from one ear. "Vernon!" Aunt Petunia's voice trembled. "Look at the address. How could they possibly know where he sleeps? Do you think they could be watching us?"
"Watching? Spying? Maybe even following," Uncle Vernon muttered, his voice thick with unease. "But what do? Should we reply, 'Tell them we don't'?" Through the gap, Harry could just make out Uncle Vernon pacing back and forth, his polished black shoes crossing his line of sight again and again.
"No," he said at last. "No, we'll ignore it. If there's no reply, yes, that's the safest course. We do nothing."
But
"I will not have one of them in this house." "Petunia," Uncle Vernon snapped. "Didn't we agree, when we took him in, that we'd stamp out all that dangerous nonsense?"
that evening, after returning from work, Uncle Vernon did something completely unexpected. He came to Harry's cupboard. The moment he squeezed inside, Harry spoke. "Where's my letter? Who sent it?"
"No one," Uncle Vernon replied bluntly. "It was a mistake. I've destroyed it."
"It wasn't a mistake," Harry said angrily. "It had my cupboard on it."
"Silence!" roared Uncle Vernon.
The force of his voice made a couple of spiders drop from the ceiling. He stood there, breathing heavily for a moment. then forced his expression into something resembling a smile, though it looked stiff and deeply uncomfortable. Yes, Harry, about this cupboard. Your aunt and I have been thinking you were really getting a bit big for it. We think it might be nice if you moved into Dudley's second bedroom. Why, said Harry.
Don't ask question, snapped his uncle. Take this stuff upstairs, now.
The Dursleys' house had 4 bedrooms, one for Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, one for visitors, usually Uncle Vernon's sister, Marge, one where Dudley slept, and one where Dudley kept all the toys and things that wouldn't fit into his first bedroom. It only took Harry 1 trip upstairs to move everything he owned from the cupboard to this room. He sat down on the bed and stared around him. Nearly everything in here was broken. The month-old video camera was lying on top of a small working tank Dudley had once driven over the next-door neighbour's dog. In the corner was Dudley's first ever television set, which he'd put his foot through when his favourite programme had been cancelled. There was a large birdcage, which had once held a parrot that Dudley had swapped at school for a real air rifle, which was up on a shelf with the end all bent because Dudley had sat on it. Other shelves were full of books. They were the only things in the room that looked as though they'd never been touched. From downstairs came the sound of Dudley bawling at his mother. "I don't want him in there. I need that room. Make him get out." Harry sighed and stretched out on the bed. Yesterday he'd have given anything to be up here. Today he'd rather be back in his cupboard with that letter than up here without it. Next morning at breakfast, everyone was rather quiet. Dudley was in shock. He screamed, whacked his father with his smelting stick, been sick on purpose, kicked his mother, and thrown his tortoise through the greenhouse roof. And he still didn't have his room back. Harry was thinking about this time yesterday and bitterly wishing he'd opened the letter in the hall. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia kept looking at each other darkly. When the mail arrived, Uncle Vernon, who seemed to be trying to be nice to Harry, made Dudley go and get it. They heard him banging things with his smelting stick all the way down the hall. Then he shouted, "There's another one. Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom, 4 Privet Drive." With a strangled cry, Uncle Vernon leapt from his seat and ran down the hall, Harry right behind him. Uncle Vernon had to wrestle Dudley to the ground to get the letter from him, which was made difficult by the fact that Harry had grabbed Uncle Vernon around the neck from behind. After a minute of confused fighting, in which everyone got hit a lot by the smelting stick, Uncle Vernon straightened up, gasping for breath, with Harry's letter clutched in his hand.
"Go to your cupboard. Your bedroom," he wheezed at Harry. "Dudley, go, just go."
Harry walked round and round his new room. Someone knew he had moved out of his cupboard, and they seemed to know he hadn't received his first letter. Surely that meant they'd try again. And this time he'd make sure they didn't fail. He had a plan. The repaired alarm clock rang at 6:00 the next morning. Harry turned it off quickly and dressed silently. He mustn't wake the Dursleys. He stole downstairs without turning on any of the lights. He was going to wait for the postman on the corner of Privet Drive and get the letters for number 4 first. His heart hammered as he crept across the dark hall toward the front door.
Harry leapt into the air. He'd trodden on something big and squashy on the doormat. Something alive.
Lights clicked on upstairs, and to his horror, Harry realized that the big, squashy something had been his Uncle Puss face. Uncle Vernon had been lying at the foot of the front door in a sleeping bag, clearly making sure that Harry didn't do exactly what he'd been trying to do. He shouted at Harry for about half an hour and then told him to go and make a cup of tea. Harry shuffled miserably off into the kitchen, and by the time he got back, the mail had arrived right into Uncle Vernon's lap. Harry caught sight of 3 more envelopes, each one addressed in the same striking green ink.
He started, but before he could finish, Uncle Vernon snatched them up and tore them into tiny scraps right in front of him.
That day, Uncle Vernon didn't leave for work. Instead, he remained at home and hammered a board over the mail slot. "There," he said, speaking around a mouthful of nails. "If they can't get them in, they'll stop trying." Aunt Petunia didn't look convinced. "I'm not sure it's that simple. Vernon—" "These people don't think like we do," Uncle Vernon insisted, attempting to drive a nail into place using a chunk of fruitcake Aunt Petunia had just handed him. "They're different." By Friday, the situation had escalated. A dozen letters arrived for Harry. Since the mail slot was blocked, they found their way in through every possible gap, slid beneath the door, squeezed through the sides, and even forced through the small bathroom window downstairs. Uncle Vernon stayed home again. After gathering the letters and burning them all, he took things further, boarding up cracks around both the front and back doors until the house felt sealed tight. As he worked, he hummed "Tiptoe Through the Tulips," though he flinched at the slightest unexpected sound. Saturday brought complete chaos. 24 letters arrived, cleverly hidden inside the eggs delivered that morning. The milkman, clearly bewildered, had passed them through the living room window without question. While Uncle Vernon made a series of furious phone calls to both the post office and the dairy, Aunt Petunia fed the letters into the food processor, reducing them to shreds.
"Who would go to this much trouble just to reach you?" Dudley asked, staring at Harry in disbelief.
By Sunday morning, Uncle Vernon looked exhausted and pale, but oddly pleased with himself as he sat at the breakfast table. "No post on Sundays," he announced brightly, spreading marmalade across his newspaper. "No letters today." Before he could finish, something shot down the chimney and struck him sharply on the back of the head. In the next instant, a flood of letters burst out of the fireplace, flying into the room like a storm of paper. The Dursleys ducked for cover, but Harry sprang upward, trying to grab one.
"Ow, ow," Uncle Vernon roared.
He grabbed Harry around the waist and hurled him into the hallway. Aunt Petunia and Dudley rushed out after him, shielding their faces, and Uncle Vernon slammed the kitchen door shut behind them. From inside, they could still hear the steady barrage of letters hitting walls and floor.
"That's it," Uncle Vernon said, struggling to keep his voice steady while tugging at his moustache so hard that clumps came loose. "Everyone back here in 5 minutes. We're leaving. Pack clothes. No arguments."
The wild look on his face, paired with the uneven remains of his moustache, was enough to silence any protest. Within 10 minutes, they had forced their way out through the boarded doors and piled into the car, speeding off toward the highway. In the back seat, Dudley sniffled miserably. His father had struck him for delaying them while he tried to cram his television, VCR, and computer into a sports bag. They kept driving mile after mile with no clear destination. Even Aunt Petunia didn't dare question where they were headed. Every so often, Uncle Vernon would suddenly jerk the wheel and double back the way they'd come, muttering under his breath, "Lose them. Gotta lose them." They didn't stop once, not for food, not for water. By the time darkness fell, Dudley was in full meltdown. He had never endured such a dreadful day. His stomach growled. He'd missed several of his favorite shows. And worst of all, he hadn't been able to spend a single minute blasting aliens on his computer.
At last, Uncle Vernon pulled up outside a bleak, run-down hotel on the edge of a large city. Harry and Dudley were shoved into a small room with 2 narrow beds, the sheets damp and smelling faintly of mildew. Dudley fell asleep quickly, snoring loudly, but Harry couldn't rest. He sat by the window instead, watching headlights drift past in the dark, his thoughts turning over endlessly.
Breakfast the next morning was no improvement: stale cereal and cold tomatoes on toast. They had barely finished when the hotel owner approached their table. "Excuse me," she said, "is there a Mr. H. Potter here? I seem to have received about 100 letters for him." She held one up, and the green ink stood out immediately. Mr. H. Potter, room 17, Railview Hotel, Cokeworth. Harry lunged for it, but Uncle Vernon struck his hand aside.
"I'll take those," he said quickly, rising from his chair and following the woman out. Hours later, Aunt Petunia spoke in a small, uncertain voice. "Wouldn't it be better if we just went home? Vernon?"
But he didn't respond. Whatever he was searching for, it remained a mystery to everyone else. He drove them into a forest, stopped, got out, scanned the area, then shook his head and returned to the car. Then they were off again. The same pattern repeated itself in the middle of a ploughed field, halfway across a bridge, even at the top of a multi-story parking garage. "Dad's gone mad, hasn't he?" Dudley muttered later that afternoon. They were parked by the sea now. Uncle Vernon had locked them in the car and disappeared. Rain began to fall, heavy drops hammering against the roof. Dudley sniffed miserably. "It's Monday," he said. "The great Humberto's on tonight. I want to be somewhere with a TV." Monday. That thought lingered with Harry. If it was Monday, something Dudley always kept track of because of television, then tomorrow would be Tuesday. His birthday? His 11th birthday. Of course, birthdays had never meant much. The year before, he'd received a bent coat hanger and a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Still, turning 11 felt like something different. The car door suddenly opened. Uncle Vernon had returned and, strangely, he was smiling. In his hand was a long, narrow package.
"Found it," he announced. "The perfect place. Out you get."
The cold hit them immediately as they stepped outside. Uncle Vernon pointed toward the sea. At a jagged rock rising from the waves, perched on top of it stood a miserable-looking shack, barely holding itself together. There was one thing you could be absolutely certain of. There was no television there. "Storm coming tonight," Uncle Vernon said with satisfaction, rubbing his hands together, "and this gentleman has kindly agreed to lend us his boat." An old man with few teeth shuffled toward them, gesturing toward a small, battered rowboat bobbing in the steel-grey water below. He grinned in a way that made Harry uneasy. "I've got supplies," Uncle Vernon added. "Come on into the boat." The journey was freezing. Sea spray soaked them through. Rain slipped down their collars, and the wind cut sharply across their faces. It felt like hours before they finally reached the rock, slipping on wet stone. Uncle Vernon led them up to the crumbling hut. Inside, things were no better. The air reeked of seaweed, wind whistled through gaps in the wooden walls, and the fireplace was cold and useless. The place had only 2 rooms, and neither looked even remotely comfortable. Uncle Vernon's idea of supplies turned out to be disappointingly simple: a single bag of chips for each of them and 4 bananas. He made an attempt at lighting a fire, but the empty chip bags only curled and blackened, giving off thin trails of smoke before collapsing into nothing. "Shame we haven't got those letters now, eh?" he remarked brightly. He seemed thoroughly pleased with himself. Clearly, he believed they were beyond reach, that no one could possibly track them down in the middle of a storm just to deliver mail. Harry, deep down, suspected he was right. Still, the thought brought him no comfort.
As darkness closed in, the storm arrived in full force. Waves crashed violently against the rock, spraying the hut's walls, while the wind howled through every crack, rattling the grimy windows. Aunt Petunia managed to dig out a few damp, mold-spotted blankets from the other room and arranged a bed for Dudley on the sagging, moth-eaten sofa. She and Uncle Vernon retreated to the adjoining room, leaving Harry to fend for himself.
He found a patch of floor that seemed slightly less hard than the rest and wrapped himself in a thin, fraying blanket that offered little warmth. The night grew wilder by the hour. Sleep refused to come. Harry shivered, shifting constantly. trying to get comfortable while his empty stomach growled in protest. Dudley's usual snoring was swallowed by the distant rumble of thunder that began rolling across the sky around midnight. Harry glanced at Dudley's watch, its glowing face dangling from his wrist over the edge of the sofa. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes until he turned 11. He lay still, watching the seconds pass, wondering if the Dursleys would remember or care. He wondered, too, about the mysterious sender of the letters, where they might be now. 5 minutes left. A faint creak sounded from outside. Harry's eyes flicked upward. Maybe the roof was about to give way, though at least that might mean a bit more warmth.
4 minutes.
Back at Privet Drive. The house must be overflowing with letters by now. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might manage to get hold of one when they returned. 3 minutes. The crashing sound was that the sea striking the rock harder than before. And then 2 minutes. A strange crunch echoed through the night. Was the rock itself starting to crumble beneath them? 1 minute. 30 seconds. 20, 10. 9, maybe he should wake Dudley, just to irritate him. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The entire shack trembled violently. Harry shot upright, eyes fixed on the door.
Someone was there, and they were knocking.
Chapter 4. The Keeper of the Keys.
Boom! The knocking came again, louder this time. Dudley jolted awake. What was that cannon fire? He mumbled, still half asleep.
A sudden crash sounded behind them as Uncle Vernon came sliding into the room. In his hands was a rifle, the contents of the long, narrow package now revealed.
"Who's there?" he shouted. "I warn you, I'm armed."
Silence followed for a heartbeat. Then,
crash.
The door exploded inward, torn clean off its hinges, and slammed onto the floor with a thunderous bang. A massive figure filled the doorway. He was enormous, his head nearly brushing the ceiling as he stepped inside. His face was mostly hidden beneath a thick tangle of hair and an unruly beard, though his eyes shone through, dark and sharp, like glints of black glass. The giant ducked slightly as he entered, then casually picked up the broken door and pushed it back into place as though it weighed nothing. The roar of the storm dulled behind it. He turned, surveying the room. "Wouldn't happen to have a cup of tea, would you?" he said in a deep, rumbling voice. "Been a long journey." He strode toward the sofa where Dudley sat frozen. "Shift over, you great lump." Dudley let out a terrified squeak and scrambled away, hiding behind his mother, who clung to Uncle Vernon.
"Ah, there you are, Harry," the giant said.
Harry looked up. Beneath all the wild hair, he could see the man's expression now, the fierce face softened by a small, warm smile. "Last time I saw you, you were just a baby," he said. "You've got your dad's look, but your mum's eyes."
Uncle Vernon made a strained, choking sound. "I insist you leave immediately." "Sir," he barked, "you are trespassing." "Oh, pipe down. Dursley, you old prune," the giant replied casually.
Reaching over the sofa, he seized the rifle from Uncle Vernon's grip, twisted it effortlessly into a knot as though it were soft metal, and tossed it aside into a corner.
Uncle Vernon whimpered faintly. "Now then, Harry," the giant continued, turning away from the Dursleys. "Many happy returns. Got you a little something. Might have sat on it. Mine, but it'll still be good."
He pulled out a slightly crushed box from inside his coat. Harry opened it carefully, his fingers shaking. Inside lay a large chocolate cake, a bit squashed, but unmistakable, with green icing spelling out, "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry looked up, overwhelmed. He meant to say thank you, but the words wouldn't come.
Instead, he asked, "Who are you?"
The giant let out a hearty laugh.
"Ah, right, I haven't said. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts."
He extended a massive hand and shook Harry's entire arm.
"So about that tea," he added, rubbing his hands together, "though I wouldn't mind something a bit stronger if there's any."
His gaze dropped to the cold fireplace, filled with the remains of burnt chip bags. He gave a snort of amusement, then crouched down. For a moment, his broad back blocked the view, but when he straightened again, flames roared to life. A bright, crackling fire filled the hearth, casting warm light across the damp, miserable hut. Heat spread quickly through the room, wrapping around Harry like a long-forgotten comfort, as if he'd stepped into warmth after being cold for far too long. The giant lowered himself onto the sofa again, which groaned under his weight, and began rummaging through the deep pockets of his coat. One by one, he produced an assortment of items: a battered copper kettle, a crumpled bundle of sausages, a poker, a teapot, a handful of chipped mugs, and a squat bottle filled with an amber-coloured liquid. He took a generous gulp from it before setting to work. Before long, the hut was filled with the sharp hiss of sausages cooking and their rich, savoury smell. No one spoke while he worked. The only sound came from the sizzling food and the storm still raging outside. But when the giant finally slid a set of plump, slightly charred sausages off the poker, Dudley couldn't help shifting forward in his seat.
"Don't touch anything he gives you, Dudley," Uncle Vernon said quickly.
The giant let out a low, amused rumble. "That great lump of a son of yours could do with less." "Not more, Dursley," he said. "No need to worry." He handed the sausages to Harry. Harry took them eagerly. He was so hungry that they tasted better than anything he could remember. Still, even as he ate, he couldn't stop staring at the enormous stranger. The silence stretched on, and when no explanation seemed forthcoming, Harry finally spoke. "I'm sorry," he said carefully, "but I still don't really know who you are." The giant drained some of his tea and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
"Hagrid," he said simply. "That's what everyone calls me. Like I told you, keeper of keys at Hogwarts. Thought you'd know that already." No," said Harry. Hagrid blinked, clearly taken aback.
"Sorry," Harry added quickly. "Sorry?" Hagrid echoed, his voice suddenly rising as he turned toward the Dursleys, who shrank further into the shadows. "They're the ones who ought to be sorry. I knew you weren't getting your letters, but I never imagined you didn't even know about Hogwarts. Good grief, did you never wonder where your parents learned everything?" "Learned what?" Harry asked.
"What?" Hagrid bellowed.
In an instant, he was on his feet again, his presence filling the tiny hut. The Dursleys pressed themselves against the wall as if trying to disappear.
"Are you telling me," he growled, glaring at them, "that this boy, and doesn't know anything? Not a single thing."
Harry frowned slightly. That seemed a bit unfair. He had gone to school after all, and he hadn't done badly there, either. "I know a few things," Harry said defensively. "I mean, I can do math and other stuff." But Hagrid waved this aside as though it were meaningless. "Not that kind of thing. I'm talking about our world. Your world. My world. The one your parents belong to."
"My what world?" Harry asked. Hagrid's expression tightened, as if his patience were about to snap.
"Dursley," he thundered. Uncle Vernon, now ghostly pale, muttered something unintelligible under his breath. Hagrid ignored him, his eyes locked on Harry. "But you must have heard about your mum and dad," he said, sounding genuinely baffled. "They were well known. You are, too."
Harry blinked. "What? No, they weren't famous, were they?" Hagrid stared at him, stunned. "You mean to say you really don't know?" he murmured, running a hand through his tangled hair, his gaze sharpened. "You don't even know what ye are?"
Before Harry could respond, Uncle Vernon burst in.
"Enough," he barked. "That's quite enough. I will not have you telling him anything."
Hagrid turned slowly toward him. The look he gave would have silenced most men instantly, and nearly did. "You never told him?" Hagrid said, his voice trembling with fury. "Never told him what was in the letter Dumbledore left for him? I was there that night. I saw it left on your doorstep." "Kept what from me?" Harry demanded, leaning forward.
"Stop! I forbid it!" Uncle Vernon shouted, his voice cracking with panic.
Aunt Petunia let out a sharp, frightened gasp.
"Oh, stuff the lot of you," Hagrid snapped, losing patience entirely. He turned back to Harry.
"Harry, you're a wizard." The words seemed to hang in the air. For a moment, no one spoke. Outside, the wind howled and waves crashed against the rock, filling the silence.
What?" Harry whispered. "A wizard," Hagrid repeated, settling back onto the sofa, which sagged even further beneath him. "And a good one. I'd say once you've had some proper training, with parents like yours, there was never much doubt, and it's high time you saw that letter."
This time, Harry didn't hesitate. He reached for the thick, yellowish envelope addressed in green ink. "Mr. H. Potter, The Floor Hut on the Rock, the Sea." With slightly shaking hands, he pulled out the letter and began to read. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed, you will find a list of all required books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. Please send your reply by owl before July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Harry's thoughts scattered in every direction at once, questions piling over each other faster than he could catch them. He hesitated, then finally blurted out the first one that made sense. "What do they mean, send my reply by owl?" Hagrid froze for a second, then smacked his forehead with a loud thud. "Right, nearly forgot." He plunged a hand into his coat again and, to Harry's astonishment, pulled out a living owl, slightly scruffy-looking, along with a quill and a roll of parchment. Settling himself, he began writing in large, uneven strokes, his tongue peeking out in concentration. Harry leaned forward, reading the words upside down. "Professor Dumbledore, letter delivered to Harry, taking him to get his things tomorrow. Storm's dreadful. Hope all's well. Hagrid." With practised ease, Hagrid rolled up the note, handed it to the owl, and carried it to the door. Without hesitation, he flung it out into the storm. Then he returned, sat back down, and folded his hands as though he'd just sent off an ordinary message. Harry blinked and shut his mouth, realizing he'd been staring. "Now then," Hagrid muttered, trying to pick up where he'd left off. But Uncle Vernon stepped forward, his face pale but his voice hard.
"He's not going," he said.
Hagrid gave a short, unimpressed grunt. "Wouldn't mind seeing you try to stop him."
"A what?" Harry asked quickly. "Muggle?" Hagrid said. "That's what we call non-magic folk. And unlucky you, growing up with a pair like them, the worst sort I've ever seen."
"We made it perfectly clear when we took him in," Uncle Vernon snapped, "that we would put a stop to all of that. We meant to drive it out of him completely. Wizard nonsense indeed."
"You knew," Harry said, turning sharply. "You knew what I was—"
"Knew." Aunt Petunia's voice cut through the room like glass. "Of course we knew. How could we not, with my sister being what she was?" Her face twisted as years of bitterness finally spilled over. "She got a letter just like yours. she went on, her voice shaking. And off she went to that school, came back every holiday with pockets full of disgusting things, performing tricks turning teacups into animals. I was the only one who saw it properly. She was unnatural, a freak. She drew a sharp breath, then continued more fiercely. But my parents adored her. Always Lily, that's so proud to have a witch in the family. Then she met that Potter, married him. Had you and I knew. I knew you'd be the same. Strange. Wrong. Abnormal. Her voice rose to a near shout. And then she got herself blown up and we were stuck with you. Harry felt the world tilt. Blown up, he said faintly. You told me they died in a car crash. Car crash. Hagrid exploded, jumping up so suddenly the whole hut seemed to shake. You expect me to believe that? A car crash kill Lily and James Potter. That's an insult, a scandal. And you, Harry Potter, not even knowing your own story, when every child in our world knows your name. Harry stared at him, breath unsteady. Then what happened? He demanded. The anger drained from Hagrid's face as quickly as it had come. In its place was something uneasy, almost troubled.
I didn't expect this, he said quietly. Didn't realize how much they'd kept from you. Dumbledore mentioned there might be some difficulty finding you, but not this.
He hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. Truth is, I'm not sure I'm the one who ought to explain it all, he went on, but someone has to. You can't go off to Hogwarts not knowing the basics. He shot the Dursleys a look full of disapproval before turning back to Harry. I'll tell you what I can, not everything. Mind some of it's still, well, a bit of a mystery. For a moment, he sat staring into the fire, the flames flickering across his face. Then he spoke again, slower this time. It all starts with a man, a wizard. Strange that you've never heard the name. Everyone knows it where I come from.
Who? Harry asked.
Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. I don't much like saying it out loud. Most people don't. Why not? Because they're still afraid, Hagrid muttered. Can't say I blame 'em. Right, here goes. He drew a breath.
There was this wizard who went bad. Not just a little proper bad. Worse than anyone you could imagine. His name was...
He faltered, swallowing hard. Could you just write it down? Harry suggested. Wouldn't help, Hagrid said. Can't spell it right anyway. All right, Voldemort. He visibly shuddered after saying it. Don't ask me to repeat it, he added quickly. Anyway, about 20 years back, he started gathering followers, and he got plenty. Some were scared into it, others just wanted a share of his power, and he had plenty of that. Make no mistake. His voice grew darker. Those were bad times, Harry. Real bad. No one trusted anyone. You didn't dare get close to people you didn't already know. And if you stood against him, Hagrid paused, you didn't last long. The fire crackled loudly. He was taken over, bit by bit. The only place that felt safe was Hogwarts. People reckoned Dumbledore was the only wizard he ever feared. Never dared make a move on the school, not then.
Hagrid leaned forward slightly.
Your mum and dad, they were among the best. Brilliant, both of them. Head boy and girl back in their day. Always wondered why you-know-who never tried to bring them over to his side. Probably knew they were too loyal to Dumbledore. He frowned.
Maybe he thought he could turn them, or maybe he just wanted them out of the way.
Hagrid's voice softened. All anyone really knows is this 10 years ago. On Halloween night, he found you. Found where you were living. You were just a baby. He stopped.
And he went to your house and...
Hagrid suddenly pulled out a large, stained handkerchief and blew his nose loudly. Sorry, he muttered. Knew your parents. Fine people. The best. He took a breath and continued. He killed them. Both of them. And then, well, here's the strange part, he tried to kill you too. Hagrid looked straight at Harry. But he couldn't. Harry didn't move. You ever wonder about that scar on your forehead? Hagrid said. That's no ordinary mark. That's what happens when a powerful curse hits you and somehow fails. He gestured vaguely. It destroyed your house, took your parents, but it didn't take you. No one ever survived after he decided to kill them. No one, except you. And he'd already taken down some of the strongest witches and wizards. There were the McKinnons, the Bones, the Prewets. He shook his head slowly.
And you were just a baby, and you lived.
Silence fell. Something stirred deep inside Harry's mind, sharp and sudden. As Hagrid's words settled, a memory surfaced more vividly than ever before, a flash of green light, blinding and violent.
And then, for the first time, he heard it clearly.
A high, cold, merciless laugh. Hagrid watched Harry for a moment, his expression softening with something close to sympathy.
I was the one who brought you out, he said quietly. Out of the ruins, Dumbledore told me to. Left you with them. Absolute nonsense, Uncle Vernon snapped.
Harry started. He had almost forgotten the Dursleys were still there, but Uncle Vernon had clearly recovered his nerve. He stood rigid, fists clenched, glaring at Hagrid. Now listen here. Boy, he said, his voice sharp with contempt. I'll admit there's something odd about you, though I dare say a firm hand might have sorted that out years ago. As for your parents, well, they were clearly abnormal. No point denying it. Frankly, the world is better off without people like them. Got exactly what they deserved. Mixing with that sort always knew it would end badly. He never finished. Hagrid shot to his feet in a flash, pulling a battered pink umbrella from inside his coat. He levelled it at Uncle Vernon like a weapon.
I'm warning you, Dursley, he said, his voice low but dangerous. One more word. Uncle Vernon froze, faced with the towering figure and the pointed umbrella. His courage crumbled instantly. He pressed himself flat against the wall and said nothing.
That's better, Hagrid muttered, still breathing hard as he dropped back onto the sofa this time, causing it to sink almost completely to the floor. Harry, however, was hardly paying attention anymore. His mind was racing. But what happened to him? Harry asked. You know who. Hagrid nodded slowly. Good question. No one knows for sure. Disappeared that same night. Vanished. That's what made you famous. See, it's the biggest mystery of all. He was stronger than ever, so why'd he go? He paused, then continued. Some say he died. I don't buy that, not fully. Anyway, don't reckon there was enough of the man left in him to die proper. Others think he's still out there somewhere, waiting. But I'm not convinced of that either. Plenty who followed him came back afterward like they'd been under some kind of spell. Don't think that'd happen if he was still pulling the strings. Hagrid leaned forward slightly. Most of us think he's still alive, just not what he was. Lost his power. Too weak to carry on. And whatever happened that night, it had something to do with you, Harry. Something he didn't expect. Something that stopped him cold. He looked at Harry now with unmistakable respect. But Harry didn't feel proud, not at all. Instead, a heavy doubt settled over him.
A wizard, him!
It didn't make sense. Not after everything. He'd spent his life being shoved around by Dudley, ordered about by Aunt Petunia, ignored or shouted at by Uncle Vernon. If he really had magic, why hadn't anything changed? Why hadn't he ever used it? Why hadn't he turned them into anything to stop it? If he'd somehow defeated the most dangerous wizard in the world, how could Dudley still treat him like a punching bag?
Hagrid, he said slowly, I think you've got the wrong person. I don't think I'm a wizard."
To his surprise, Hagrid laughed a deep, warm chuckle.
"Not a wizard, eh?" he said. "Never had strange things happen when you were upset or scared."
Harry hesitated, then glanced toward the fire. Now that he thought about it, every odd thing that had ever happened, the things that made his aunt and uncle furious, had come when he'd been angry or afraid. Running from Dudley's gang and somehow ending up out of reach, his hair growing back overnight after that awful haircut, and that time at the zoo. He looked up sharply. Hadn't he, without even meaning to, set the boa constrictor on Dudley? Harry turned back to Hagrid, and this time he was smiling slightly.
Hagrid, meanwhile, looked delighted.
"See," he said, "Harry Potter, not a wizard. You just wait, you'll be famous at Hogwarts." But Uncle Vernon wasn't ready to give up just yet. "Didn't I already tell you?" Uncle Vernon snapped. "He's not going. He'll go to Stonewall High and be thankful for it. I've read those letters. He'd need all sorts of rubbish. Spell books. Wands."
"If he wants to go, you won't stop him," Hagrid said, his voice low but firm. "You think you can keep Harry Potter Lily and James Potter's son away from Hogwarts? Don't be ridiculous. His name's been down since the day he was born. He's going to the best school there is. 7 years there, and he won't be the same person. He'll be with others like him for once and taught by the greatest headmaster Hogwarts ever had, Albus Dumbledore." "I am not paying for some crackpot old fool to teach him magic tricks," Uncle Vernon shouted.
That was it. Hagrid moved fast. He jumped up, pulled out his umbrella and pointed it straight at Dudley.
"Don't," he said quietly. "You dare insult Dumbledore in front of me?"
A flash of purple light, loud crack, Dudley screamed. He jumped up, clutching his backside, yelling in pain. When he turned, Harry saw it clearly. A small, curly pig's tail sticking out through his trousers. Uncle Vernon roared and dragged Dudley and Aunt Petunia out of the room, slamming the door behind them. For a moment, only the storm could be heard. Hagrid looked down at his umbrella and sighed. "Shouldn't have lost me temper," he muttered. "Didn't quite work either, meant to turn him into a pig, but I suppose he was already halfway there." He glanced at Harry. "Best not mention that at Hogwarts. Yeah, I'm not really supposed to be doing magic. Only got permission to track you down and make sure you got your letter." "Why not?" Harry asked. Hagrid hesitated.
"I went to Hogwarts," he said, "but I got expelled. 3rd year, they snapped my wand. Dumbledore let me stay on, though. Gave me a job as gamekeeper."
"Why were you expelled?" Hagrid cleared his throat.
"Another time," he said. "We've got a lot to do tomorrow. Need to get into town, buy all your things."
He took off his heavy coat and handed it to Harry. "Use this for a blanket," he said, "and if it moves a bit, don't worry about it." Chapter 5. Diagon Alley. Harry woke up early the next morning. Even though he could tell the sun was already up, he kept his eyes tightly shut. "It was only a dream," he insisted to himself. "I dreamed that a giant named Hagrid came and told me I'd be going to a school for wizards. When I open my eyes, I'll be back home in my cupboard." Suddenly, a sharp tapping sound broke the silence.
"That must be Aunt Petunia," Harry thought, his heart sinking. Still, he didn't open his eyes. The dream had been too good. Tap, tap, tap.
"Okay," Harry muttered, "I'm getting up." He pushed himself upright, and Hagrid's heavy coat slipped off him. Sunlight flooded the hut. The storm had passed. Hagrid lay fast asleep on the broken sofa, and an owl was tapping its claw against the window, a newspaper clutched in its beak, Harry jumped to his feet, his chest swelling with excitement. He hurried to the window and flung it open. The owl swooped inside, dropped the newspaper onto Hagrid, who didn't stir, and then fluttered down to the floor, where it began attacking Hagrid's coat.
Hey, stop that!
Harry tried to shoo it away, but the owl snapped its beak at him and went right on tearing at the coat.
Hagrid, Harry called loudly. There's an owl.
Pay it, Hagrid mumbled into the sofa.
What?
It wants payment for the paper. Check the pockets. Hagrid's coat seemed to have endless pockets, keys, pellets, bits of string, peppermint sweets, tea bags. At last, Harry pulled out a handful of strange coins. Give it 5 nuts, Hagrid said drowsily.
Knuts?
The small bronze ones. Harry counted out 5 tiny bronze coins. The owl lifted its leg so he could place the money into a little leather pouch tied there. Then it took off through the open window. Hagrid yawned loudly, sat up, and stretched. Come on, Harry, big day ahead. We've got to go up to London and get all your school things. Harry turned the wizard coins over in his hand, studying them. Then a thought struck him, and the excitement inside him seemed to deflate at once.
Hagrid?
Hagrid replied, pulling on his enormous boots. I don't have any money, and you heard Uncle Vernon last night. He won't pay for me to learn magic. Don't worry about that, Hagrid said, getting to his feet and scratching his head. Do you really think your parents left you with nothing? Harry was still trying to make sense of everything when But if their house was destroyed, they wouldn't keep their gold at home, lad. Hagrid cut in with a short laugh. No. First place we're going is Gringotts the Wizard Bank. Go on, have a sausage. They're not bad, even cold. And I wouldn't say no to a bit of your birthday cake. Just the one Gringotts, run by goblins. Harry stared at him in shock, the sausage slipping from his hair. Gobley. Exactly, which is why you'd be out of your mind to try robbing it. Never mess with goblins, Harry. Gringotts is about the safest place in the world for anything you want to keep secure, except maybe Hogwarts. Matter of fact, I've got business there myself, for Dumbledore, official Hogwarts business. Hagrid puffed out his chest proudly. He trusts me with important jobs fetching you, picking things up from Gringotts, knows I won.
Got everything. Come on.
Harry followed Hagrid out onto the rock. The storm had completely passed now, the sky was clear, and the sea sparkled brightly under the sun. Uncle Vernon's boat was still there, though
How did you get here? Harry asked, looking around for any sign of another. Flew.
Yeah, but we'll head back in this. Not supposed to use magic too much. Now They climbed into the boat, Harry still sneaking glances at Hagrid, trying to imagine him. Bit of a shame to row, though, Hagrid added, giving him a sideways look. If I gave us a little boost, you wouldn't mention it at Hogwarts, will...
Of course not, Harry said quickly. Eager to see more, Ma.
Hagrid pulled out his pink umbrella, tapped it twice against the side of the boat, and suddenly they shot forward, speeding across the water tow. Why would it be so dangerous to rob Gringotts? Harry asked.
Magic, powerful enchantments, Hagrid replied, opening his newspaper. They say there are dragons guarding the high-security vaults. And even if you got past that, you'd still have to find your way out. The place runs for miles under London, deep beneath the underground. You'd starve before you ever made it back, even if you managed to get your hands on anything.
While Hagrid was absorbed in his copy of the Daily Prophet, Harry sat quietly, his mind racing. He remembered Uncle Vernon's rule about not disturbing someone while they read, but today, staying silent felt nearly impossible. Questions kept piling up faster than he could hold them back. Ministry of Magic at it again? Same old mess, Hagrid muttered, rustling the paper. Harry couldn't help himself. There's actually a Ministry of Magic. Of course there is, Hagrid replied. They wanted Dumbledore to be minister, mind you, but he'd never leave Hogwarts. So Cornelius Fudge got the job instead, not the sharpest, that one. Sends Dumbledore letters every morning, asking what he should do next.
So, what's the ministry for? Harry asked.
Mainly to keep things quiet, said Hagrid. Stop muggles from finding out there are still witches and wizards everywhere. Harry frowned. Why keep it a secret? Because if they knew, Hagrid said, they'd be knocking on our doors day and night, wanting magic to fix every little thing. Better this way. At that moment, the boat gave a soft bump as it reached the harbour wall. Hagrid folded up his newspaper and they climbed onto the stone steps leading into the town.
As they walked toward the station, people couldn't stop staring. Hagrid stood out far too much, not just because of his size, but because of the way he reacted to everything.
Look at that. Harry, he said loudly, pointing at a parking meter, the things muggles invent. Harry hurried to keep up. Hagrid, earlier you said there were dragons at Gringotts.
That's what they say, Hagrid answered. Wouldn't mind having one myself. You're serious? Always wanted one since I was a kid. Ah, here we are.
They arrived at the station just in time. A train to London was leaving in 5 minutes. Since Hagrid didn't understand Muggle money, he handed everything over to Harry to buy the tickets.
On the train, the staring got worse. Hagrid squeezed into 2 seats and began knitting something enormous, bright yellow and oddly shaped, like part of a circus tent. You still got that letter, Harry? He asked, not looking up.
Harry took out the envelope. Good, there's a list of what you'll need in there. Harry unfolded a second sheet and read through it carefully. It listed robes, a pointed hat, gloves, and a cloak, then a long set of books about spells, magic history, potions, and strange creatures. After that came equipment, a wand, a cauldron, bottles, a telescope, and scales. At the bottom, it mentioned he could bring an owl, a cat, or a toad, but no broomsticks for first years. All of this, we can get it in London, Harry asked, amazed. If you know where to go, Hagrid said simply. Harry had never visited London before. Although Hagrid seemed confident about the direction, he clearly wasn't used to travelling like ordinary people. He got stuck in the underground barrier and grumbled the whole time, complaining, I don't see how muggles get by without magic, Hagrid remarked, as they made their way up a rickety, half-broken escalator that opened onto a busy street full of shops. With his enormous size, Hagrid moved through the crowd like a ship through water, people parting without effort. Harry hurried along behind him, trying not to lose sight of his broad back. They passed bookstores, music shops, fast food places, and cinemas, but nothing that even hinted at magic. Everything looked completely normal. Harry couldn't help wondering if any of this was real. Beneath their feet, could there truly be vaults filled with wizard gold? Were there really places nearby selling spellbooks and broomsticks? It all felt impossible. For a fleeting moment, he even considered whether the Dursleys had somehow staged an elaborate trick, but that idea faded quickly. The Dursleys had never had that kind of imagination. And despite everything, Harry found himself trusting Hagrid.
This is the place, Hagrid announced suddenly, stopping in front of a narrow building. The Leaky Cauldron. Quite well known, actually.
Harry blinked. The pub looked small, dingy, and easy to miss. If Hagrid hadn't pointed it out, he would have walked straight past it. Strangely, no one else on the busy street seemed to notice it either. People's gazes slid right over it, as if it simply didn't exist. Harry felt a shiver of curiosity, almost as though only he and Hagrid could see it. Before he could say anything, Hagrid had already guided him inside. For somewhere so famous, it was surprisingly dim and worn. In one corner, a group of elderly women sat quietly sipping sherry, one puffing on a long pipe. Nearby, a short man in a top hat was chatting with the bartender, a bald fellow whose wrinkled face reminded Harry of a toothless walnut. The low murmur of conversation faded the moment they entered. "Not now. Tom, I've got business for Hogwarts," Hagrid said, resting his large hand on Harry's show. The bartender leaned forward, studying Harry's face as if trying to be certain of what he was seeing. "Wait, could it really be?" he murmured, his voice trailing off.
A sudden stillness spread across the room, as though every conversation had been cut short at once.
"Harry Potter," the bartender whispered, almost to himself, before hurrying out from behind the counter. His expression had softened, his eyes shining as he reached for Harry's H. Harry stood frozen for a moment, unsure how to respond, as he became aware that every person in the pub was staring at him. Even the old witch in the corner had stopped paying attention to her pipe, which had quietly gone out, while Hagrid watched the scene with an unmistakable look of pride. Then, almost all at once, the silence broke. Chairs scraped loudly as people stood and began moving toward him. And within seconds Harry found himself surrounded, shaking hands again and again as voices rose eagerly around Harry. "Doris Crockford, so pleased to meet you at last." "Such an..." "Daedalus Diggle, absolutely delighted." Harry blinked, recognizing the name. "I think I've seen you before you bowed."
"He remembers," Diggle exclaimed excitedly, turning to the others. "Did you hear that? He remembers me."
The excitement only grew, and Harry was pulled into more Han. Eventually, a pale young man edged his way forward, looking uneasy, one of his eyes tea. "Professor Quirrell," Hagrid said, gesturing toward him. "He'll be teaching."
"Potter," Quirrell stammered, grasping Harry's hand nervously. I can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you."
"What subject?" "The defense against the dark arts," Quirrell replied hesitantly, as though the words themselves made him uncomfortable. "And not that you'll need it much, I expect," he added, with a strained laugh. You'll be getting your supplies, I suppose. I, myself, need to pee." He looked distinctly uneasy at the others, however, were in no hurry to let Professor Quirrell have Harry to himself, and it took quite a while before Hagrid could finally draw him away from the crowd. Voices overlapped, hands kept reaching out, and only after several minutes did Hagrid manage to raise his voice above the noise. "We'd better get going, still loads to buy. Come on, Harry." After one last enthusiastic handshake from Doris Crockford, Hagrid steered Harry through the bar and out the back, where they stepped into a narrow courtyard enclosed by high walls. It was an unimpressive place, with little more than a dented trash can and a few stubborn weeds pushing through the cracks. Hagrid turned with a broad grin. "See, told you you're famous. Even Quirrell was shaking just meeting you. Though, to be fair, he's always like that." "Is he really that nervous all the time?" Harry asked.
"Oh, yeah," Hagrid replied. "Nice enough. Mind clever too. He was fine when he stuck to books, but then he took a year off to get some real experience. Heard he ran into vampires somewhere in the Black Forest, and there was trouble with a hag as well. Ever since then, he's not been the same jumpy about everything, even his own subject. Now then, where's me umbrella?"
Harry barely had time to process vampires and hags before noticing that Hagrid had begun studying the brick wall above the trash can, counting under his breath. "3 up, 2 across," he muttered, then nodded. "Right, stand back, Harry." With a quick motion, he tapped the wall 3 times using the tip of his umbrella. At once, the brick shifted. It trembled slightly, then began to twist, and a small gap opened at its center. The gap widened, stretching outward until, within seconds, It formed a full archway, large enough even for Hagrid, revealing a winding, cobbled street beyond. "Welcome," Hagrid said, clearly pleased, to Diagon Alley. They stepped through. Harry instinctively glanced back and saw the arch shrink away, the bricks sliding neatly into place as though nothing had ever been there. Sunlight spilled across the street ahead, glinting off a display of cauldrons stacked outside the nearest shop. A sign above them listed sizes and materials: copper, brass, pewter, silver, along with features like self-stirring and collapsible designs. "You'll need one of those," Hagrid remarked, "but first we've got to get your money." Harry wished he could take everything in at once. His eyes darted from one side of the street to the other as they walked, trying to absorb every detail: the shops, the goods, the people. Outside an apothecary, a plump witch was muttering in disbelief about the price of dragon liver. From a shadowy storefront came the soft hooting of owls, while a group of boys crowded around a window, displaying broomsticks, pointing excitedly at a model they claimed was the fastest yet. Everywhere Harry looked, there were things he had never imagined: robes in shop windows, delicate instruments made of silver, jars filled with strange ingredients, piles of spellbooks, quills, parchment, bottles of potions, even models of the moon. "Gringotts," Hagrid announced at last. They stopped before a tall, gleaming white building that rose above all the others. At the top of a set of white stone steps stood a small figure in a scarlet and gold uniform. "That's a goblin," Hagrid said quietly as they approached. The creature bowed as they passed through the great bronze doors and into the building, where a second set of doors, this time silver, stood ahead, engraved with a warning in neatly carved lines. Hagrid gave a short nod toward it. "Like I said, anyone trying to rob this place would have to be out of their mind." Two goblins inclined their heads and ushered them through the silver doors, revealing a vast hall of polished marble. Inside, rows upon rows of goblins sat perched on tall stools behind an extended counter, busy at their work quills, scratching across thick ledgers, coins clinking as they were weighed on brass scales, and glittering stones held up to small eyepieces for inspection. Doors lined the walls in every direction, more than Harry could keep track of, with goblins constantly guiding customers in and out. And Hagrid led Harry toward the counter and addressed one of the goblins who was momentarily free. "Morning. We're here to withdraw some money from Harry Potter's vault." The goblin looked up. "Do you have the key, sir?" "Somewhere in here," Hagrid replied, already rummaging through his coat. He began piling the contents onto the counter: keys, scraps, and a scattering of slightly mouldy dog biscuits that landed right on the goblin's ledger. The goblin pulled back with visible distaste. Nearby, another goblin carefully weighed a collection of rubies that glowed like embers.
"Ah, found it," Hagrid said at last, producing a small golden key.
The goblin examined it with care before giving a short nod. "Yes, this appears correct." "And I've got a letter as well," Hagrid added, straightening with importance, "from Professor Dumbledore. It concerns something in Vault 713. The goblin read the letter slowly, then returned it. "Very well. Someone will escort you. Griphook." A different goblin approached at once, after stuffing everything dog biscuits included back into his pockets. Hagrid followed Griphook, with Harry close behind, toward one of the many doors. "What's in Vault 713? Harry asked quietly. Hagrid lowered his voice. "Can't say. Highly confidential. Hogwarts business. Dumbledore trusted me with it, and that's all I'll tell." Griphook opened the door for them. Harry, expecting more marble, was surprised to find himself stepping into a narrow stone corridor lit by flickering torches. The passage slanted sharply downward, and along the floor ran a set of metal tracks. At a whistle from Griphook, a small cart sped toward them, screeching slightly before coming to a stop. They climbed in Hagrid with some effort, and the cart shot off immediately. They raced through a twisting network of tunnels, turning so often that Harry quickly lost any sense of direction. He tried to follow the path left, right, another turn, but it was hopeless. The cart seemed to guide itself, rattling forward at high speed without any help. Cold air rushed past them, stinging Harry's eyes, but he kept them open, determined not to miss anything. At one point, he thought he caught a flash of fire deeper in the tunnels and twisted around, wondering if it might be a dragon, but they were already plunging further down. They sped past an underground lake, where jagged formations of stone rose from above and below. "What's the difference between a stalactite and a stalagmite?" Harry shouted over the noise. "Stalagmite's got an M in it," Hagrid answered, looking rather unwell. "And don't ask me much else right now, I think I'm about to be sick." His face had taken on a greenish tinge, and when the cart finally screeched to a halt beside a small door set into the wall, Hagrid climbed out unsteadily, leaning against the stone for support. Griphook unlocked the door, a cloud of greenish smoke drifted outward, and as it cleared, Harry stared in disbelief. Inside lay piles upon piles of gold coins, stacks of silver, and heaps of small bronze newts.
"All yours," Hagrid said with a grin.
Harry could hardly take it in. It didn't seem real. The Dursleys had never known if they had. They would have taken it without hesitation. All those years of complaints about the cost of keeping him, and all along this fortune had been waiting, hidden deep beneath London, belonging to him. Hagrid bent down to help Harry scoop some of the coins into a small bag. "The gold ones are galleons," he said. 17 silver sickles make 1 galleon, and 29 nuts go to a sickle. Not too hard once you get used to it. That'll do for now, enough for a few terms. We'll leave the rest safe here." He turned back to the goblin. "Vault 713 next, and maybe a bit slower this time." "Speed does not vary," Griphook replied shortly. The cart plunged onward again, this time descending even farther into the depths. It picked up speed as it went, the cold air growing sharper against Harry's face while they whipped around narrow bends. At one point they thundered across a deep chasm, and Harry leaned over the edge, trying to glimpse what lay below in the darkness, only for Hagrid to grab him firmly and pull him back. When they stopped at last, they stood before a plain door set into the rock, one without any keyhole at all. "Stand aside," said Griphook. He ran a long finger lightly over the surface, and to Harry's astonishment, the door dissolved away as though it had never been solid. "Anyone else attempting that would be dragged inside and sealed in," Griphook added calmly. "How often do you check?" Harry asked. "Roughly every 10 years, Griphook said, a thin smile creeping across his face. Harry's curiosity sharpened instantly. Whatever was hidden here had to be extraordinary. He leaned forward, expecting glittering treasures, but at first glance, the vault seemed empty. Then he spotted it, a small, worn parcel wrapped in plain brown paper, lying alone on the floor. Hagrid stepped forward, picked it up without a word, and slipped it deep inside his coat. Harry's questions rose instantly, but something told him not to ask. "Back in the cart," Hagrid said quickly, "and best not to talk on the way up. I'd rather keep my mouth shut." The return journey was just as wild. By the time they emerged once more into daylight, Harry blinked against the brightness, still clutching the bag of coins. He had no idea how wizard money compared to ordinary currency, but he didn't need to. He could feel the weight of it. It was more than he had ever owned before. More than Dudley had ever had, too. "We'll get your uniform next," Hagrid said, gesturing toward a nearby shop. "Madam Malkin's, say, Harry, would you mind if I nipped back for a quick drink at the Leaky Cauldron? Those carts don't agree with me." He still looked a little pale. Harry nodded and stepped inside the shop alone, feeling slightly unsure of himself. Inside, a short witch, dressed head to toe in mauve, greeted him with a warm smile. "Hogwarts." "I expect," she said at once. "You're in luck. We've already got another student being fitted." At the back, a boy with a pale, sharp-featured face stood on a stool while another witch adjusted his long, black robes. Madame Malkin guided Harry onto a stool beside him, slipped a robe over his head, and began pinning it into shape. "Hello," said the boy casually. "Starting at Hogwarts too?"
"Yes," Harry replied.
"My father's next door getting my books, and my mother's looking at wands," the boy said, in a bored tone. "After that, I'm making them take me to see racing brooms. Honestly, I don't see why first years aren't allowed their own. I'll probably convince my father to buy me one anyway, and sneak it in somehow. Well, I suppose I'll see you at Hogwarts," the boy said, in the same lazy tone before they parted ways. Harry didn't respond much after that. As they walked along the street, he focused on the ice cream Hagrid had bought him, chocolate and raspberry with bits of nuts, but his thoughts kept drifting back to the conversation. Hagrid noticed the silence. "What's on your mind?"
"Nothing," Harry answered quickly, though it wasn't convincing.
They stopped at a shop to pick up parchment and quills, and Harry's mood improved slightly when he discovered a bottle of ink that shifted colours as he wrote. Once they were back outside, he finally asked, "Hagrid, what is Quidditch?" Hagrid let out a small groan. "I keep forgetting how much you don't know, not even Quidditch." "That doesn't really help," Harry muttered, then told him about the boy in the robe shop and what he'd said about students from non-wizarding families.
Hagrid snorted. "You're not from a Muggle family. If he'd known who you were, he wouldn't have said a thing kids like him grow up hearing your name. You saw what it was like back at the pub. And anyway, he hasn't got a clue. Some of the best witches and wizards I've ever met came from Muggle families. Your mum's a perfect example. Look at what she could do, even with the sister she had." Harry thought about that, then returned to his earlier question. "So, Quidditch?" "It's our sport," Hagrid explained. "Wizard sport, bit like football, if you're thinking in Muggle terms, but played in the air, on broomsticks. There are 4 balls involved, not the easiest thing to explain all at once." "And Slytherin Hufflepuff?" Harry asked. "There's schoolhouses 4 in total. Some folks say Hufflepuff aren't up to much, but I'll probably end up there," Harry said quietly. "Better that than Slytherin," Hagrid replied at once, his expression darkening. "There's never been a witch or wizard who turned bad that wasn't from Slytherin. You know who was one of them." Harry hesitated before asking, "You mean, you know who went to Hogwarts too?" "Long time ago," Hagrid said. They moved on to a bookshop called Flourish and Blots, where the shelves were packed from floor to ceiling. Some books were enormous and bound in thick leather. Others were tiny and delicate, wrapped in silk. A few were filled with strange symbols, while some appeared completely blank. Even Dudley, who hated reading, would probably have found something here worth picking up. Harry lingered over one particular book about curses and counter-curses, imagining what it might be like to use some of them on Dudley, but Hagrid quickly pulled him away. "Not saying it's not tempting," Hagrid said, "but you're not allowed to use magic in the Muggle world unless it's something serious. Besides, you wouldn't be able to manage those yet. Takes a lot more learning first." Hagrid also refused to let him buy a gold cauldron, pointing out that his list clearly said pewter. Still, they picked up a good set of scales for measuring potion ingredients and a collapsible brass telescope. Their next stop was the apothecary. The smell alone was enough to make Harry wrinkle his nose, a horrible mix of rotten cabbage and something even worse, but the place itself was fascinating. Large barrels of slimy substances stood on the floor, while shelves were lined with jars of dried plants, powders, and strange ingredients. From above hung bunches of feathers, strings of fangs, and twisted claws.
While Hagrid spoke to the shopkeeper about basic supplies, Harry wandered, examining everything within reach. Unicorn horns, polished and silver, were priced at 21 galleons each, and nearby, tiny black beetle eyes glittered in a jar, sold by the scoop, standing just outside the apothecary. Hagrid glanced down at Harry's list once more. "Looks like it's just the wand left now, and I haven't sorted your birthday present yet." Harry felt his face warm immediately. "You don't need to."
"I know I don't," Hagrid cut in, waving it off. "But I will anyway. Tell you what will get you an animal, not a toad. Mind those went out years ago. You'd only get laughed at, and I can't stand cats. They make me sneeze. An owl's the best choice. Every student wants one they're useful. Carry your post and all that."
Not long after, they stepped back out of Aelop's Owl Emporium, a dim, fluttering place full of soft, rustling sounds and gleaming eyes in the shadows. Harry now held a large cage, inside which a beautiful snowy owl slept peacefully, her head tucked beneath one wing. He kept trying to thank Hagrid, stumbling over his words in his excitement. "Don't worry about it," Hagrid said gruffly. "Reckon you haven't had many presents from the Dursleys. Anyway, now then, just one more stop. Ollivander's, only place worth going for a wand, and you'll want a good one."
A wand? That was what Harry had been waiting for all along.
The shop they approached was narrow and rather worn, with fading gold lettering above the door. Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window sat a single wand, displayed on a faded purple cushion. A faint bell chimed somewhere inside as they entered. The shop was small and quiet, almost empty, except for a thin, fragile-looking chair, which Hagrid carefully lowered himself onto. Harry felt an odd sense of stillness, as though he had stepped into a place where noise didn't belong. He swallowed the many questions forming in his mind, and instead looked around at the countless narrow boxes stacked all the way to the ceiling. A strange feeling crept over him. The silence here didn't feel ordinary. It seemed to hum with something hidden. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice.
Harry jumped. Hagrid did too, judging by the cracking sound from the chair as he quickly stood up.
An elderly man had appeared before them, his pale eyes gleaming in the dim light.
"Hello?" Harry said uncertainly. "Ah, yes," the man said, studying him closely. "I had a feeling I would be seeing you soon, Harry Potter." It was not a question. "You have your mother's eyes. I remember when she came here for her first wand, 10¼ inches. Willow, very supple. Excellent for charm work."
He stepped closer, his gaze never leaving Harry. Harry found it unsettling. Those bright, silvery eyes didn't seem to blink. "Your father preferred something different," the man continued. "Mahogany, 11 inches, flexible, a wand with a bit more strength, well suited to transfiguration. Though, of course," he added softly, "it is never truly the wizard who chooses the wand, chooses its owner." He moved so close that Harry could see his own reflection in those pale eyes.
"And that is where—"
The man raised a long, thin finger and gently touched the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. "I regret to say I was the one who sold the wand responsible," he said quietly. 13½ inches. Yee. A wand of great power and in the wrong hands. He paused, shaking his head slightly. "If I had known what it would be used for." He broke off, then suddenly noticed Hagrid.
"Rubeus Hagrid, it's been some time," he said, his tone shifting. "Oh, wasn't it? 16 inches, quite flexible." "Yes, sir, that's right," Hagrid replied.
"A fine wand," the man said, though his expression sharpened, "though I imagine it was snapped when you were expelled."
Yes, it was," Hagrid admitted, shifting awkwardly. "Still got the pieces, though," he added quickly.
"You don't use them, I trust?" the man asked, his voice suddenly strict. Sir, not at all, Hagrid said hastily, gripping his pink umbrella a little tighter.
The man murmured, eyeing him for a moment before turning back. Now then, Mr. Potter, let's see.
He pulled a measuring tape marked with silver lines from his pocket. Which hand do you use for your wand?
I'm right-handed, Harry answered. Hold your arm out, yes, like that, the man instructed.
He began measuring Harry in a way that felt both precise and oddly excessive, from shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, shoulder down to the floor, even from knee to armpit and around his head. As he worked, he spoke calmly, as though explaining something long practiced. Each wand made here contains the core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We commonly use unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, or dragon heartstring. No two wands are ever identical, just as no two of those creatures are alike. And naturally, a wand will never perform quite as well in the hands of someone other than its true owner. It took Harry a moment to realize that the measuring tape, now carefully noting the distance between his nostrils, was moving by itself. Meanwhile, Mr. Ollivander had already drifted off toward the shelves, selecting long boxes with quick, practiced movements. That will be enough, he said abruptly. The tape dropped at once, collapsing onto the floor.
Now then, let's begin. Try this beechwood dragon heartstring, 9 inches, flexible. Give it a wave.
Harry took the wand and, feeling slightly awkward, flicked it through the air. Before he could do much more, it was taken from his hand.
No, not quite. Here, maple phoenix feather. 7 inches, rather springy.
Again Harry tried, but once more the wand was removed almost immediately.
No. Let's see ebony unicorn hair, 8.5 inches. Go on, try it.
Harry obeyed, then tried another and another. He wasn't sure what he was meant to feel or do differently. The pile of rejected wands kept growing higher on the thin chair nearby. Yet with each attempt, Mr. Ollivander seemed more engaged, almost delighted by the process.
An interesting case, he murmured. No matter, we'll find the right one. Let me think. Yes, perhaps an unusual pairing. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nicely balanced.
Harry took it. The moment his fingers closed around the wand, he felt a sudden warmth spread through his hand. Almost without thinking, he lifted it and gave it a sharp flick. A burst of red and gold sparks shot from the tip, scattering light across the walls like tiny fireworks.
Hagrid let out an excited cheer, clapping loudly, while Mr. Ollivander's face lit up with satisfaction. Excellent, yes, very good indeed, remarkable, most curious.
Still murmuring to himself, he placed the wand back into its box and wrapped it neatly in brown paper. Curious, very curious. Harry hesitated. Sorry, what do you mean? Mr. Ollivander looked at him intently, those pale eyes fixed on him once again. I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter, without exception. The phoenix feather in your wand, it came from a very particular bird. That same phoenix gave only one other feather. He paused, letting the words sink in. It is quite extraordinary that you should be chosen by this wand, because its twin, the wand made with that other feather, is the one that gave you your scar. Harry felt his throat tighten. Yes, 13.5 inches. You! Strange how these connections reveal themselves. As I said, the wand chooses the wizard. He studied Harry for a moment longer, then added quietly, I believe you are destined for significant things with Mr. Potter. After all, the wizard who once held that other wand also achieved great things. A slight pause. Terrible, yes, but great nonetheless. A chill ran through Harry. There was something about Mr. Ollivander that unsettled him, though he couldn't quite explain why. After paying 7 galleons for the wand, he left the shop with Hagrid, who was politely shown out with a bow. By the time they stepped back into the street, the sun was already sinking low, casting long shadows across Diagon Alley. Together, they retraced their path through the archway, back into the now quiet pub, and out onto the ordinary streets beyond. Harry remained silent the entire way, even on the underground, surrounded by curious stares as they carried their oddly shaped packages and the sleeping snowy owl in her cage. He barely noticed anything. They passed through another escalator and emerged at Paddington Station. Harry only became aware of it when Hagrid tapped his shoulder.
"Still got a bit of time before your train," Hagrid said. "Let's grab something to eat."
He returned with a hamburger, and they sat side by side on plastic seats. Harry glanced around, feeling strangely disconnected from everything. The ordinary world no longer felt quite the same. "You okay, Harry? You've gone quiet on me," Hagrid said. Harry hesitated. It was hard to explain. This had been the most incredible birthday he'd ever had, and yet something didn't sit right. He took another bite, thinking. "Everyone keeps acting like I'm important," he said finally. "All those people back at the pub, Professor Quirrell, Mr. Ollivander, but I don't even know anything about magic. Why do they expect so much from me? I'm famous for something I can't even remember. I don't know what really happened that night when my parents died." Hagrid leaned forward slightly. Beneath the tangled beard and heavy brows, his expression softened. "Don't worry about that," he said gently. "You'll learn. Same as everyone else. Nobody walks into Hogwarts knowing everything. You'll do just fine. Just be yourself. I know it's not easy, being singled out like that, but you'll settle in. Hogwarts is a good place. Best place there is." When it was time, Hagrid walked Harry to the train and helped him aboard. Before stepping back, he handed him an envelope. "That's your ticket," he said. "1st of September, King's Cross. Everything's written there. And if the Dursleys give you any trouble, send me a letter with your owl, she'll find me." He paused, then added, "See you soon, Harry." The train began to move. Harry leaned toward the window, trying to keep Hagrid in sight as long as possible. For a moment, he could still see the large figure standing on the platform, but then the view shifted, and Hagrid was gone. Chapter 6. The Journey from Platform 9 3/4. Harry's final month at the Dursleys' house was far from pleasant. It was true that Dudley had become so frightened of him that he refused to be in the same room, and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon no longer locked him in the cupboard, ordered him around, or yelled at him. In fact, they barely acknowledged his existence at all. Their behavior hovered somewhere between fear and resentment, as if any space Harry occupied simply didn't count, while this was, in some ways, an improvement. The constant silence gradually became heavy and isolating. Most of the time, Harry stayed in his bedroom, keeping company with his new owl. He had named her Hedwig, a name he had discovered in a history of magic. His school books fascinated him, and he would lie awake for hours reading late into the night while Hedwig glided freely through the open window. It was just as well that Aunt Petunia had stopped coming in to clean, since Hedwig had developed a habit of bringing back dead mice. Each night, before going to bed, Harry would mark off another day on the scrap of paper pinned to his wall, counting down eagerly to the 1st of September. On the evening of August 31st, Harry decided it was time to ask his aunt and uncle about getting to King's Cross Station the next day. He went downstairs to the living room, where they were absorbed in a quiz show on television. Clearing his throat softly to announce himself, he startled Dudley, who let out a scream and bolted from the room.
"Uncle Vernon." Uncle Vernon responded with a low grunt, indicating he was listening.
"I need to be at King's Cross tomorrow," Harry said hesitantly, "to catch the train to Hogwarts."
Another grunt. Could you give me a ride?
A third grunt followed. Harry took it as agreement. Thanks, he muttered. He was just about to head back upstairs when Uncle Vernon suddenly spoke. Strange way to get to a school for wizards by train. What happened? Magic carpet's out of order. Harry chose not to respond. Where exactly is this place? Uncle Vernon continued. I'm not sure, Harry admitted, realizing it himself for the first time. He took the ticket Hagrid had given him out of his pocket. It says, I need to board at platform 9 3/4 at 11 o'clock. Both his aunt and uncle looked at him in disbelief.
Platform what? 9 3/4?
Don't be ridiculous, Uncle Vernon snapped. There's no such thing. It's written right here on the ticket.
Madness, Uncle Vernon muttered. The whole lot of them must be completely insane. You'll see soon enough. Still, we'll drive you to King's Cross since we're heading to London anyway. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother.
Why are you going to London? Harry asked, trying to sound polite. Taking Dudley to the hospital, Uncle Vernon replied gruffly. He needs that blasted tail removed before he starts at Smeltings. Harry woke at 5 the next morning, too restless with anticipation to fall back asleep. He got dressed quickly, choosing jeans instead of his wizard robes he planned to change once he was on the train. He checked his Hogwarts list again and again to make sure nothing was missing, confirmed that Hedwig was safely secured in her cage, and then paced around his room while waiting for the Dursleys to wake up. 2 hours later, his large, heavy trunk had been loaded into the car. Aunt Petunia had reluctantly persuaded Dudley to sit beside him, and soon they were on their way. They arrived at King's Cross around 10:30 without ceremony. Uncle Vernon hauled Harry's trunk out of the car, dropped it onto a trolley, and pushed it along for a short distance. For a brief moment, Harry thought this might be an unexpected act of decency until Uncle Vernon came to an abrupt halt, staring ahead with a smug, unpleasant expression. Well then, he said, nodding toward the tracks. Platform 9, platform 10, yours must be somewhere in between, though it looks like they forgot to build it. He wasn't wrong. A bold number 9 marked one platform, a large 10 the next, and between them stood nothing but a solid barrier.
Enjoy your term, Uncle Vernon added, his grin widening in a way that made it clear he found the whole thing amusing.
Without waiting for a reply, he turned back. Harry watched as the Dursleys drove off, all three of them laughing. A hollow feeling settled in his chest. For a moment, he simply stood there, unsure of what to do next. People nearby had begun to notice him, especially Hedwig in her cage, and their curious glances only made things worse. He decided he had no choice but to ask for help. Spotting a railway employee, Harry approached cautiously. However, he couldn't bring himself to mention the strange platform number. When he asked about Hogwarts instead, the man looked puzzled, then irritated, as though Harry were deliberately wasting his time. Harry tried asking about an 11 o'clock train, but was told no such departure existed. The man eventually walked away, shaking his head and muttering under his breath. Now the pressure was mounting. The large clock overhead showed only 10 minutes remaining. Harry stood frozen in the middle of the station, surrounded by noise and movement, yet completely stuck. His trunk was too heavy to carry far, his pockets were filled with unfamiliar wizard coins, and Hedwig shifted restlessly beside him. Panic began to creep in. Maybe Hagrid had left something out, some small but crucial instruction. After all, there had been a trick to entering Diagon Alley. Perhaps there was something similar here. Harry even considered taking out his wand and trying anything near the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Just then, a nearby conversation caught his attention.
Of course it's full of muggles.
Harry turned quickly. A plump woman stood nearby with 4 boys, all of them red-haired. Each boy was pushing a trunk much like his own, and one of them had an owl as well. Hope sparked instantly. trying not to draw attention. Harry followed them at a short distance. They stopped, and he lingered close enough to overhear.
"Now then," the woman said, "which platform is it?" 9 3/4, chirped a younger girl with bright red hair, clutching her hand. "Mum, can I come too?" "You're too young, Ginny. Quiet now. Percy, go on you first."
The oldest boy stepped forward confidently, heading straight toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched intensely, determined not to miss a single detail. But just as the boy reached it, a crowd of passing tourists moved between them, blocking Harry's view. For a second or two, all he could see were backpacks and shifting bodies, and then, just like that, the boy was gone. "Your turn." "Fred," the woman said. "I'm not Fred, I'm George," the boy replied, feigning offense. "Really, you'd think our own mother could manage to tell us apart."
"Oh, sorry. George, dear."
"Relax. I'm only teasing I am Fred," he said with a grin, then hurried forward. His twin shouted after him to move along, and within a heartbeat, he too had disappeared. Harry blinked, baffled he hadn't seen how it happened. The next brother stepped up without hesitation, striding toward the barrier. He was nearly there, and then, in an instant, he was gone as well. Harry stared. There was no trick he could spot, no hidden doorway, no gap, nothing. He took a breath and turned to the woman. "Excuse me." She smiled warmly. "Hello, dear. First year, Ron is as well." She gestured to her youngest son, a lanky boy with a scattering of freckles, oversized hands, and an uncertain posture.
"Yes," Harry said. I don't quite know how to."
"Get through to the platform," she finished gently. Harry nodded. "It's quite simple," she assured him. "Just head straight toward the barrier between 9 and 10. Don't slow down, and don't hesitate, you won't crash. That part's important. If you're nervous, a little run helps. Go on now before Ron does."
"Right, okay," Harry said.
He turned back to his trolley and fixed his eyes on the solid-looking barrier. It didn't seem promising. He started forward. People brushed past him on their way to the nearby platforms. He quickened his pace. The wall loomed closer. Surely this was a mistake. He was about to slam straight into it. He leaned into the trolley and broke into a run. Closer. Closer. No turning back now. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself. But there was no impact. He was still moving. Cautiously now, he opened his eyes. A gleaming red steam engine stood before him, billowing clouds of white vapor over a crowded platform. Above it hung a sign, Hogwarts Express 11 o'clock. Harry spun around. Behind him was no barrier, but an iron archway marked Platform 9 3/4. He'd made it. Steam drifted through the air as voices overlapped in excited chatter. Cats wove through the crowd, brushing against legs, while owls called out irritably from their cages, disturbed by the noise and motion. The platform was alive with movement students, parents, trunks scraping along the ground. Many of the compartments were already filled. Some students leaned out of windows, waving or calling final goodbyes, while others argued over seats inside. Harry began pushing his trolley along, searching for somewhere to sit. As he passed, he heard a round-faced boy say anxiously, "Grant, I've lost my toad again."
"Oh, Neville," an older woman replied with a weary sigh.
A little farther on, a boy with long, rope-like hair stood at the center of a curious crowd.
"Come on, Lily, let's see it." Grinning, the boy lifted the lid of the box he was holding. Instantly, those gathered around recoiled with a mix of shrieks and laughter as something inside extended a long, hairy leg into view.
Harry pushed his way along the platform, weaving through the crowd until he reached a carriage near the rear where one compartment still sat empty. He slid Hedwig's cage inside first, then turned back to wrestle with his trunk. Dragging it to the door was one thing, getting it up the steps was another entirely. He strained, managed to lift one end slightly, and then lost his grip. The trunk dropped with a thud right onto his foot. He winced.
Need some help?
Harry looked up. One of the red-haired boys, the twins, stood nearby, grinning.
Yes, please, Harry said, catching his breath. Fred, over here, the boy called.
Between the two of them, they hauled the trunk up and shoved it into the compartment, wedging it neatly into a corner.
Thanks, Harry said, brushing his hair back from his face.
One of the twins suddenly leaned closer, eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. Hey, what's that? The other followed his gaze. Wait a second, no way.
It is, isn't it? The first said, turning back to Harry. You are. Who? Harry asked, confused. Harry Potter, both twins said at once.
Harry hesitated. Yes. They stared at him, wide-eyed, and Harry felt his face grow warm under their attention. Before either of them could say more, a familiar voice called from outside.
Fred, George, where have you got to?
Coming, Mum, they answered together. They gave Harry one last curious look before hopping down from the train. Harry took a seat by the window. From there, he could watch the family gathered on the platform without being too obvious. Their mother had pulled out a handkerchief and was fussing over the youngest boy.
Ron, your nose is dirty.
He tried to dodge, but she caught him and briskly wiped it clean.
Mum, stop it, he protested, pulling away. Ooh, Ickle Ronnie's got something on his nosy, one twin teased. Shut it, Ron snapped, his face reddening. Where's Percy? Their mother asked. Coming, someone replied.
The eldest brother appeared moments later, walking with purpose. He was already dressed in his black school robes, and a polished silver badge marked with a large P gleamed on his chest.
I can't stay, he said quickly. Prefects get their own compartments up front. Oh, you're a prefect? Percy, one twin said, feigning astonishment. Funny you never mentioned it. I could have sworn he did, the other added thoughtfully. Once or twice.
Or all summer, the first finished.
Enough, Percy said sharply.
Why does Percy get new robes then? One twin asked. Because he earned them, their mother said warmly. Now off you go. Dear, and send an owl when you arrive. She kissed him on the cheek before he hurried away. Then she turned her attention to the twins, her expression shifting. And you two behave yourselves this year. I mean it. If I hear about any more incidents...
Incidents, one twin echoed innocently. Like blowing things up, she said pointedly.
Blowing things up, we'd never. Though it does sound interesting, the other added. That's not funny, she said firmly, and look after your brother. Don't worry, little Ronnie's in safe hands. Be quiet, Ron muttered again. He was nearly their height now, though his nose was still pink from the earlier scrubbing.
Hey, Mum, one of the twins said suddenly. Guess who we ran into on the train?
Harry quickly leaned back from the window so they wouldn't catch him watching. You remember that boy at the station, the one with dark hair? The twin continued. You know who he is.
Who? She asked. Harry Potter.
A younger voice burst in eagerly. Mum, can I go see him? Please, just for a minute. You've already seen him, Ginny, their mother said gently but firmly, and he's not some exhibit to stare at. Are you sure? Fred, how do you know? We asked him, Fred replied, and we saw it, the scar. It's exactly like they say, a lightning bolt. There was a brief pause. Poor child, their mother said softly. That explains why he was on his own. He was very polite when he spoke to me. But do you think he remembers anything? one of the twins asked quietly. About, you know who.
At once, their mother's tone changed, becoming sharp and serious. Absolutely not, their mother said firmly. You're not to bring that up. Fred, not on his first day. Leave the boy alone. Fine, fine, he replied lightly. No need to panic.
A sharp whistle pierced the air. Quick now, she urged. The three boys scrambled aboard, then leaned back out of the window so she could kiss them goodbye. Their little sister clung to the moment, tears spilling down her face.
Don't cry. Ginny, one of them, called. We'll write all the time.
Maybe we'll send you something special like a piece of Hogwarts, another added mischievously.
George.
Just kidding, Mum. With a lurch, the train began to roll forward. Harry watched as the woman waved steadily, while the girl ran alongside for as long as she could, caught between laughter and tears. Eventually, the train picked up speed, leaving her behind. She slowed, still waving as she grew smaller in the distance. The platform slipped away, replaced by rows of houses flashing past the window. A surge of anticipation rose in Harry's chest. Whatever lay ahead, it had to be better than everything he'd just left behind. The compartment door slid open. The youngest of the red-haired boys stepped in. "Is this seat free?" he asked, gesturing toward the spot across from Harry. "The rest are taken." Harry nodded, and the boy dropped into the seat. He gave Harry a quick glance, then immediately turned toward the window as if he hadn't. The faint smudge still lingered on his nose. A moment later, the door opened again.
Ron?
The twins had returned. "There's something you've got to see," one said. "Lee Jordan's got a massive spider down the train." "Right," Ron muttered, clearly unsure whether he cared. "Oh, and we never properly introduced ourselves," the other added, turning to Harry. "Fred and George Weasley, this is our brother Ron. Catch you later." "See ya," Harry and Ron said together. The twins slipped out, closing the door behind them. For a brief moment there was silence. Then Ron blurted, "So, are you actually Harry Potter?" Harry gave a small nod.
I thought it might have been a joke, Ron admitted. Fred and George are always messing about, but have you really got, you know?
He gestured awkwardly toward Harry's forehead. Harry brushed his hair aside, revealing the scar. Ron leaned forward, staring.
That's where he...
"Yeah," Harry said, "but I don't remember any of it." "Nothing at all?" Ron asked, his curiosity lighting up. "Just a flash of green light," Harry replied. "That's it." "Blimey," Ron breathed. He continued to look at Harry for a few seconds before suddenly turning away, embarrassed at his own staring. Harry studied him in return. "Is your whole family magical?" he asked. Ron shrugged. "Pretty much. Though I think there's some distant relative who works as an accountant or something. No one really talks about him." "So you've grown up around magic, then?" It made sense. Ron seemed completely at ease with everything Harry still found strange.
I heard you lived with Muggles, Ron said. What's that like?
Harry hesitated. "Some are fine," he said. "But my relatives, not exactly. I'd have traded them for a few wizard brothers any day." 5 older brothers, Ron said. His expression dimmed a little. "I'm number 6 heading to Hogwarts. Bit hard to stand out, really." He shifted in his seat before continuing. "Bill and Charlie have already finished. Bill was head boy, and Charlie captained the Quidditch team. Percy's just become a prefect. Even Fred and George, yeah. They mess about all the time, but they still get top marks. And everyone thinks they're brilliant. So when it's my turn, if I do well, it's nothing spec." He gave a small shrug. "And nothing you own is ever actually new when you've got that many brothers. These robes used to be Bill's. My one belonged to Charlie and T." He pulled out a plump, grey rat, fast asleep in his palm. "Scabbers," Ron said. Completely useless, barely moves most of the time. Percy got an owl when he made prefect, but we couldn't really, He trailed off, his ears turning slightly red, as though he'd said more than he meant to. He quickly looked away, focusing on the... Harry didn't see anything embarrassing about it. Only a few weeks earlier, he hadn't owned anything at all. He told Ron about wearing his cousin's oversized clothes and never receiving proper birthday presents. As he spoke, Ron's mood visibly lifted.
And before Hagrid showed up, Harry finished. I didn't even know I was a wizard or anything about my parent.
Ron,
What?
you said his name. Ron said, eyes wide. I thought you wouldn't.
I didn't realize I wasn't supposed to, Harry replied. I'm not trying to be brave or anything. I just didn't know. Like I said, I've got loads to learn. He hesitated, then added quietly, I bet.
You won't, Ron said quickly. Loads of students come from Muggle F. As they talked, the train had left the city behind. The view outside had changed to open countryside green fields, dotted with cows and sheep rushing past the windows. For a while, neither of them spoke. At about 12:30, a rattling sound came from the corridor. The compartment door slid open, and a cheerful woman with dimples smiled at.
Anything from the trolley? Duh.
Harry jumped to his feet. He hadn't eaten all morning. Ron, however, turned pink again and muttered that he had brought.
Ha.
Back at the Dursleys, he'd never had money for sweets now, with gold and silver coins jingling in his pockets. He felt like he could buy the entire cart. He looked eagerly for familiar chocolate bars, but instead, what are these? Harry asked, picking up a box labelled chocolate frogs. He eyed it suspiciously. They're not actually alive, are they? Don't worry, Ron said. They're just sweets. But check the card inside, that's the best part. I'm still trying to find a gripper.
A gripper, Harry repeated.
Right, you wouldn't know, Ron said. Each frog comes with a collectible card, famous witches and wizards. I've got loads of them, but I'm missing a few. Agrippa, Ptolemy, haven't found those yet. Harry peeled open the wrapper and slid out the card. A portrait stared back at him, an elderly man with half-moon spectacles, a crooked nose, and long silver hair flowing into a beard.
Albus Dumbledore, Harry read aloud. So that's him?
Ron blinked at him. You've never heard of Dumbledore? Seriously, can I have one of those frogs? Maybe I'll finally get a gripper. Harry handed one over and flipped his card around to read the back. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. Widely regarded as one of the most powerful wizards of the modern age, Dumbledore is known for defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work in alchemy alongside Nicholas Flamel. Harry read it twice, impressed. When he turned the card back again, he blinked in confusion. The picture's gone. Ron barely looked up. They don't stay still forever. He'll come back. Sure enough, when Harry checked again, Dumbledore had reappeared, offering a faint, knowing smile. Meanwhile, Ron had already collected another duplicate. Morgana again, he muttered. Want it? You might as well start your own set. Harry accepted it absently, still fascinated. Photos don't do this where I come from, he said. People just stay frozen.
They don't move at all, Ron said, amazed. That's mad.
Harry continued opening the frogs, quickly building up a small collection. Merlin, Paracelsus, Circe, and several others. He lingered over each one, captivated by the way they shifted and moved. Eventually, he set them aside and reached for another bag. What about these? He asked, holding up a colourful packet of Bertie Bott's every flavour beans. Ron gave a cautious look. Be careful with those, they mean every flavour. Some are normal chocolate, mint, but others, he grimaced. Let's just say not all of them are pleasant. George once swore he got one that tasted like a bogey. He picked out a green bean, examined it, and bit off a corner. His face twisted instantly. Ugh, sprouts. Harry laughed and began trying them too. Some were surprisingly good toast, coconut, strawberry, but others were far less appealing. He tasted things that reminded him of grass, coffee, and even sardines. One grey bean looked particularly suspicious, but he tried it anyway. It turned out to be pepper. Outside, the view had changed again. The tidy farmland had disappeared, replaced by thick woods, winding rivers, and rolling hills stretching into the distance. A knock interrupted them. The door slid open to reveal the round-faced boy Harry had noticed earlier. His eyes looked watery, as if he might cry. "Sorry," he said nervously. "Have you seen a toad anywhere?" Harry and Ron shook their heads.
"I keep losing him," the boy said miserably. "He just disappears."
"I'm sure he'll turn up," Harry said. "Yeah," the boy replied weakly. "If you do see him—" He trailed off and left. Ron watched him go. "Don't see the point of bringing a toad," he said. "If it were me, I'd let it wander off for good, though I suppose I've got no room to talk." He glanced down at Scabbers, still asleep in his lap.
"Honestly, he might be dead half the time and I wouldn't notice," Ron added. "I even tried turning him yellow yesterday. Thought it might improve him a bit, but the spell didn't work. I can show you, if you like." Ron dug through his trunk and eventually pulled out a wand that looked like it had seen far better days. Its surface was scratched and worn, and at the tip, something pale was sticking out.
"The unicorn hair's nearly coming loose," he said, examining it briefly. Still. He had just lifted it to demonstrate when the compartment door slid open once more. The boy who had lost his toad returned, this time accompanied by a girl. She was already dressed in her Hogwarts robes.
"Has anyone seen a toad?" she asked briskly. "Neville's misplaced his."
Her tone was confident, almost commanding, and her thick brown hair framed a face with noticeably large front teeth. "We already told him we haven't," Ron said, but she seemed more interested in the wand he was holding.
"Oh, you're attempting magic," she said, immediately intrigued. "Let's see it then."
Without waiting for permission, she took a seat across from them. Ron blinked, clearly caught off guard.
All right."
He straightened slightly, cleared his throat, and recited, "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this foolish rat bright yellow." He gave his wand a hopeful flick. Nothing happened. Scabbers remained exactly as he was, grey, round, and asleep. The girl raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain that's an actual spell? It doesn't seem very effective. I've practiced a few basic ones myself, and they all worked perfectly." She continued without pause. "No one in my family has any magical background, so you can imagine how surprised I was when I received my letter, but of course I was thrilled. Hogwarts is supposed to be the finest school there is. I've already memorized all the required textbooks, though I do hope that will be sufficient. Oh, my name is Hermione Granger, and you are—" She spoke so quickly it was almost overwhelming. Harry glanced at Ron and was reassured to see that he looked just as stunned. Clearly, he hadn't memorized the textbooks either.
"Ron Weasley," Ron said quietly.
"Harry Potter," Harry added. Hermione's eyes widened. "Really? The Harry Potter? I've read quite a bit about you. You're mentioned in several historical texts, modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, great wizarding events of the 20th century."
"I am," Harry said, feeling slightly overwhelmed. "Of course," Hermione said matter-of-factly. "If it were me, I'd have looked up everything. Do either of you know which house you'll be sorted into? I've been asking around. Personally, I'm hoping for Gryffindor. It sounds the most impressive. Apparently, Dumbledore was in it. Though Ravenclaw wouldn't be terrible, I suppose.
She stood abruptly. Anyway, we should continue looking for Neville's toad, and you two ought to get changed. We must be getting close now. With that, she turned and swept out of the compartment, Neville trailing behind her. The girl swept out of the compartment, Neville hurrying after her.
Ron watched the door close, then muttered, "Wherever I end up, I seriously hope she's not there."
He tossed his wand back into his trunk with a scowl. That spell was rubbish. George must have known it's exactly the sort of joke he'd pull. Harry smiled faintly. "Which house are your brothers in?" "Gryffindor," Ron said at once, though his expression darkened again. "Mum and Dad were in it too. If I'm not, I don't know what they'll think. I mean, Ravenclaw wouldn't be the worst. But imagine if I got put in Slytherin." "That's where Vol-You-Know-Who was, right?" Harry asked. Ron nodded, sinking deeper into his seat. "Yeah." Seeing how down he looked, Harry quickly tried to change the subject. "I think Scabbers might be a bit lighter around his whiskers," he said, peering at the rat. "So, what do your older brothers do now?" He was curious what happened to wizards after school. "Charlie's in Romania working with dragons," Ron said, perking up slightly. "Bill's in Africa doing something for Gringotts. Speaking of which, did you hear what happened there?" Harry shook his head. "It's been all over the wizarding news. Someone tried to break into one of their high-security vaults." Harry leaned forward. "Seriously, did they catch whoever did it?" "Nope, that's the strange part," Ron said. "They got away. Dad reckons it must have been a really powerful dark wizard to even get close. But nothing was taken, that's what's weird about it. Everyone's a bit nervous. Though whenever something like that happens, people start wondering if you know who's involved." Harry fell quiet, thinking it over. Just hearing that name made him uneasy now. Back before all this, it had been easier just a word. Now it carried weight. Something heavier and more real. After a moment, Ron spoke again. "So what Quidditch team do you support?" Harry hesitated. "I don't know any." Ron stared at him in disbelief. "You're joking! It's the best sport there is, you'll love it." And with that, he launched into an enthusiastic explanation describing the different balls, the players, the rules. He talked about matches he'd seen with his brothers and the kind of broom he wished he could afford. His excitement was contagious, and Harry listened, fascinated. Ron was just getting into the finer details when the compartment door opened again. This time, it wasn't Neville or Hermione. 3 boys stepped inside. Harry immediately recognized the one in the middle, the pale boy he'd met earlier in the robe shop. This time, however, the boy's attention was fixed squarely on him. "So it's true," he said. "Word spread all along the train that Harry Potter's here. That's you, isn't it?"
"Yes," Harry replied.
He glanced at the other 2 boys. They were large and intimidating, standing on either side of the pale one like silent guards.
"Oh, these are Crabbe and Goyle," the boy said casually. "And I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron let out a small, choked sound that might have been a laugh. Draco's eyes snapped toward him.
"Find something amusing?" he asked coldly. "I don't need to ask who you are. My father's told me enough. Every Weasley has the same look, red hair, freckles, and far too many siblings for their own good." He turned back to Harry, his expression shifting into something smoother, almost polite. "You'll notice soon enough that not all wizarding families are equal. Potter. Some are better than others. It's worth choosing your friends carefully. I could help you avoid mistakes." He extended his hand. Harry didn't move.
I think I'm capable of deciding that on my own, he said evenly.
A faint flush crept across Malfoy's pale face, though his voice remained controlled. Suit yourself, but if I were you, I'd watch my step. A lack of manners can get you into trouble. Your parents didn't seem to understand that either. The words hit harder than Harry expected. They mixed with the wrong crowd, Malfoy continued. People like the Weasleys and that Hagrid. Stick with that sort, and you'll end up the same way. Both Harry and Ron were on their feet instantly.
Say that again, Ron snapped, his ears blazing red.
Malfoy smirked. What, planning to take us on?
Leave, Harry said, trying to sound firmer than he felt. Crabbe and Goyle loomed behind Malfoy, both of them clearly stronger than he or Ron.
Malfoy didn't budge. We're quite comfortable here. Besides, his gaze drifted to the pile of sweets. You seem to have more than enough to share. Goyle reached forward, grabbing for the chocolate frogs. Ron lunged to stop him, but before he could, Goyle screamed. Scabbers had latched onto his finger, teeth sunk in tight. Goyle flailed wildly, trying to shake the rat loose, shouting in pain. Crabbe and Malfoy jumped back as Goyle spun around, still yelling, until Scabbers finally lost his grip and flew across the compartment, hitting the window with a soft thud. That was enough. All three of them backed out in a hurry and vanished down the corridor. Whether they feared more attacks or simply didn't want to risk being caught, Harry couldn't tell. A moment later, the door slid open again. Hermione stood there, taking in the scene, the scattered sweets. Ron bent over, holding Scabbers by the tail.
What happened here? She demanded. I think he's been knocked out, Ron said, peering at the rat. Then he blinked. Hang on, no, he's just asleep again.
And sure enough, Scabbers had gone completely still. You've run into Malfoy before? Ron asked. Harry nodded and quickly explained about their earlier meeting in Diagon Alley. Ron's expression darkened. Figures. His family's got a reputation. They were among the first to claim they'd been under a spell after you-know-who disappeared. My dad says that's rubbish. Malfoy's father didn't need any excuse to join the dark side. He looked up at Hermione. Did you need something? You should both be getting changed, she said briskly. I checked with the conductor, we're nearly there. And honestly, have you been fighting already? You'll get into trouble before you even arrive. Scabbers was the one doing the attacking. Not us, Ron muttered irritably. Do you mind stepping out while we change?
Fine, Hermione replied with a hint of disapproval. I only came in because people in the corridor are running around like children. She paused at the door, then added sharply, and you've still got dirt on your nose, in case you hadn't noticed.
Ron scowled as she left. Harry turned to the window. Outside, the sky had deepened into shades of purple and black. The landscape rushing past was darker now, shadows of forests and the outlines of distant hills. The train was beginning to slow. They changed quickly, pulling their black robes over their clothes. Ron's sleeves and hem didn't quite reach properly, revealing his trainers beneath. A voice rang out through the carriages. We will arrive at Hogwarts in approximately 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage behind. It will be transported separately. Harry felt his stomach tighten. Across from him, Ron looked just as uneasy, his freckles standing out against his pale face. They stuffed the last of the sweets into their pockets and stepped into the corridor, joining the crowd pressing toward the exits. The train ground to a halt. Students spilled out onto a small, dimly lit platform. A chill wind swept through the night air, making Harry shiver. Then a lantern appeared, bobbing above the crowd.
First years, over here. First years, a booming voice called. All right, Harry.
Hagrid's enormous bearded face came into view, smiling broadly. "Stick with me now, watch your step. First year's this way." They followed him down a steep, uneven path. The darkness on either side felt thick and impenetrable, as though dense woods pressed in close. Most of the group stayed quiet, though Harry could hear Neville sniffing nervously behind him. "Won't be long now," Hagrid called over his shoulder. "You're about to get your first look just around this corner." A collective gasp rose from the group. The path suddenly opened out, revealing a vast, black lake. Across the water, high above on a rocky cliff, stood an enormous castle. Its many towers and turrets were lit from within, glowing against the night sky like something out of a dream.
"4 to a boat!" Hagrid shouted, gesturing toward a line of small boats at the water's edge.
Harry climbed into one with Ron, Neville, and Hermione nearby. Hagrid settled into a boat by himself.
"Everyone ready?" he called. "Right then, off we go."
The boats drifted forward together, gliding smoothly across the still surface of the lake. The water reflected the castle above, doubling its towering presence. No one spoke. All eyes were fixed on the sight ahead.
"Duck!" Hagrid suddenly shouted.
As they neared the cliff, the boats passed beneath a curtain of hanging ivy, slipping into a hidden opening. They entered a dark passage, the sound of water echoing softly around them. The tunnel carried them beneath the castle itself, until they finally emerged into an underground harbour. The boats bumped gently against the shore, and the students climbed out onto whetstones and scattered pebbles. "Hey, you there! Does this belong to you?" Hagrid called, lifting something as the students climbed out of the boats.
"My toad Trevor!" Neville exclaimed, his face lighting up as he rushed forward and gathered it carefully into his hands.
Once everyone had disembarked, they followed Hagrid again, this time along a narrow path carved into the rock. His lantern cast flickering light ahead as they made their way upward. At last, the passage opened out onto a stretch of damp grass, the towering castle rising above them, dark and immense. They climbed a broad set of stone steps and gathered in front of the massive front entrance. The door loomed high above them, made of heavy oak and reinforced with iron. Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat. The door opened immediately. Standing there was a tall witch dressed in deep green robes, her black hair pulled back neatly. Her expression was sharp and unyielding. Harry instinctively felt she was not someone to challenge. "The first year's Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Ed," Hagrid. "I'll take them from here." She stepped aside, holding the door open wider. The entrance hall beyond was enormous, so vast that Harry thought the entire Dursley house could fit inside it with room to spare. Torchlight flickered along the stone walls, much like what he had seen at Gringotts, while far above, the ceiling disappeared into shadow. Directly ahead, a sweeping marble staircase curved upward toward the higher floors. They followed her across the wide stone floor. From somewhere nearby, through a doorway to the right, came the hum of many voices. The rest of the students were already gathered. Instead of taking them there, however, Professor McGonagall led the first years into a smaller adjoining room. They filed in and instinctively drew close together, glancing around with unease. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she began. "The feast to mark the beginning of term will take place shortly. Before that, however, you will be assigned to your houses." Her voice was calm but carried authority. "This sorting is of great importance. During your time here, your house will serve as your community. You will attend lessons with its members, share a dormitory, and spend your free time together." She paused briefly before continuing. "The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each has a proud tradition and has produced many accomplished witches and wizards. While you are here, your actions will contribute to your house successes, earn points, while rule-breaking will cost them. At the end of the year, the house with the highest total is awarded the House Cup. Her gaze moved across the group. I expect each of you to bring honor to whichever house you join. The sorting will begin shortly, in front of the entire school. In the meantime, I suggest you make yourselves presentable. Her eyes briefly settled on Neville, whose cloak was fastened awkwardly, and then on Ron's smudged nose. Harry, suddenly self-conscious, attempted to smooth down his unruly hair. I will return when everything is ready. Until then, wait here quietly. With that, she left. The door closed. Harry swallowed hard. Do you know how they decide? He whispered to Ron. Some kind of test, I think, Ron said. Fred mentioned it once, said it was painful, though he might have been joking.
A test.
Harry felt his stomach drop. In front of everyone, he hadn't learned a single spell yet. What could they possibly expect him to do? Panic began to creep in. He glanced around. The others looked just as tense. No one was speaking much, apart from Hermione, who was murmuring rapidly about spells she had practiced, clearly trying to prepare herself. Harry tried not to listen. His thoughts were already racing. He had never felt this nervous, not even when he'd had to explain to the Dursleys why strange things kept happening around him. His eyes stayed fixed on the door, waiting for it to open again.
Then suddenly,
a sharp cry broke the silence behind him.
Harry jumped.
So did nearly everyone else. From the wall at the back of the room, figures began to drift through as if it weren't there at all, pale and shimmering, nearly transparent. A group of ghosts floated into the chamber. They moved calmly, engaged in their own conversation, barely acknowledging the stunned first years. They seemed to be in the middle of an argument. A plump, monk-like figure was saying, "I still think he deserves another chance. We should forgive him." "My dear Friar," said another ghost in an exasperated tone, "haven't we already been far too lenient with Peeves? He's an embarrassment to all of us. And, frankly, he's not even a proper ghost. Now then, what are all of you doing here?" The speaker, dressed in old-fashioned clothes with a ruff at his neck, had finally noticed the group of first years.
No one answered.
"New arrivals, of course," said the plump monk cheerfully, smiling at them, "waiting to be sorted, I imagine." A few students gave small, nervous nods. "Well then, I do hope to see some of you in Hufflepuff," he added warmly. "That was my house, after all." "That's enough," came a firm voice. "The ceremony is about to begin." Professor McGonagall had returned. At once, the ghosts drifted away, passing silently through the opposite wall.
"Form a line," she instructed. "Follow me."
Harry stepped forward, his legs feeling oddly stiff, as though they barely belonged to him. He fell in behind a sandy-haired boy, with Ron just behind him. Together, they followed Professor McGonagall out of the chamber, across the entrance hall, and through a pair of towering doors. The sight beyond took Harry's breath away. The great hall was unlike anything he had ever imagined. Thousands of candles hovered in mid-air, casting a warm glow over 4 long tables filled with students. Golden plates and goblets sparkled under the light. At the far end of the hall stood another table, where the teachers sat. The first years were led to the front and arranged in a line facing the rest of the school, with the staff behind them. Hundreds of faces watched them, pale and flickering in the candlelight. Here and there, ghostly figures shimmered among the living. To escape the weight of so many eyes, Harry glanced upward and froze. Above them stretched what looked like an open night sky, deep and endless, scattered with stars. "It's enchanted," Hermione whispered beside him. "It reflects the real sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." It felt impossible that a ceiling existed at all. Harry quickly looked back down as Professor McGonagall placed a small wooden stool in front of them. On top of it, she set an old, pointed hat. It was worn, patched, and looked as though it had been neglected for years. Harry couldn't help thinking Aunt Petunia would have thrown it away immediately. For a moment, nothing happened. The entire hall fell silent, every eye fixed on the hat.
Then it moved. A tear near the brim stretched open like a mouth, and the hat began to sing.
You may not find me much to see. My shape is worn, my seams not neat, but judge me not by outward thread, for sharper minds rest neath my seat. No cap or crown can match my skill. No hat can think the way I do. For I can read your hidden thoughts and find the place that's right for you. If courage beats within your chest, and boldness drives the things you do, then Gryffindor may be your home, where hearts are strong and spirits true. If fairness guides your every choice, and loyalty runs deep and wide, then Hufflepuff will welcome you, with patient souls at your side. For minds that seek and love to learn, where wit and wisdom both prevail, you'll find your place in Ravenclaw, where clever thoughts will never fail. Or perhaps your path leads elsewhere still, to those who plan and persevere, in Slytherin, where cunning minds will shape their future without fear. So place me on no need to dread, no cause at all for fear or fright, for though I lack a hand or head, I'll see your heart and judge you right.
As the song ended, the hall erupted into applause. The hat gave a slight bow toward each of the tables before becoming still once more.
So that's it, we just put it on, Ron whispered. Fred told me we'd have to wrestle a troll. Harry let out a weak laugh. Wearing a hat sounded far better than anything like that. Still, he wasn't thrilled about doing it in front of the entire school. The hat seemed to expect quite a lot. At that moment, Harry didn't feel especially brave, clever, or anything else it had described. If there had been a house for people who felt slightly sick with nerves, he thought, that's where he would belong. Professor McGonagall stepped forward once more, unrolling a long strip of parchment. When I call your name, she announced, you will come forward, place the hat on your head, and sit on the stool until your house is decided. She glanced down at the list.
Abbott, Hannah.
A round-faced girl with blonde pigtails hurried forward, nearly tripping as she reached the stool. She pulled the oversized hat down over her head. It slipped so low it covered her eyes completely. There was a brief pause.
Hufflepuff.
Cheers rose from the table to the right as she hurried over to join them. Harry noticed the cheerful ghost he'd seen earlier, the fat friar, waving enthusiastically in welcome. Bones, Susan. The result came almost instantly. Hufflepuff. Susan joined Hannah, and the applause continued.
Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw.
This time, clapping came from another table. A few students stood to greet him as he took his seat among them. Names continued one after another. Some students barely had the hat on before their house was called, while others sat for longer, the hall holding its breath. Brocklehurst, Mandy, Ravenclaw again. Brown, Lavender, the first Gryffindor, greeted with loud cheers from the far left table. Harry spotted the Weasley twins shouting excitedly. Bulstrode, Millicent, Slytherin. Harry eyed that table uneasily. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but something about them felt colder, less welcoming. His stomach twisted slightly. More names followed.
Finch Fletchley, Justin Hufflepuff.
Harry noticed that sometimes the decision was immediate, while other times the hat seemed to hesitate. When Finnegan, Seamus was called the sandy-haired boy who had stood near him earlier, The wait stretched on for nearly a full minute before the verdict finally came. Gryffindor. Next. Granger, Hermione. She practically rushed to the stool, placing the hat firmly on her head as though eager to prove herself. Gryffindor. Ron let out a groan under his breath. A sudden, unsettling thought crept into Harry's mind. What if the hat couldn't decide at all? What if he just sat there indefinitely until someone declared there had been a mistake and sent him away? The idea made his chest tighten.
Longbottom, Neville.
Neville stumbled forward, tripping on his way up. The hat seemed to take its time with him, leaving the hall in suspense until at last. Gryffindor. Neville dashed off in relief, only to realize he was still wearing the hat. Laughter rippled through the hall as he hurried back to return it before the next name was called. When Malfoy Draco was announced, he stepped forward confidently, almost lazily. The hat had barely touched his head before shouting, "Slytherin!" He smirked as he joined Crabbe and Goyle, clearly satisfied. The list grew shorter.
Moon, not Parkinson.
Then the twin names,
Patir,
followed by,
Perks, Sally Ann.
and finally,
Potter, Harry. At once, whispers spread across the hall like sparks catching fire.
did she say Potter? The Harry Potter. Harry stepped forward, feeling every pair of eyes on him. Just before the hat slipped down over his face, he caught a glimpse of the entire hall leaning in to watch. Then everything went dark.
Silence. After a moment, a quiet voice spoke right beside his ear.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Courage, yes, not lacking in that. And a mind that's far from dull. Talent, certainly. Oh, there's plenty of that. And something else, a desire to prove yourself. Harry's grip tightened on the stool. So, where to place you?
Not Slytherin, he thought desperately. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, the voice murmured. Are you quite certain? You could achieve great things there. You know, it would help you on your path. No doubt about it.
Harry pressed the thought harder. Not Slytherin. There was a pause. Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. The final word rang out across the hall. Relief flooded through Harry as he pulled the hat off and stood. He made his way toward the Gryffindor table, legs unsteady but heart racing with something closer to excitement now. The applause was thunderous, louder than for anyone before him. Percy Weasley stood to shake his hand enthusiastically, while Fred and George shouted triumphantly, "We've got Potter!" Harry sank into a seat across from the ghost in the rough. As it gave him a friendly pat on the arm, a sudden icy chill shot through him, as though he dipped his arm into freezing water.
Still, he barely noticed.
He was in Gryffindor. From his seat, Harry could finally take in the high table clearly. At one end sat Hagrid, who caught his eye and gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Harry returned the gesture with a grin. At the centre, seated in an ornate golden chair, was Albus Dumbledore. Harry recognized him immediately from the chocolate frog card he had opened earlier. His long silver hair seemed to glow, almost as brightly as the shimmering ghosts drifting around the hall. Nearby sat Professor Quirrell, the nervous man Harry had met at the Leaky Cauldron. He looked even stranger now, wearing an oversized purple turban that made him stand out from the rest of the staff. Only a few names remained.
Thomas, Dean.
A tall boy joined the Gryffindor table, greeted with applause. Turpin, Lisa, Ravenclaw. Then,
Weasley, Ron.
Ron stepped forward, looking distinctly unwell. Harry crossed his fingers under the table.
Moments later,
Gryffindor! Relief washed over Harry as he joined in the cheering. Ron dropped into the seat beside him, looking as though he'd just survived something dreadful.
well done, Ron Splendid, Percy called from across the table, sounding very pleased with himself.
The final name was sorted Zabini, Blaze, into Slytherin, and Professor McGonagall gathered up the parchment, removing the hat. Harry glanced down at his plate. It was still empty, and suddenly he realized just how hungry he was. The snacks from the train felt like a distant memory. Then Dumbledore rose. He smiled warmly at the students, spreading his arms wide, as though welcoming them home. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have a few words to share." The hall quieted.
Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak.
He sat down again. A beat of silence. Then the hall erupted in applause. Harry blinked, unsure whether he'd missed something.
Is he all right? He asked Percy cautiously. Mad, Percy said, with a dismissive wave. No brilliant. The greatest wizard alive, though, yes, perhaps a little eccentric. Potatoes.
Harry looked down again and froze. His plate was no longer empty, it was overflowing. Dishes had appeared as if by magic, filling the table from end to end, roasted meats, golden potatoes in every form, sausages, vegetables, rich gravy, and more. There was more food than Harry had ever seen at once. At the Dursleys, he had never gone truly hungry, but he had never been allowed to eat freely, either. Dudley always made sure of that. Now, no one was stopping him. Harry piled his plate high, skipping only the peppermint sweets, and began to eat. Everything tasted incredible.
That looks wonderful, said a mournful voice beside him.
Harry glanced up. The ghost in the ruff was watching him with clear longing as he cut into his steak.
Can't you? Harry began.
"I haven't eaten in nearly 4 centuries, the ghost replied. "Not that I need to, but one does miss it." He straightened slightly. "I don't believe I've introduced myself. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. At your service. I reside in Gryffindor Tower." "I know who you are," Ron suddenly said. "My brothers told me you're nearly headless Nick." "I would much prefer," the ghost began stiffly.
Nearly headless? Seamus interrupted her, frowning. How does that work?
Sir Nicholas's expression shifted at once, clearly offended, as though the conversation had taken a very unfortunate turn. "Like this," he said, clearly annoyed. He grabbed hold of his ear and tugged. To Harry's shock, his head tilted completely to one side, hinging loosely as though barely attached. It drooped against his shoulder, revealing that whoever had tried to behead him hadn't quite finished the job. Judging by the stunned expressions around him, Sir Nicholas seemed satisfied. With a practiced motion, he flipped his head back into place, gave a small cough, and straightened.
Now then, new Gryffindors, he said, brightening. I trust you'll help us reclaim the House Cup this year. It's been far too long. Slytherin has held it for 6 years running. He lowered his voice slightly. Their ghost, the Bloody Baron, is becoming insufferable.
Harry glanced toward the Slytherin table. Sitting among them was a ghost far less friendly-looking, his face hollow, eyes empty, and robes streaked with silvery stains that looked disturbingly like blood. He sat close to Malfoy, who didn't seem entirely comfortable with the arrangement. "How did he end up like that?" Seamus asked, fascinated.
I've never inquired, Sir Nicholas replied carefully.
As the meal wound down, the food on the plates vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving everything spotless once again. Almost immediately, desserts took their place, an overwhelming array of sweets, ice creams in countless flavors, pies, tarts, pastries, and puddings of every kind. Harry reached for a treacle tart as conversation around the table turned to family stories.
"I'm half and half," Seamus said. "My dad's a muggle. Mam didn't tell him she was a witch until after they were married. Gave him quite a shock."
The others chuckled. "What about you, Neville?" Ron asked. "Well, I was raised by my gran. She's a witch," Neville explained. "But for years, everyone thought I might not have any magic at all. My great-uncle Algy was always trying to force it out of me once he pushed me off Blackpool Pier. Nearly drowned, but still nothing happened." He paused, then continued, warming to the story. "It wasn't until I was 8. He had me hanging upside down out of a window when my great-aunt distracted him and he dropped me. I didn't fall properly, though I bounced all the way down into the garden and out into the road." Neville smiled faintly. Gran was overjoyed. She cried. "And when I got my Hogwarts letter, you should have seen their faces. They hadn't been sure I'd make it. Uncle Algy was so pleased he bought me my toad." Nearby, Percy and Hermione were deep in conversation about lessons.
"I hope we begin straight away," Hermione was saying eagerly. "There's so much to learn. I'm especially interested in transfiguration, turning one thing into another, though I hear it's quite advanced."
"You'll start small," Percy replied. "Simple transformations, matches into needles, that sort of thing." Harry listened with half an ear. The warmth of the hall, combined with the enormous meal, was making him drowsy. He leaned back slightly and glanced once more toward the high table. Hagrid was raising a large goblet to his lips, drinking heartily. Professor McGonagall was in quiet conversation with Dumbledore, and nearby, Professor Quirrell, still wrapped in his peculiar turban, was speaking with a teacher Harry hadn't noticed before. This man had greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and a pale, sallow face. Something about him made Harry instinctively uneasy. It happened without warning. The dark-haired teacher with the hooked nose shifted his gaze past Professor Quirrell and locked eyes with Harry. A sudden, searing pain tore across Harry's forehead.
He instinctively grabbed his head.
"What's wrong?" Percy asked at once.
"Nothing," Harry said quickly.
The pain vanished almost immediately, leaving behind only a faint echo of it. But something else lingered, an uneasy feeling stirred by that man's stare. It had been cold and unmistakably hostile. "Who's that talking to Professor Quirrell?" Harry asked, trying to sound casual. "You've already met Quirrell," Percy replied. "Then you've seen the other one too, that's Professor Snape. He teaches potions. Though, truth be told, he'd rather have Quirrell's job. Everyone knows it. He's deeply interested in the dark arts." Harry glanced back toward the staff table. Snape was no longer looking at him. Eventually, even the desserts vanished, and once again, Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet. The chatter died down almost instantly. "Just a few final announcements now that everyone is properly fed," he said pleasantly. "First-year students should be aware that the forest on the grounds is strictly off-limits." He paused, then added with a knowing look toward the older students. "And that rule applies to everyone." His eyes flickered briefly toward the Weasley twins, who looked entirely unapologetic. "Additionally, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that magic is not to be used in the corridors between lessons." A few groans rippled through the hall. "Quidditch trials will take place during the second week of term. Those interested should speak to Madam Hooch." Then his tone shifted slightly.
"And finally, the corridor on the third floor, right-hand side, is out of bounds to all students who wish to avoid a particularly painful demise."
A few nervous laughs broke out, but most students stayed silent. Harry leaned toward Percy. He's joking, right? Percy frowned. I don't think so. Usually there's some explanation like the forest. Everyone knows that's dangerous. It's strange he didn't say more. Prefects should at least be informed. Before Harry could respond, Dumbledore clapped his hands lightly. And now before bedtime, let us all join in the school song. Harry noticed several of the teachers exchange strained smiles. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore sent a golden ribbon swirling into the air. It stretched and twisted above the tables, forming lines of words. Choose your favourite tune, he said cheerfully, and begin. What followed was chaos. Voices erupted across the hall, each group singing at a different speed and melody.
Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty. Hogwarts, teach us something, please.
The result was a jumble of mismatched rhythms and overlapping voices. Some finished quickly, others dragged the song out far longer. In the end, only Fred and George remained, solemnly delivering the final lines to the tune of a funeral march. Dumbledore conducted them with great enthusiasm, bringing their performance to a dramatic close. He applauded more loudly than anyone.
Ah, music, he said, dabbing at his eyes, a magic far greater than anything we practice here. And now it is time for bed. Off you go.
The Gryffindor first years gathered and followed Percy out of the hall. Their voices echoed through the corridors as they climbed the grand staircase. Harry's legs felt heavy again, though this time it was from exhaustion and a full stomach. His mind drifted as they walked. He barely registered the portraits lining the walls, though some whispered and pointed as they passed. More than once, Percy led them through hidden doorways concealed behind tapestries or sliding panels. Upward they went, flight after flight of stairs, growing quieter as yawns spread through the group. Harry was just beginning to wonder how much farther they had to go when Percy suddenly stopped. A cluster of walking sticks hovered in the air ahead of them. As Percy stepped forward, they suddenly sprang to life, darting toward him as if thrown by invisible hands.
Peeves, Percy muttered under his breath to the group. A poltergeist. Then louder. Peeves, show yourself at once.
A loud, rude noise echoed back, like air escaping from a punctured balloon. Percy's voice hardened. Do you want me to report you to the bloody Baron? With a sharp pop, a small figure appeared mid-air. He floated cross-legged, clutching the sticks, his dark eyes gleaming with mischief and his wide grin full of trouble.
Oh, he shrieked gleefully. Fresh little firsties, this should be fun.
He swooped down at them without warning. The group scattered, ducking as he rushed past.
That's enough, Peeves, Percy snapped. Leave now, or I swear I'll call the Baron.
Peeves pulled an exaggerated face, stuck out his tongue, and vanished. The walking sticks dropped with a clatter, one landing squarely on Neville's head. From somewhere down the corridor came the sound of him zooming away, banging noisily into suits of armour. "You'd better steer clear of him," Percy said as they continued on. "The bloody Baron's the only one he listens to. Even prefects can't control him." They reached the end of the corridor, where a large portrait hung on the wall, a plump woman dressed in flowing pink silk.
Password, she asked.
Caput Draconis, Percy replied. At once, the painting swung open, revealing a circular opening behind it. One by one, they climbed through Neville, needing a bit of help, and emerged into the Gryffindor common room. It was warm and inviting, a round space filled with soft armchairs and a welcoming fire. Percy gestured toward two separate doorways. Girls' dormitories that way. "Boys, follow me." They climbed a winding staircase clearly inside one of the castle's towers until they reached their room. Inside were 5 four-poster beds, each draped with rich red curtains. Their trunks had already been delivered. Too exhausted for much conversation, They quickly changed into their pajamas and collapsed into bed.
Food was brilliant, wasn't it? Ron mumbled from behind his curtains. Oi, Scabbers, get off! He's chewing the sheets.
Harry meant to reply, but sleep overtook him before he could say a word. That night he dreamed. In the dream, he was wearing Professor Quirrell's turban. It whispered insistently, urging him to join Slytherin, insisting it was where he truly belonged. Harry argued back, refusing, but the turban grew heavier, pressing down on him. When he tried to pull it off, it tightened painfully. Malfoy appeared, laughing. Then his face shifted, changing into Snape's. The laughter became colder, sharper. A flash of green light. Harry woke abruptly, his heart pounding, his skin damp with sweat. He turned over, drifting back into sleep almost immediately. By morning, the dream had vanished from his memory completely. Chapter 8. The Potions Master.
Over there, do you see him? Where exactly?
Beside that tall, red-haired boy. The one with glasses. Look at his face.
And the scar, did you notice it?
From the instant Harry stepped out of his dormitory the next morning, murmurs seemed to trail after him like a shadow. Students lingering outside classrooms craned their necks for a better look, while others deliberately looped back through corridors just to pass him again, openly staring. It made focusing on something as basic as finding his lessons far more difficult than it should have been. Navigating the castle didn't help. Hogwarts was a maze of 142 staircases, some broad and grand, others narrow and unstable. A few led somewhere entirely different depending on the day of the week. And one in particular had a step that vanished halfway up unless you remembered to leap over it. Doors had their own personalities. Some demanded politeness before they would open, others required a precise tickle, and a few were nothing more than walls pretending to be entrances. Even when you thought you knew the layout, the place seemed to rearrange itself. Portraits wandered off to visit one another, and Harry could have sworn the suits of armor shifted when no one was watching. The ghosts, instead of making things easier, often added to the confusion. It was unsettling when one drifted straight through a door you were about to open. Nearly headless Nick was helpful enough, gladly guiding lost Gryffindors. But Peeves, the poltergeist, was another matter entirely. Running into him when you were already late was worse than any locked door or tricky staircase. He delighted in dropping bins on unsuspecting heads, yanking rugs from beneath your feet, or pelting you with chalk while cackling. Sometimes he would sneak up unseen, grab your nose, and shriek nonsense just to startle you. Yet even Peeves wasn't as troublesome as the caretaker, Argus Filch. Harry and Ron earned his displeasure on their very first morning when they accidentally tried to force open a door that led to the forbidden third-floor corridor. Filch refused to believe they were simply lost. He was convinced they had been attempting to sneak in and was already threatening punishment when Professor Quirrell happened to pass by and intervene. Filch's constant companion, a bony, dust-colored cat named Mrs. Norris, made matters worse. With her lamp-like eyes and silent patrols, she seemed to notice every small rule broken. The moment she spotted anything suspicious, she would vanish and return with Filch almost instantly. He knew the castle's hidden routes better than nearly anyone, perhaps rivaled only by the Weasley twins, and could appear without warning, much like the ghosts. Students universally disliked him, and many quietly dreamed of getting the better of Mrs. Norris, though none dared try. And once Harry finally managed to locate the classrooms, he discovered something else entirely. Magic was far more complex than he had imagined. It wasn't just a matter of flicking a wand and reciting strange phrases. There was a great deal more to learn. And it quickly became clear that this new world would demand far more effort than he had expected. Every Wednesday at midnight, they were expected to climb up to the astronomy tower and peer through telescopes, mapping constellations and memorizing how planets drifted across the sky. It was tiring work at that hour, but there was something quietly fascinating about the vast darkness above them. Several times a week, they also attended herbology in the greenhouses behind the castle under the guidance of Professor Sprout, a short, round witch with a practical manner. There, they handled peculiar plants, learned how to nurture them, and discovered their often surprising magical properties. The dullest subject by far, however, was history of magic. It was the only class taught by a ghost Professor Binns, who had apparently died in his sleep and simply continued teaching as though nothing had happened. His voice droned endlessly, while students struggled to keep up with long lists of names and dates, often mixing up historical figures with confusingly similar titles. Staying awake in his lessons became a challenge in itself. Charm, on the other hand, was much livelier. Professor Flitwick, the tiny instructor, had to stand atop a stack of books just to be seen behind his desk. During their very first roll call, he became so excited upon reaching Harry's name that he let out a squeak and vanished from view behind his desk. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall proved both impressive and intimidating. She wasted no time laying down strict rules, making it clear that her subject demanded discipline and precision. To demonstrate, she effortlessly transformed her desk into a pig and then restored it, leaving the class amazed. Despite their excitement, the students quickly learned that mastering such magic would take time. Their first assignment, turning a simple matchstick into a needle, proved far more difficult than it sounded. By the end of the lesson, only Hermione Granger had succeeded even slightly, earning a rare nod of approval. Defense against the dark arts had been the class everyone anticipated the most, but it quickly became something of a disappointment. Professor Quirrell seemed perpetually nervous, and his classroom carried a strong scent of garlic. Rumour had it he used it to ward off a vampire he once encountered abroad. He also claimed his turban was a gift from a foreign prince, though few found the story convincing. Whenever pressed for details about his supposed adventures, he tended to dodge the subject awkwardly. The Weasley twins even joked that the turban itself was packed with garlic for extra protection. Despite all this, Harry found some comfort in realizing he wasn't as far behind as he had feared. Many students, like him, had grown up outside the magical world and were just as unfamiliar with it. With so much to learn, even those from wizarding families didn't seem to have as much of an advantage as he'd expected. By Friday, Harry and Ron felt a small sense of victory. They had actually made it to breakfast in the Great Hall without taking a wrong turn. "What's on the timetable today?" Harry asked, absent-mindedly sprinkling sugar into his porridge. "Double potions," Ron replied, lowering his voice slightly, "with the Slytherins. And Snape runs Slytherin House. People say he's not exactly fair when it comes to them. Guess we'll find out." Harry made a face. "Would be nice if McGonagall showed us a bit of favoritism," he said. Being head of Gryffindor hadn't stopped her from assigning a mountain of work the previous day. At that moment, the Morning Post arrived. Harry had grown accustomed to the spectacle now, though it had startled him at first. Owls flooding into the hall, swooping above the tables before dropping letters and parcels in front of their recipients. Hedwig hadn't delivered anything for him before. Usually she would simply glide in, nip at his ear affectionately, steal a bit of toast, and then head back to rest in the owlery. But today she landed neatly beside his breakfast and dropped a folded note onto his plate. Harry opened it eagerly. The handwriting inside was large and uneven. "Dear Harry, I reckon you've got Friday afternoon free. Fancy coming down for tea around 3? I'd like to hear how your first week's been. Send word back with Hedwig, Hagrid." Harry quickly borrowed Ron's quill, scribbled a short reply agreeing to come, and tied the note to Hedwig's leg. She gave a soft hoot and took off again. It was a good thing he had that to look forward to, because the potions class that followed proved miserable. At the welcoming feast, Harry had suspected that Professor Snape didn't care for him. After this lesson, he realized that had been far too mild. Snape clearly had something closer to outright hostility. The class was held deep in the castle's dungeons, where the air felt noticeably colder. The atmosphere alone was unsettling, made worse by shelves lined with glass jars containing preserved creatures that floated eerily in cloudy liquid. Snape began by calling the register, like Professor Flitwick. He paused when he reached Harry's name, but instead of excitement, there was something else in his tone.
"Ah, yes," he said quietly. "Harry Potter, our celebrity." A few snickers rose from Draco Malfoy and his companions behind him. When the list was finished, Snape looked up, his dark eyes sweeping across the room. Unlike Hagrid's, they held no warmth, only a cold, unreadable intensity that made Harry think of tunnels with no light at the end. "You are here," Snape began softly, "to study the precise craft and subtle discipline of potion-making." His voice was barely above a whisper, yet every student heard him clearly. "There will be no foolish wand-waving here, so some of you may struggle to recognize this as magic at all."
He moved slowly along the front of the class as he spoke. "I do not expect most of you to appreciate the elegance of a properly brewed potion, the gentle simmer, the shifting vapors, the quiet power of liquids that flow through the body, altering thought, shaping emotion, ensnaring the senses." He stopped, his gaze settling briefly on Harry. "But I can show you how to capture glory in a bottle, how to create fame, even how to hold death itself at bay, provided," he added coolly, "that you are not quite as incompetent as the usual lot I am forced to teach." A heavy silence settled over the dungeon after Snape finished speaking. Harry and Ron exchanged a quick glance, both raising their eyebrows. Hermione, however, leaned forward eagerly, practically vibrating with the urge to prove herself. "Potter," Snape said abruptly, "if I combined powdered asphodel root with an infusion of wormwood, what would the result be?" Harry blinked. The terms meant nothing to him. He glanced sideways at Ron, who looked equally lost. Hermione's hand shot up so fast it was almost a blur.
"I don't know, sir," Harry admitted.
Snape's mouth twisted slightly. It seems fame doesn't guarantee intelligence." He deliberately ignored Hermione. "Let's try something simpler. Where would you search for a bezoar?" Hermione's arm stretched even higher, her fingers practically trembling with effort. Harry, however, was completely at a loss. He could hear quiet snickering behind him, Malfoy and his friends clearly enjoying the moment.
"I don't know that either," Harry said, keeping his voice steady.
Snape's expression sharpened. "So you came here without bothering to open your books?" Harry met his gaze, though it wasn't easy. He had read through them, but expecting him to memorize everything already seemed unreasonable. Snape continued, still refusing to acknowledge Hermione. "Tell me, then what distinguishes monkshood from wolfsbane?"
At that, Hermione couldn't contain herself. She stood up, her hands still raised high.
"I don't know," Harry said quietly. Then, unable to resist, he added, "But Hermione probably does. You could ask her." A few students chuckled. Seamus caught Harry's eye and gave a quick grin. Snape, however, looked anything but amused.
"Sit down," he snapped at Hermione. Then, turning back to Harry, he said coldly, "For your information, asphodel and wormwood together create a potion known as the Draught of Living Death, a powerful sleeping draught. A bezoar is a stone found in a goat's stomach and can counteract most poisons. And monkshood and wolfsbane are not different at all. They are the same plant, also called aconite." He swept his gaze across the class. "Well, why aren't you writing this down?"
There was an immediate scramble for parchment and quills as they hurried to take notes. Snape added, "And Gryffindor loses a point for your impertinence. Potter." The lesson only went downhill from there. The class was split into pairs and tasked with brewing a basic cure for boils. Snape moved between the tables like a dark shadow, his cloak trailing behind him as he observed their work, criticizing nearly everyone while offering quiet approval to Malfoy. He had just begun praising Malfoy's technique when chaos erupted. A loud hiss filled the room, followed by a cloud of sickly green smoke. Neville had somehow managed to ruin his cauldron entirely. It had melted into a warped lump, and the potion spilled across the floor, sizzling as it ate into shoes and stone alike. Students scrambled onto their stools to avoid the spreading liquid. Neville, caught in the mess, cried out as the potion splashed onto his skin. Angry red boils began to erupt across his arms and legs, swelling rapidly as he winced in pain.
"Foolish boy," Snape snapped, flicking his wand to vanish the spilled potion in an instant. "You added the porcupine quills before removing the cauldron from the flame, didn't you?"
Neville gave a miserable whimper as painful boils spread rapidly across his face. "Take him to the hospital wing," Snape ordered sharply, addressing Seamus without a hint of sympathy. Then he turned on Harry and Ron, who had been working beside Neville.
"And you, Potter, why didn't you stop him? Thought letting him fail would make you look more competent." Another point from Gryffindor.
The accusation was so unreasonable that Harry almost protested, but Ron gave him a sharp nudge with his foot.
"Don't," Ron muttered under his breath. "He'll only make it worse."
When the lesson finally ended and they climbed back up from the dungeons, Harry felt frustrated and discouraged. Losing points in his very first week stung, and he couldn't understand why Snape seemed to single him out. "Forget it," Ron said, trying to lighten the mood. "He's always picking on Fred and George too. Want me to come along to see Hagrid?" A little before 3 o'clock, they headed out across the grounds. Hagrid's cabin stood near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a small wooden structure with a crossbow propped beside the door and a pair of large boots nearby. When Harry knocked, there was an immediate flurry of noise inside, scratching claws and deep, booming barks. "Back, Fang, back!" Hagrid's voice called from within. The door opened just a crack, revealing his familiar bearded face.
"Hang on a moment, back, Fang," he said again, wrestling with something unseen.
A second later, he let them inside, still gripping the collar of an enormous black dog. The cabin consisted of a single room. Cured meats and birds hung from the ceiling beams. A kettle bubbled over the fire, and a large bed with a patchwork quilt filled one corner. "Sit yourselves down," Hagrid said, releasing the dog. Fang immediately bounded toward Ron and began enthusiastically licking his ears. Despite his intimidating size, he was clearly friendly. "This is Ron," Harry said as Hagrid poured hot water into a teapot and set down a plate of his homemade rock cakes.
"Another Weasley?" Hagrid chuckled, noticing Ron's freckles. "Spent plenty of time chasing your brothers away from the forest?" "I have."
The rock cakes were so hard they were almost impossible to bite through, but Harry and Ron did their best to act appreciative while they told Hagrid about their first week of classes. Meanwhile, Fang rested his heavy head on Harry's knee, drooling contentedly. They were especially amused when Hagrid referred to Filch as that old nuisance.
"And that cat of his? Mrs. Norris?" Hagrid went on, shaking his head. "Wouldn't mind letting Fang have a word with her someday. Every time I go up to the castle, she's right behind me like a shadow. Can't shake her off. Filch must be sending her after me." Harry went on to describe the disastrous potions lesson, but Hagrid reacted much the same way Ron had, shrugging it off and insisting Snape treated nearly everyone poorly.
"Still," Harry said, frowning, "it felt like he really had something against me."
That's nonsense, Hagrid replied quickly. Why would he?
Even so, Harry couldn't ignore the way Hagrid avoided his gaze when he said it.
How's your brother Charlie these days? Hagrid asked suddenly, turning to Ron. Always had a knack with creatures, that one.
The change of subject felt a bit too deliberate. While Ron launched into an enthusiastic update about Charlie's work with dragons, Harry's attention drifted. A folded newspaper clipping lay partly hidden beneath the teapot, and he picked it up. It was from the Daily Prophet. Gringotts break-in update. Authorities continue to investigate the attempted robbery at Gringotts on July 31st, believed to involve unidentified dark magic practitioners. Goblin officials maintain that nothing was stolen. The vault in question had already been emptied earlier that same day. We will not disclose what was stored there, a spokesperson stated, and advise the public not to interfere. Harry's eyes widened slightly. He remembered Ron mentioning the incident on the train, but not the date.
Hagrid, he said slowly. This happened on my birthday. We were there that day. It could have been happening at the same time.
Hagrid gave a vague grunt and busied himself offering another rock cake, once again avoiding eye contact. Harry reread the article, his thoughts racing. The vault had been cleared earlier that very day. Vault 713, that was the one Hagrid had opened, retrieving the small, mysterious package. Could that have been the target? Later, as he and Ron made their way back up to the castle for dinner pockets weighed down with rock cakes they hadn't dared refuse, Harry found his mind far from food. None of his classes had given him as much to puzzle over as this visit. Had Hagrid removed that package just in time? Where was it now? And perhaps most unsettling of all, did Hagrid know something about Snape that he wasn't willing to share? Chapter 9. The Midnight Duel. Before coming to Hogwarts, Harry had been certain no one could be worse than Dudley, but that was before he crossed paths with Draco Malfoy. Fortunately, Gryffindor first years only shared potions with Slytherin, so encounters with Malfoy were limited. At least, that had been the case until a notice appeared in the common room that made everyone groan aloud. Flying lessons would begin on Thursday, and Gryffindor would be paired with Slytherin. Brilliant, Harry muttered, less than pleased. Exactly what I need, making a complete mess of things on a broom in front of Malfoy. It was especially frustrating because flying was the subject he'd been most excited about. You don't know you'll be terrible, Ron said, trying to reassure him. And Malfoy goes on about how great he is all the time. I reckon he's mostly bluffing. Malfoy certainly talked as though he were an expert. He often complained that first years weren't allowed to join house Quidditch teams and spun dramatic stories about his supposed flying exploits, usually involving narrow escapes from muggles in helicopters. Still, he wasn't the only one. Seamus Finnegan claimed he'd spent much of his childhood darting across the countryside on a broom. Even Ron liked to recount a near collision he'd once had with a hang glider while using one of Charlie's old brooms. Among students from wizarding families, Quidditch seemed to dominate every conversation. Ron had even gotten into a heated debate with Dean Thomas, his dorm mate, about football. Ron couldn't understand the appeal of a game played on the ground with just one ball, while Dean thought wizarding sports sounded absurd. Harry had once caught Ron poking at Dean's West Ham poster, clearly hoping the players might start moving.
Neville, meanwhile, had never been on a broom at all. His grandmother had always forbidden it. Harry privately suspected she had her reasons, since Neville managed to get into trouble even when firmly planted on the ground.
Hermione was nearly as uneasy about flying, though for different reasons. Unlike Neville, she tried to prepare by studying everything she could find. That morning at breakfast, she launched into a long explanation of techniques she'd memorized from Quidditch through the ages. Neville listened intently, clinging to every tip. But Harry and Ron were relieved when her lecture was cut short by the arrival of the post. Neville shot straight up into the air like a cork popping out of a bottle, fast, jerky, completely out of control. Everyone gasped as he rose higher and higher, his face pale with terror.
"Come back, Neville," someone shouted, but it was too late.
His broomstick started to wobble violently, tilting to one side. Neville slipped, his hands flailing, and then he fell.
Thud!
He hit the ground with a sickening crash. For a moment, nobody moved. Madam Hooch sprinted over and knelt beside him. "Don't move," she said firmly, examining his arm. Neville whimpered, clutching his wrist.
"Broken," she said. "Up you get, boy, it's all right."
She turned to the rest of them, her yellow eyes blazing. "None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch." Then she helped Neville away, leaving the class behind in tense silence.
It lasted about 10 seconds.
"Did you see his face?" Malfoy drawled, breaking into laughter. He bent down and picked something up from the grass. "Look at this, the thing Longbottom's Gran sent him." It was the Remembrall, glowing faintly in his hand.
"Give that here, Malfoy," Harry said sharply. Malfoy smirked. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree?"
He kicked off from the ground and soared into the air, rising smoothly. He hovered above them, clearly enjoying himself. Harry didn't think he just acted. He grabbed his broom and kicked off.
"Harry, no!" Hermione shouted. "You'll get into trouble."
But Harry was already in the air. It felt right, natural. The wind rushed past him, and for the first time he wasn't afraid, he was exhilarated. "Come on then, Potter," Malfoy called, tossing the Remembrall high into the sky. The glass ball shot upward, glinting in the sunlight. Harry leaned forward and sped after it, faster, faster, his fingers stretching. He caught it. Cheers erupted below as he swooped down and landed neatly on the grass, clutching the Remembrall. But the celebration didn't last.
"Potter!"
Professor McGonagall was striding toward him, her face stern. Harry's stomach dropped.
"Follow me," she said sharply. No explanation, no chance to defend himself.
Harry walked after her, heart pounding.
"That's it, I'm going to be expelled."
But he had no idea. Things were about to turn out very differently. "Come back!" "Neville!" she shouted, but he kept going higher and higher, shooting upward like a cork from a bottle 10 feet, then 20. Harry caught a glimpse of his pale, frightened face as he looked down, panicked. Then Neville lost his balance, slid off to one side and...
Crack.
He hit the ground hard, landing face first in a crumpled heap. His broom, meanwhile, continued to rise, drifting lazily away toward the edge of the forbidden forest until it vanished from sight. Madam Hooch rushed over, her face nearly as pale as Neville's. She knelt beside him, checking his arm. "Broken wrist," she murmured. "It's all right. Come on, up you get." She then turned sharply to the rest of the class. "Not one of you is to move while I take him to the hospital wing. Leave your brooms exactly where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can even say Quidditch." Supporting Neville, who was sniffling and clutching his arm, she led him away. The moment they were gone, Malfoy burst out laughing. "Did you see that? What a great lump." The Slytherins around him joined in.
"Shut it, Malfoy," snapped Parvati Patil. "Oh, defending Longbottom now," sneered Pansy Parkinson. "Didn't think you liked blubbering little babies, Parvati." "Hey, look at this," Malfoy suddenly said, stepping forward and grabbing something from the grass. "That stupid thing his gran sent him."
He held up the Remember-All, which sparkled in the sunlight. "Give it back, Malfoy," Harry said quietly. The chatter around them stopped at once. Malfoy's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Maybe I'll leave it somewhere for him to find. Up a tree, perhaps." "Give it here," Harry snapped, but Malfoy had already jumped onto his broom and taken off. He rose smoothly, clearly confident in the air, and hovered near the top branches of a tall oak. "Come and get it, Potter," he called down. Harry didn't hesitate. He seized his broom.
"No," Hermione cried. "Madam Hooch told us to stay put. You'll get us all into trouble."
But Harry ignored her. His heart was pounding as he kicked off the ground and shot upward. The wind rushed past him, tugging at his robes, and suddenly a fierce thrill filled him. He just knew how to do it. No lessons, no practice, flying felt natural. He climbed higher, hearing gasps from below and an excited cheer from Ron. Turning sharply in midair, he faced Malfoy. Malfoy's expression faltered.
"Hand it over," Harry called, "or I'll knock you off your broom."
"Really?" Malfoy shot back, though his voice wasn't as steady as before. Harry leaned forward, gripping the broom tightly, and sped toward him like a missile. Malfoy barely dodged in time. Harry swung around quickly, regaining balance with ease. Below them, a few students began clapping. "No Crabbe and Goyle to bail you out up here." "Malfoy!" Harry shouted. Malfoy hesitated for a split second, clearly realizing he was on his own.
"Then try and catch it," he yelled, hurling the Remember-All high into the sky before diving back down toward the ground.
For a moment, everything seemed to slow. Harry watched the small glass ball rise, glinting in the sunlight, then begin to drop. He leaned forward, angling his broom downward. In an instant, he was diving fast, chasing the falling Remember-All. The wind roared in his ears, mixed with distant screams from below. Faster, closer, his fingers stretched out. Just before it hit the ground, he snatched it from the air. He pulled up sharply, leveling out, and landed with a slight stumble on the grass, the Remember-All clenched tightly in his hand.
"Harry Potter."
His stomach dropped. He turned to see Professor McGonagall striding toward him, her face rigid with fury.
"I have never in all my years at Hogwarts," she began, clearly struggling to find words. "How dare you? You could have been seriously hurt."
"It wasn't his fault," Professor Parvati tried to say. "Silence, Miss Patil." "But Malfoy." "That will do, Mr. Weasley. Potter, come with me, now." Harry glanced back just long enough to see Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle smirking. Then he followed Professor McGonagall, his legs feeling heavy and unsteady.
"This is it," he thought. "I'm finished."
He wanted to explain, to defend himself, but his voice wouldn't cooperate. Professor McGonagall didn't look back once, walking briskly toward the castle. Harry had to hurry just to keep up. They climbed the stone steps, crossed the entrance hall, and went up the marble staircase. Still, she said nothing. Doors swung open, corridors passed in a blur. Maybe she was taking him to Dumbledore. Harry's mind raced. Would he be expelled, sent back to the Dursleys? The thought made his stomach twist. He imagined returning home, watching everyone else stay behind and become real witches and wizards while he was left out. Professor McGonagall stopped suddenly outside a classroom and opened the door.
"Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, may I borrow Wood for a moment?" "Wood," Harry thought in confusion. "Is that some kind of punishment?"
But Wood turned out to be a tall, solid-looking fifth-year boy who stepped out, looking puzzled. "Come along, both of you," said Professor McGonagall. They continued down the corridor, Wood glancing curiously at Harry.
"In here."
She led them into an empty classroom except for Peeves, who was scribbling rude words across the blackboard.
"Out," she snapped.
Peeves dropped the chalk with a clatter and zoomed out, muttering under his breath. Professor McGonagall shut the door firmly, then turned to them. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood. Wood IV found you a seeker." Wood blinked, then broke into a wide grin. "You serious, Professor?" "Quite serious," she replied. "This boy is a natural. I've never seen anything like it. Was that your first time on a broom, Potter?" Harry nodded, still completely bewildered, but one thing was becoming clear. He wasn't being expelled after all. He caught it with one hand after diving nearly 50 feet, Professor McGonagall said to Wood, and not a single scratch. Even Charlie Weasley couldn't have managed that. Wood looked absolutely thrilled, as if something incredible had just fallen into place. "Have you ever watched a Quidditch match, Potter?" he asked eagerly.
"Wood is the captain of the Gryffindor team," Professor McGonagall added.
"He's perfect for a seeker." Wood went on, circling Harry and studying him closely. "Small, quick, exactly what we need. We'll have to get him a proper broom. Professor, maybe a Nimbus 2000 or even a Clean Sweep 7. I'll speak with Professor Dumbledore about bending the first-year rule," said Professor McGonagall firmly. "We need a stronger team this year. Last season was dreadful. We were completely beaten by Slytherin. I could hardly look Severus Snape in the eye afterward." She turned her sharp gaze back to Harry. "I expect you to train seriously, Potter. Otherwise, I may reconsider this decision." Then, unexpectedly, her expression softened. "Your father would have been proud," she said quietly. "He was a remarkable Quidditch player." "You're kidding." It was dinner time, and Harry had just finished telling Ron everything that had happened after he'd followed Professor McGonagall. Ron was holding a forkful of steak and kidney pie in midair, completely frozen.
"A seeker," he repeated, "but first years never."
"Apparently I'll be the youngest player in about 100 years, Harry said, taking another bite. After everything that had happened, he was starving. That's what Wood told me. Ron just stared at him, stunned.
"I start practice next week," Harry added, "but don't tell anyone. Wood wants to keep it quiet."
At that moment, Fred and George Weasley entered the Great Hall. Spotting Harry, they came straight over.
"Nice one," George said in a low voice. "Wood told us. We're on the team too, beaters."
"This could be our year," Fred said excitedly. "We haven't won the cup since Charlie left, but with this lineup, it's going to be brilliant. You must be good." Harry Wood was practically bouncing when he told us. "Anyway, we've got to go," George added. "Lee Jordan thinks he's found another secret passage out of the castle. Probably the one behind Gregory the Smarmy's statue we found that ages ago. See you later." They hurried off just as another, less welcome group approached Malfoy, with Crabbe and Goyle at his sides.
"Enjoying your last dinner, Potter?" Malfoy sneered. "When's your train back to the Muggle world?"
"You seem a lot braver now that you're not alone," Harry replied coolly. Crabbe and Goyle scowled, cracking their knuckles, but with teachers nearby, they didn't dare do anything. "I'd fight you one-on-one any time," Malfoy said. "Tonight, if you like. A wizard's duel, wands only. No physical fighting. Or have you never heard of one?"
"Of course he has," Ron cut in, turning sharply. "I'll be his second. Who's yours?"
Malfoy glanced at his companions, then nodded. "Crabbe, midnight, trophy room, it's always unlocked." And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving the challenge hanging in the air. When Malfoy walked away, Harry and Ron exchanged uncertain looks.
"What exactly is a wizard's duel?" Harry asked. "And what do you mean by being my second?"
"Well, the second is supposed to step in if you die," Ron said matter-of-factly, finally taking a bite of his now cold pie. Seeing Harry's alarmed expression, he quickly added, but that only happens in proper duels with fully trained wizards. You and Malfoy will probably just send a few sparks at each other. Neither of you knows enough to do anything serious. Honestly, I bet he thought you'd refuse.
And what if I try a spell and nothing happens?
Then drop the wand and punch him, Ron suggested. Excuse me. They both looked up. Hermione Granger was standing there.
Can't people eat in peace around here? Ron grumbled.
Hermione ignored him and addressed Harry directly.
I couldn't help overhearing what you and Malfoy were saying.
Course you couldn't, Ron muttered. And you mustn't go sneaking around the castle at night. If you get caught, Gryffindor will lose points. And you will get caught. It's incredibly selfish.
And it's none of your concern, Harry replied.
Good night, said Ron curtly. Still, as Harry lay awake later that night, listening to Dean and Seamus drifting off to sleep, Neville was still in the hospital wing. He couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. Ron had spent hours offering advice like, if he tries to curse you, dodge it. I don't remember any proper counterspells. That wasn't exactly reassuring. There was a real risk of being caught by Filch or Mrs. Norris, and Harry knew he was already pushing his luck after everything that had happened that day. But every time he thought of backing out, Malfoy's mocking face came to mind. This was his chance to stand up to him properly. He couldn't walk away.
11:30, Ron whispered eventually. Time to go.
They slipped on their robes, grabbed their wands, and quietly made their way down the spiral staircase into the Gryffindor common room. The fire had burned low, casting dim shadows over the furniture. They were almost at the portrait hole when a voice spoke from the darkness.
I can't believe you're actually doing this, Harry.
A lamp flickered on. Hermione was sitting there, wearing a pink dressing gown, arms crossed.
You, Ron hissed. Go back to bed. I nearly told Percy, Hermione shot back. He's a prefect. He would have stopped you.
Harry couldn't believe how determined she was to interfere. Come on, he muttered to Ron, pushing open the portrait of the fat lady and climbing through. Hermione followed them out, still whispering angrily. Don't you care about Gryffindor at all? It's not just about you. I don't want Slytherin winning the House Cup because you lose points, and I worked hard to earn some with Professor McGonagall. Just leave us alone. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you when you're sent home tomorrow. Riso. She broke off abruptly. The fat lady's portrait was empty. She had slipped away for a nighttime visit, leaving the entrance sealed. Hermione stared at the blank frame. She was locked out. Quick, this way. Harry gasped, barely slowing as he dashed down yet another corridor. His heart was hammering so loudly he was sure it would give them away. Behind him, he could hear the others stumbling along, Ron muttering, Hermione breathing hard, and Neville making small, panicked noises. They didn't stop running until they reached a dimly lit passage far from the noise. Harry leaned against the cold stone wall, trying to catch his breath.
I think we lost him, he whispered. Ron bent double, clutching his sides. Lost him? I nearly lost my life back there. Neville, you've got to stop knocking things over. I didn't mean to, Neville said miserably, his voice trembling. It just sort of happened.
Hermione pushed her hair out of her face, clearly shaken but still managing to sound annoyed. This is exactly what I said would happen. We could have been caught or worse, expelled.
Not helping, Hermione, Ron snapped. Though not very strongly, he was still too out of breath.
Harry peered cautiously around the corner. The corridor ahead was empty, silent, except for the faint echo of distant footsteps that seemed to be fading away.
Come on, he said quietly. We need to keep moving. If Filch catches us, we're finished.
They moved more carefully now, sticking close together, their footsteps soft against the stone floor. Every shadow seemed suspicious. Every flicker of torchlight made them jump.
I can't believe Malfoy tricked us, Ron muttered under his breath. He must have told Filch we'd be there. Of course he did, Hermione said sharply. Did you really think he'd show up for a fair duel?
Harry didn't answer. He was too busy listening, straining for any sign that someone was following them. The castle, which had seemed so magical before, now felt like a maze full of traps. They turned a corner and suddenly froze. Ahead of them was a door, slightly ajar, with a faint, strange light flickering from inside. No one spoke. Harry glanced back at the others. Ron looked uneasy, Hermione hesitant, Neville downright terrified.
We shouldn't, Hermione whispered.
Harry hesitated for only a second. Too late to turn back now, he said, and slowly pushed the door open. We must have shaken him off, Harry said, between breaths, bracing himself against the icy stone wall and wiping sweat from his brow. Beside him, Neville was hunched over, struggling to breathe properly.
I told you, Hermione managed, holding her side as she tried to recover.
We need to get back to Gryffindor Tower fast, Ron urged, glancing nervously over his shoulder. Hermione shot Harry a sharp look. Malfoy set you up. You do realise that, right? He was never going to meet you. Filch only knew because Malfoy tipped him off. Harry had already come to the same conclusion, but he wasn't about to admit it out loud.
Let's just move, he said shortly.
But escaping wasn't that easy. They had barely taken a few steps when a classroom door burst open ahead of them. Out floated Peeves. The poltergeist spotted them instantly and let out a gleeful shriek.
Oh, be quiet. Peeves, please, Harry whispered urgently. You'll get us expelled.
Peeves grinned wickedly. Out past bedtime, little firsties, naughty, naughty. You'll get caughty.
Not if you don't tell on us, Harry pleaded. Maybe I should, Peeves said in a mock thoughtful tone, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. It's for your own good, you see. Move, Ron snapped, swinging at him an awful mistake. Students out of bed, Peeves howled at the top of his voice. Students out of bed in the charms corridor.
Panic exploded through the group. They ducked and bolted, sprinting down the corridor as fast as they could. At the very end, they slammed into a door, locked.
This is it, Ron groaned, desperately pushing against it. We're finished! Footsteps echoed closer. Filch was coming. Out of the way! Hermione snapped. She grabbed Harry's wand, tapped the lock, and whispered, Alohomora.
A sharp click and the door flew open. They tumbled inside, slammed it shut, and pressed against it, holding their breath.
Outside, Filch's voice rang out. Which way did they go? Peeves, tell me.
Say please, came Peeves's teasing reply. Don't play games with me, where are they? No please, no answer, Peeves sang.
A pause, then grudgingly, please. Nothing, Peeves screeched, zooming off while Filch cursed furiously.
Harry exhaled slowly. He thinks it's locked. We might be safe.
Harry, Neville whispered, tugging at his sleeve. Not now.
But something in Neville's voice made him turn. And then he saw it. This wasn't a room at all. They were standing in a corridor. The forbidden third-floor corridor. And directly in front of them stood the reason it was forbidden.
A gigantic dog so massive it nearly filled the entire space was staring straight at them.
It had 3 heads. 6 wild, glaring eyes locked onto them. 3 noses twitched, sniffing. 3 jaws hung open, strings of drool dripping from rows of massive, yellowed fangs. For a second, no one moved.
No one even breathed.
Then all 3 heads growled at once, The creature stood frozen for a moment, all 6 eyes fixed on them. Harry realized the only thing keeping them alive was the dog's brief confusion at their sudden arrival, but that hesitation wouldn't last long. The deep, rumbling growls made its intentions perfectly clear. Fumbling behind him, Harry reached for the doorknob. Faced with a choice between Filch and that beast, Filch suddenly seemed like the safer option. They stumbled backward out the way they'd come. Harry slammed the door shut, and without a word, all 4 of them took off running. They raced down the corridor as fast as their legs could carry them, not daring to look back. Whether Filch had gone elsewhere or simply missed them, they didn't know and didn't care. Distance from that monster was all that mattered. They didn't stop until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 7th floor. "Where have you all been?" she asked, eyeing their dishevelled robes and flushed faces.
"Password pig snout," Harry gasped.
The portrait swung open, and they tumbled into the common room, collapsing into chairs, still shaking. For a while, no one spoke. Neville looked as though he might never recover enough to say anything again.
Finally, Ron broke the silence. What are they thinking? Keeping something like that in a school? That thing needs a field, not a corridor. Hermione, now catching her breath and her temper, shot them an exasperated look. "Honestly, do none of you pay attention?" she snapped. "Didn't you notice what it was standing on?"
The ground, Harry guessed. I wasn't exactly focused on its feet.
"Not the ground," Hermione said sharply. "A trapdoor. It was guarding something."
She stood, clearly fed up. "I hope you're happy. We could have been killed or worse, expelled. I'm going to bed." Ron watched her storm off, still catching his breath. Blimey, you'd think we forced her to come. But Hermione's words stuck with Harry as he climbed into bed later that night.
A trapdoor, guarding something.
He remembered what Hagrid had said if you wanted to hide something safely. There was nowhere better than Gringotts, except maybe Hogwarts.
And suddenly it clicked.
Harry was almost certain now. Whatever Hagrid had taken from Vault 713, it was here. Chapter 10.
Halloween.
Malfoy stared as if something had gone terribly wrong. Harry and Ron were not only back at Hogwarts the next day, they looked oddly satisfied. There were dark circles under their eyes, sure, but whatever had happened the night before clearly hadn't frightened them off. If anything, it had done the opposite. It had done. By breakfast, the whole incident with the 3-headed dog had already been rebranded in their minds as an exciting exploit. In fact, they found themselves half hoping for another encounter just as dangerous. At some point that morning, Harry finally told Ron everything about the object that had apparently been moved from Gringotts into the castle. From then on, the 2 of them kept circling back to the same question. What could possibly require that level of protection? "It has to be something incredibly important," Ron said thoughtfully. "Or something no one wants getting out," Harry countered. Ron shrugged. Could easily be both. Unfortunately, their investigation didn't get far. The only detail they had was its size barely 2 inches long, which wasn't much to go on. Neville, for one, had no interest in solving the mystery. As far as he was concerned, the less he thought about that dog, the better. Avoiding it entirely was his only priority. Hermione reacted differently. She had cut Harry and Ron off completely, refusing to acknowledge them at all. Still, given her tendency to lecture and correct them, her silence felt less like a punishment and more like a break. The boys had other concerns anyway, namely, finding some way to get under Malfoy's skin. That opportunity arrived sooner than expected. Roughly a week later, during breakfast, the usual flood of owls burst into the Great Hall, but this time something unusual stood out immediately, a long, narrow package being carried by no fewer than 6 large, screeching owls. Heads turned all across the room. Harry followed its descent with mild curiosity until it became very clear the delivery was meant for him. The bundle dropped right in front of his plate, sending his breakfast scattering. Before he could even react, another owl swooped in and released a letter onto the parcel. He opened the note first. Good thing he did. Do not open this package here. Inside is your new Nimbus 2000. I'd prefer it if this remained discreet, otherwise every student will start asking for one. Meet Oliver Wood tonight at 7 on the Quidditch pitch for your first practice. Professor McGonagall. Harry barely managed to keep a straight face as he passed the message to Ron.
A Nimbus 2000, Ron whispered hoarsely, staring at the parchment. You're kidding? I've never even been close to one.
They didn't waste another second. Grabbing the package, they rushed out, eager to unwrap it somewhere private before lessons began. They didn't get far. Halfway across the entrance hall, Crabbe and Goyle stepped directly into their path. A moment later, Malfoy appeared, snatching the parcel from Harry without asking. He pressed it between his hands, testing its shape. A broom, he said flatly, tossing it back. His expression twisted with irritation. You're finished now, Potter. First years aren't allowed those. Ron let out a short laugh. You might want to look again, he said. That's not just any broom, it's a Nimbus 2000. He tilted his head, smirking. Remind me. Malfoy, what are you flying at home? A Comet 260? He shot Harry a grin before adding, Comets are fine if you like the look of them, but they're nowhere near Nimbus level. What would you know? Weasley? Malfoy shot back coldly. A broom like that costs more than your whole family could manage. I'd guess you lot would have to collect it piece by piece, stick by stick. Ron's temper flared, but before he could fire off a reply, a small voice interrupted from beside them. Surely there's no quarrel going on here, squeaked Professor Flitwick, who had suddenly appeared at Malfoy's side.
Malfoy wasted no time. Professor, Potter's just received a broomstick. Ah, yes, quite so, Flitwick said brightly, turning toward Harry with clear delight. Professor McGonagall already informed me. Exceptional circumstances, I understand. And which model have you been given? A Nimbus 2000, sir, Harry replied, barely suppressing a grin as Malfoy's face tightened in disbelief. Though, to be fair, he added lightly, I owe it in part to Malfoy.
That only made things worse. Harry and Ron quickly made their escape, climbing the stairs while trying and failing to hold in their laughter. Malfoy's mixture of anger and confusion made it nearly impossible.
I'm not wrong, though, Harry said between chuckles once they reached the marble staircase landing. If he hadn't grabbed Neville's Remembrall, I'd never have made the team.
And you think that justifies breaking rules? Came a sharp voice behind them. Hermione was right on their heels, her expression stern and disapproving, her eyes fixed on the package Harry carried.
I thought you'd stop talking to us, Harry said coolly. Honestly, Dee, don't ruin it now, Ron added. We were just getting used to the piece.
Hermione sniffed and swept past them, head held high, clearly offended. For the rest of the day, Harry found it nearly impossible to concentrate. His thoughts kept drifting back to the dormitory, where the broom lay hidden beneath his bed or forward to the Quidditch pitch, where he'd finally get to try it out. By evening, he barely tasted his food, rushing through dinner without noticing what he was eating. The moment he could, he and Ron hurried upstairs and tore open the package. Ron let out a long breath. Blimey! The broom slid free onto Harry's bed, gleaming under the light. Even without knowing much about broomsticks, Harry could tell it was something special. The polished mahogany handle shone richly, and the tail was perfectly arranged, each twig smooth and aligned. Near the top, the name Nimbus 2000 was etched in elegant gold lettering. As evening settled in and the sky darkened, Harry slipped out of the castle and made his way toward the Quidditch pitch. He had never seen the stadium up close before, and it took him a moment to take it all in. Towering stands surrounded the field on every side, rising high so spectators could follow the action from above. At each end stood 3 tall golden goalposts, each topped with a circular hoop. They reminded Harry faintly of the plastic rings Muggle children used for blowing bubbles, only these soared some 50 feet into the air. Wood hadn't arrived yet, and Harry was far too impatient to wait. Without hesitation, he climbed onto his broom and pushed off from the ground. The sensation was exhilarating. He darted through the hoops, then shot across the pitch, picking up speed. The Nimbus responded effortlessly, gliding exactly where he intended with the slightest movement. It felt as though the broom understood him.
"Potter, get down here!"
Harry slowed and descended. Oliver Wood stood below, holding a large wooden crate tucked under one arm. "Impressive," Wood said, watching him closely. "McGonagall wasn't exaggerating. You've got real instinct." He set the crate down. "Tonight we'll go over the basics. After that, you'll be training regularly with the team." He lifted the lid. Inside lay 4 balls of different sizes. "Right, then," Wood began. "Quidditch isn't too complicated in theory, though playing it is another matter. Each team has 7 players. 3 of them are chasers." "3 chasers," Harry repeated, focusing carefully as Wood picked up a bright red ball about the size of a football. "This is the quaffle," Wood explained. "Chasers pass it between themselves and try to score by getting it through one of the hoops. Each successful goal earns 10 points. Clear so far?" "So they pass the quaffle and aim for the hoops," Harry said. "Sounds a bit like basketball, just in the air, with more goals." "Basketball," Wood echoed, puzzled.
"Doesn't matter," Harry said quickly.
Wood continued. "Each side also has a keeper. That's my role for Gryffindor. I stay near our goalposts and block the opposing team from scoring." "3 chasers, 1 keeper," Harry repeated, committing it to memory, "all using the quaffle. Got it. And the rest?" He gestured toward the 3 balls still inside the crate.
"You're about to find out," Wood said. "Take this."
He handed Harry a short, heavy bat.
"These," Wood went on, "are the bludgers."
He revealed 2 dark, iron-black balls, slightly smaller than the quaffle. They twitched against the straps holding them in place, as though eager to break free.
"Keep your distance," Wood warned, crouching down to release one.
The moment it was freed, the bludger shot upward, then came hurtling straight at Harry's head. Reacting instantly, Harry swung the bat, deflecting it just before impact. The ball veered wildly, zipping around them in sharp, unpredictable turns before charging toward Wood. Wood leapt forward, tackling it mid-air and forcing it down, pinning it firmly against the ground. "See what I mean?" Wood said, slightly out of breath as he wrestled the bludger back into the crate and secured it tightly. "Those things don't just float around, they actively go after players, trying to knock them off their brooms. That's where the beaters come in. Each team has 2 of them. Ours are the Weasley twins. Their job is to intercept the bludgers, defend their teammates, and, if possible, send them hurtling toward the opposition. Got all that straight?" Harry nodded and quickly summarized. "Chasers handle the quaffle and aim to score. The keeper defends the hoops. Beaters deal with the bludgers and keep them away from their side."
"Exactly," Wood said with approval.
Harry hesitated, then asked, trying to sound casual, "Have the bludgers ever, seriously hurt anyone?" "Nothing fatal at Hogwarts," Wood replied. "A few broken bones here and there, once or twice a shattered jaw, but nothing worse. Now, the final position is the Seeker. He pointed at Harry. "That's you. You won't need to worry too much about the other balls unless one of them decides to take your head off." He gave a short laugh. "Still, with the Weasley twins around, you'll be fine. Honestly, they're almost as dangerous as the bludgers themselves." Reaching back into the crate, Wood lifted out the last ball. It was much smaller than the others, no bigger than a walnut, gleaming gold in the fading light. Tiny silver wings flickered rapidly at its sides. "This," Wood said, holding it up, "is the golden snitch, the most crucial piece of the game. It's incredibly fast and nearly impossible to spot once it's in motion. As Seeker, your sole responsibility is to catch it." He continued, "You'll have to dodge everything else happening on the field, players, bludgers, the quaffle while chasing it down. And here's the key part. Catching the snitch earns your team 150 points. Most of the time, that decides the match." Harry listened closely. "Games only end when the snitch is caught," Wood added, "so they can last a very long time. The longest one on record went on for 3 months. Players had to rotate in and out just to get rest." He snapped the crate shut. "That's the basics. Any questions?" Harry shook his head. The rules made sense. It was the execution that seemed daunting. "We won't release the snitch tonight," Wood said. "It's too dark. We'd never find it again. Instead, we'll start with something simpler." He pulled a handful of golf balls from his pocket. Moments later, both of them were airborne. Wood began hurling the balls in different directions at high speed, and Harry chased after them, catching each one cleanly. Not a single miss. Wood's satisfaction was obvious. By the time half an hour had passed, the sky had gone completely dark, forcing them to stop. "This could be our year," Wood said as they walked back toward the castle, clearly pleased. "I wouldn't be surprised if you end up even better than Charlie Weasley, and he had the talent to go professional before he left to chase dragons." With practices now filling 3 evenings a week, along with a growing pile of homework, time seemed to move faster for Harry. It hardly felt real when he realized he'd already spent 2 months at Hogwarts. The castle no longer felt unfamiliar. In fact, it felt more like home than Privet Drive ever had. Even his classes were starting to become more engaging now that the fundamentals were behind him. On the morning of Halloween, the castle corridors were filled with the warm, inviting scent of roasting pumpkin. The day improved even further during Charms class, when Professor Flitwick announced that they were finally ready to attempt levitation, a skill everyone had been eager to learn ever since they'd seen him send Neville's toad sailing through the air. The class was divided into pairs for practice. Harry ended up with Seamus Finnegan, which he didn't mind at all, especially since Neville had been clearly hoping to partner with him. Ron, however, was paired with Hermione Granger, a match that neither of them seemed pleased about. Hermione still hadn't spoken to either of them since the incident with Harry's broom. "Remember the movement," squeaked Professor Flitwick from atop his usual stack of books. "A smooth swish, followed by a flick. And don't forget, clear pronunciation is essential. Consider the unfortunate case of Wizard Barufio, who mispronounced a spell and ended up flat on his back with a buffalo on his chest." Putting theory into practice proved far more difficult than expected. Harry and Seamus repeated the motion again and again, but the feather in front of them refused to budge. Growing frustrated, Seamus jabbed at it with his wand only to set it on fire. Harry quickly smothered the flames with his hat. At the next table, Ron was struggling just as much. "Wingardium Leviosa!" he bellowed, swinging his wand with exaggerated force.
"That's completely wrong," Hermione snapped, unable to hold back. "It's Wingardium Leviosa. You need to stretch the gar."
"Then you try it," Ron shot back irritably. Without another word, Hermione pushed up her sleeves, gave a precise flick of her wand, and said, "Wingardium Leviosa." At once. Her feather lifted gracefully from the desk. rising until it hovered several feet in the air.
"Excellent!" Professor Flitwick exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Everyone, take note, Miss Granger has done it perfectly."
By the time the lesson ended, Ron's frustration had only grown. "No wonder she hasn't got any friends," he muttered to Harry as they squeezed into the busy corridor. "She's unbearable." Someone brushed past Harry just then. It was Hermione. He caught a quick glimpse of her face and froze. She was crying.
"I think she heard you," Harry said quietly.
"So what?" Ron replied, though his tone lacked conviction. She ought to realize it by now. Hermione didn't show up for their next lesson, and she remained absent throughout the afternoon. Later, as Harry and Ron made their way to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, they overheard Parvati Patil telling Lavender that Hermione had locked herself in the girls' bathroom, upset and wanting to be left alone.
Ron looked uneasy at this, but the moment they stepped into the Great Hall, the festive decorations, floating pumpkins, flickering lights, and autumn colours everywhere quickly pulled their attention away from everything else.
The Great Hall had been transformed into something eerie and alive. Bats filled the air, hundreds clung to the walls and ceiling, while countless others swooped low over the tables in dark, shifting waves. Their wings stirred the air so much that the candles inside the carved pumpkins flickered wildly. As if on cue, the feast suddenly appeared across the golden plates, just like it had at the start of term. Harry had barely begun serving himself a potato when the doors burst open. Professor Quirrell rushed in, his turban crooked and his face drained of colour. He stumbled forward, drawing every eye in the room, until he reached Professor Dumbledore's seat. Gripping the edge of the table, he gasped, "Troll in the dungeons, I thought you should know." And with that, he collapsed unconscious onto the floor. The hall erupted instantly. Shouts, scraping chairs, rising panic. It took several loud bursts of purple sparks from Dumbledore's wand to restore order. "Prefects," he said, his voice carrying over the noise, "escort your houses back to their dormitories at once." Percy Weasley sprang into action as though he'd been waiting for this moment his entire life.
"This way, everyone. Stay together, no wandering off. First years, keep close. There's nothing to worry about if you follow instructions. Make room, prefect coming through." As they were herded out and began climbing the stairs, Harry frowned. "How did a troll even get inside?" he asked. "No idea," Ron said. "They're supposed to be thick as bricks. Wouldn't surprise me if Peeves had something to do with it. Sounds like his kind of joke." They passed clusters of students rushing in all directions. As they squeezed past a group of confused Hufflepuffs, Harry suddenly stopped and grabbed Ron's sleeve. "Wait, Hermione." Ron blinked. "What about her?" "She doesn't know she's still in the bathroom." Ron hesitated, chewing his lip. "Fine," he muttered at last. "But if Percy catches us, we're done for." They ducked away from their group, slipped into the stream of Hufflepuffs heading the opposite direction, and quickly broke off down a quieter corridor. Moving as fast as they dared, they made for the girls' bathroom. They had just turned a corner when hurried footsteps echoed behind them. "Percy!" Ron whispered urgently, dragging Harry behind a large stone griffin. But when they peered out, it wasn't Percy, it was Snape, striding briskly past and disappearing down the corridor. "What's he doing up here?" Harry murmured. "Shouldn't he be dealing with the troll?" Ron shrugged. No clue. Keeping their voices low, they followed the direction Snape had gone. "He's heading toward the third floor," Harry said under his breath. Ron suddenly raised a hand. "Hang on, do you smell that?" Harry inhaled and instantly regretted it. A revolting odour hit him, thick and sour, like a pile of unwashed socks mixed with the stench of a filthy public toilet. Then came the sound.
A deep, guttural grunt echoed through the corridor, followed by the slow, heavy thud of massive footsteps. Ron pointed silently. At the far end of a side passage, something enormous shifted in the darkness. They pressed themselves against the wall, barely breathing, as it lumbered forward into a patch of pale moonlight. The creature was monstrous, towering at nearly 12 feet. Its skin resembled rough grey stone. Its bulky body looked like a pile of boulders stacked together, topped by a small, bald head that seemed absurdly undersized. Its legs were thick and stump-like, ending in broad, misshapen feet. The stench surrounding it was almost unbearable. Clutched in one massive hand was a heavy wooden club, dragging along the ground as it moved, its long arms swinging lazily with each step. The troll paused outside a nearby door and leaned forward to peer inside. Its long ears twitched as if it were thinking slowly, clumsily before it made up its mind and dragged itself into the room. "The key's still in the door," Harry whispered. "We could trap it in there."
Ron swallowed hard. "Yeah, let's do it."
Keeping as quiet as possible, they crept toward the doorway, hearts hammering. Every step felt too loud. They braced themselves, half expecting the troll to reappear at any moment. Then Harry lunged. In one swift motion, he grabbed the key, slammed the door shut, and twisted the lock. "We did it."
Adrenaline surging, they turned to bolt, but froze almost immediately.
A piercing scream echoed down the corridor. It came from inside the very room they had just locked.
Ron's face drained of colour. That sounded.
The girls' bathroom, Harry realized in horror. "Hermione?" They didn't hesitate again. Spinning back, they fumbled with the key, panic making their hands clumsy. The lock finally gave, and Harry yanked the door open as they rushed inside. Hermione was pressed tightly against the far wall, her face pale with terror. She looked as though she might collapse at any second. The troll was closing in on her, smashing sinks from the walls as it lumbered forward.
"Distract it!" Harry shouted to Ron. Grabbing a loose tap, he hurled it across the room. It crashed loudly against the tiles.
The troll halted just short of Hermione and turned slowly, blinking in confusion, its small, dull eyes fixed on Harry. After a moment's hesitation, it began moving toward him instead, raising its club.
"Hey, you lump!" Ron yelled from the opposite side, flinging a metal pipe. It bounced harmlessly off the troll's shoulder, but the shout caught its attention. The creature paused again and turned toward Ron, giving Harry a chance to circle behind it.
"Go! Get out of here!" Harry yelled to Hermione, reaching for her, but she couldn't move. She was frozen in place, eyes wide, unable to react. The noise and chaos seemed to enrage the troll. It let out a deafening roar and charged toward Ron, who now stood closest with nowhere to run. Without thinking, Harry acted.
He sprinted forward, leapt, and clung onto the troll's back, locking his arms around its neck. The creature barely seemed to notice his weight, but it certainly noticed when Harry's wand, still clutched in his hand, was driven straight up its nose.
The troll bellowed in pain, thrashing wildly. Its club swung dangerously through the air as Harry held on desperately, knowing he could be thrown off or crushed at any moment. Hermione had collapsed to the floor, shaking. Ron, panicked and unsure, raised his wand. The first spell that came to him burst out. Wingardium Leviosa. At once, the troll's club wrenched free from its grip. It soared upward, spinning high above them, then came crashing down. With a sickening crack, it struck the troll squarely on the head. The giant staggered, swaying unsteadily for a brief second, then toppled forward and hit the ground with a thunderous crash that shook the entire room. Harry staggered back onto his feet, chest heaving, his whole body trembling from the rush of it all. Nearby, Ron stood frozen, wand still raised, staring in disbelief at the unconscious troll sprawled on the floor. Hermione was the first to break the silence.
"Is it dead?" she whispered. "I don't think so," Harry said, trying to steady his breathing. "It's just out cold."
He stepped forward cautiously and yanked his wand free from the troll's nostril. It came out coated in a thick, grey, sticky substance.
"Ah, that's disgusting," he muttered.
Without thinking too much about it, he wiped the mess off on the troll's trousers. Suddenly, the sound of doors slamming and hurried footsteps echoed toward them. Only then did they realize how much noise they had made, the crashing porcelain, the roars, the chaos. Someone had clearly heard everything. Moments later, Professor McGonagall stormed into the room, with Snape close behind and Quirrell trailing after them. The sight inside stopped them all. Quirrell gave a faint, panicked squeak at the sight of the troll and promptly collapsed onto the nearest toilet, clutching his chest. Snape moved forward, inspecting the fallen creature, while Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze on Harry and Ron. Harry had never seen her look so furious. Her face was pale, her lips drawn tight with anger. Any thought Harry had of being praised or even rewarded vanished instantly. "What were you thinking?" she said, her voice sharp and icy. Her eyes flicked between the two boys. "You could have been killed. Why are you not in your dormitory?" Snape cast Harry a quick, searching glance. Harry immediately dropped his eyes to the floor, wishing Ron would lower his wand already. Then, from behind them, a quiet voice spoke.
"Please, Professor McGonagall, they were trying to find me."
"Miss Granger?" Hermione had pushed herself upright, though she still looked shaken. "I went after the troll," she continued, her voice unsteady. "I thought I could handle it. I've read about them, so I believed I knew what to do." Ron's wand slipped slightly in his hand, Hermione lying to a teacher. "If they hadn't come," she went on, "I wouldn't have survived. Harry distracted it, and Ron used its own club against it. They didn't have time to get help. It was about to attack me when they got there. Harry and Ron did their best to act as though Hermione's explanation was something they already knew."
"I see," Professor McGonagall said slowly, her eyes moving from one to the other. Then she fixed Hermione with a stern look. "Miss Granger, that was extremely reckless. What possessed you to take on a mountain troll by yourself?"
Hermione lowered her gaze, saying nothing. Harry, meanwhile, was too stunned to speak. Hermione, the most rule-abiding person they knew, had just taken the blame for everything. It was so unexpected it felt almost unreal, like Snape suddenly deciding to hand out treats. "Gryffindor will lose 5 points for this," Professor McGonagall continued firmly. "I'm very disappointed in your judgment. If you're uninjured, you should return to your tower. The feast will be continued in your house." Hermione gave a small nod and quietly left the room. McGonagall then turned her attention to Harry and Ron. "As for you two, what you did was dangerous, but also impressive. Few first-year students could have managed to subdue a fully grown mountain troll." Her tone softened slightly. "You will each receive 5 points for Gryffindor. Professor Dumbledore will be informed. You may go." They didn't need telling twice. The boys hurried out, not saying a word, until they had climbed a couple of floors. Simply being away from the troll and its dreadful smell was a relief in itself. "We should have earned more than that," Ron muttered at last. 10 total, Harry corrected, or 5, really, once Hermione's deduction is counted. Ron shrugged. Still, that was decent of her, covering for us like that, though, to be fair, we did save her. Harry glanced at him. She might not have needed saving if we hadn't locked the troll in there with her in the first place. They reached the portrait of the fat lady.
"Pig snout," they said, and the entrance swung open.
Inside, the common room buzzed with noise. The rest of the feast had been sent up, and students were gathered in groups, eating and talking excitedly. Near the doorway, Hermione stood by herself, clearly waiting. For a moment, all three of them hesitated, unsure what to say. Then, awkwardly, and almost at the same time, without meeting each other's eyes, they muttered a quiet thanks, before quickly turning away toward the food. But something had changed. From that night on, Hermione Granger was no longer just a classmate, she was their friend, after all. There are certain experiences that bind people together, and facing down a 12-foot mountain troll is definitely one of them. Chapter 11. Quidditch. As November arrived, a sharp chill settled over the castle grounds. The mountains in the distance took on a dull, icy grey, and the lake hardened into something that looked like cold, polished metal. Each morning, frost coated the grass in a thin, glittering layer. From the upper windows, students could often spot Hagrid out on the Quidditch pitch, bundled up in heavy layers, scraping ice off the school brooms while wearing thick, fur-lined gloves and massive boots. The Quidditch season had officially begun. After weeks of intense practice, Harry's first match was finally approaching Gryffindor versus Slytherin. A win would push Gryffindor into second place in the house standings. Very few people had actually seen Harry play. Wood had insisted on keeping him hidden as a surprise advantage. Still, word had somehow spread that he was the team's new seeker. Harry wasn't sure which was worse, those confidently predicting he'd be amazing, or those joking they'd stand below him with cushions in case he fell. Having Hermione as a friend turned out to be a huge relief. Between long evenings of homework and Wood's increasingly demanding training schedule, Harry wasn't sure how he would have managed without her help. She had even lent him Quidditch through the ages, which he found surprisingly fascinating. From it, Harry discovered that there were over 700 officially recorded fouls in Quidditch, and that every single one had been committed during a chaotic World Cup match in 1473. He also learned that Seekers were typically the smallest and quickest players on the field, and, unsurprisingly, they were involved in most of the game's serious injuries. While fatalities were rare, referees had been known to disappear mid-match, only to reappear months later in distant places like the Sahara Desert. Since the troll incident, Hermione had loosened up somewhat about rules, and it made her far easier to be around. The day before Harry's first match, the three of them stood outside in the freezing courtyard during a break. Hermione had conjured a small, vivid blue flame and contained it inside a glass jar so they could carry it with them. They huddled around it, backs turned to the cold, soaking in its warmth. That was when Snape appeared, striding across the courtyard. Harry noticed immediately that he was limping. Without a word, Harry, Ron, and Hermione instinctively shifted closer together. Trying to hide the flame from view, they were fairly certain it wasn't allowed, but their attempt wasn't subtle enough. Something in their behavior must have given them away, because Snape's sharp gaze fixed on them at once. He changed direction and began making his way toward them, his uneven steps slow but deliberate. He hadn't spotted the fire, but it was clear he was searching for a reason to reprimand them anyway. "What's that you're holding?" "Potter." Snape's voice cut sharply through the cold air. Harry held up the book. It was Quidditch Through the Ages. "That belongs in the library," Snape said coldly. "Students are not permitted to take such books outside. Hand it over, and 5 points from Gryffindor."
As Snape stalked away, bolt favouring one leg, Harry muttered under his breath, "He just invented that rule."
"Yeah," Ron said darkly. "Well, I hope whatever's wrong with his leg hurts." That evening, the Gryffindor common room buzzed with noise and excitement. Harry, Ron and Hermione had taken seats by the window. Hermione was reviewing their charms homework, scanning it carefully. She refused to let them copy, outright insisting they needed to learn, but her help usually steered them to the correct answers anyway. Harry, however, couldn't settle. His thoughts kept drifting back to the match the next day and to the book Snape had confiscated. He needed something to distract himself.
"I'm going to ask for it back," he said suddenly, getting to his feet.
Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. "You're braver than we are," they said together. Still, Harry suspected Snape might behave differently if other teachers were around. With that in mind, he headed down toward the staff room and knocked on the door. No reply. He knocked again. Silence. Maybe Snape had left the book inside, Harry thought. It was worth checking. Slowly, he pushed the door open and glanced in, and immediately wished he hadn't. Snape and Filch were alone inside. Snape had lifted his robes to reveal his leg, which looked badly injured, bloodied and torn. Filch stood beside him, carefully wrapping it in bandages. "That cursed creature," Snape was muttering. "How is anyone meant to keep track of all 3 heads at once?" Harry's heart jolted. He began to ease the door shut, trying not to make a sound. "Potter!" Snape spun around, his face contorted with anger as he dropped his robes to cover the injury. Harry froze.
I was just wondering if I could have my book back," he stammered. "Out now!"
Harry didn't wait to be told again. He backed out quickly, then ran all the way back up to the common room. "Well," Ron asked as he returned, "did you get it? What happened?" Lowering his voice, Harry told them everything he'd seen. When he finished, he leaned closer, his voice urgent. "Don't you see? He was trying to get past that 3-headed dog on Halloween. That's where he was heading when we spotted him. He's after whatever it's guarding. I'd bet anything on it. And I think he let the troll in, just to create a distraction." Hermione stared at him, eyes wide with realization. "No, I don't believe that," Hermione said firmly. "He may not be pleasant, but he wouldn't go that far, not against something Dumbledore is protecting." Ron rolled his eyes. "Honestly, Hermione? You act like every teacher here is perfect," he snapped. "I'm with Harry on this. Snape's capable of anything. The real question is, what's he trying to get his hands on? What's that dog actually guarding?" That question followed Harry all the way to bed. Even with Neville snoring loudly nearby, sleep refused to come. He lay awake, thoughts racing in circles. He tried to clear his mind. He needed rest, especially with his first Quidditch match only hours away, but it was no use. The memory of Snape's expression and that injured leg kept forcing its way back. Morning arrived cold and brilliantly clear. The great hall was lively, filled with the smell of sizzling sausages and the excited chatter of students anticipating the match. "You should eat something," Hermione urged.
"I can't," Harry said. "At least have some toast," she insisted gently. "I'm not hungry."
His stomach churned, but not from hunger. In less than an hour, he'd be stepping onto the pitch. "You'll need energy," Seamus Finnegan said, piling ketchup generously onto his plate. Seekers usually take the worst hits.
"Very reassuring," Harry muttered.
By 11, the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch were packed. Students filled every seat, many holding binoculars to get a better view. Even from the raised stands, it wasn't always easy to follow the action. Ron and Hermione found seats high up alongside Neville, Seamus, and Dean, who, as always, was proudly representing West Ham. They had prepared something special, a large banner made from one of Ron's old sheets that Scabbers had ruined. Across it, in bold letters, was written "Potter for President," with a Gryffindor lion sketched underneath by Dean. Hermione had added a charm so that the letters shimmered and shifted colours in the light. Down in the locker room, Harry and the rest of the team were getting ready, pulling on their scarlet robes while Slytherin prepared in green. Wood stood in front of them, clearing his throat.
"All right, everyone," he began. "And women," Angelina Johnson cut in. "And women," Wood corrected quickly. "This is it."
"The big moment," Fred added. "What we've been waiting for," George continued. "We've heard this speech before," Fred said to Harry. "We were on the team last year."
"Enough," Wood snapped, though not unkindly. "This is the strongest team Gryffindor has had in years. We're going to win, I'm certain of it."
He looked around at them all, his expression intense enough to suggest he expected nothing less. "Time to go," he said. "Good luck." Harry followed Fred and George out onto the field. The roar of the crowd hit him immediately. Trying to ignore the uneasy feeling in his legs, he stepped forward, hoping they wouldn't give out beneath him. Madam Hooch stood at the centre of the pitch, broom in hand, waiting as both teams gathered around her. "I expect a clean match from all of you," she said firmly. Her sharp gaze lingered a little longer on the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, a sixth year whose heavy features gave Harry the impression he might have a bit of troll ancestry. As Harry glanced upward, he caught sight of a banner rippling high above the stands. The words "Potter for President" flashed boldly across it. His stomach flipped, but in a good way. The nerves eased, replaced by a flicker of confidence.
"On your brooms," Madam Hooch instructed.
Harry swung onto his Nimbus 2000, gripping it tightly. A shrill whistle pierced the air. In an instant, 15 players shot upward, climbing rapidly into the sky. The match had begun.
"And Gryffindor takes early possession of the quaffle Angelina Johnson in control," came the voice of the commentator. "Fantastic chaser, that one, and not bad looking either." "Jordan." "Sorry, Professor."
Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, was providing commentary under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall. Johnson streaks ahead, nice pass to Alicia Spinett, one of Wood's finds from last year. Back to Johnson, Nubdo intercepted. Slytherin captain Marcus Flint takes control and charges forward. He's flying like weight blocked. Brilliant save from Gryffindor keeper Wood. Gryffindor regains possession. Katie Bell now with the quaffle excellent manoeuvre around Flint. She's heading upfield. Oh, that looked painful. Bludger to the back of the head. Quaffle loose. Slytherin recovers. Adrian Pusey racing toward the hoops. But hold on. A bludger sent his way courtesy of one of the Weasley twins. I think hard to tell them apart either way. Great defensive play. Gryffindor back in control. Johnson again. Clear path ahead. She's accelerating. Dodges a bludger closing in on the goal. Bletchley dives, misses, and it's a goal for Gryffindor. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor side, cutting through the cold air, while groans echoed from the Slytherin supporters. "Make room shift over a bit."
"Hagrid."
Ron and Hermione scooted aside as Hagrid squeezed into the row beside them. "Was watching from me hut," Hagrid said, adjusting the large binoculars hanging around his neck. "But it's not the same as being here with everyone else. Seen the snitch yet?"
"Not yet," Ron replied. "Harry's barely had anything to do so far."
"Staying out of danger's good enough for now," Hagrid said, lifting the binoculars and scanning the sky for Harry.
Far above. Harry circled steadily over the pitch, eyes narrowed as he searched for the faintest glint of gold. He was sticking to the plan Wood had drilled into him. Stay out of the chaos, watch carefully, and wait for the right moment. Stay clear of the action until you spot the snitch, Wood had instructed earlier. No point getting knocked off before you even have a chance.
After Angelina scored, Harry had celebrated with a couple of quick loops in the air, letting the rush of excitement out. Now, however, he had settled back into scanning the sky, eyes darting in every direction for the faintest hint of gold.
Once, He thought he saw it a brief glimmer, but it turned out to be sunlight bouncing off one of the Weasley twins' watches. Another time, a bludger came hurtling toward him like a cannonball. Harry swerved just in time, and seconds later, Fred Weasley shot past in pursuit. "Still in one piece? Harry!" Fred shouted as he smashed the bludger away, sending it whistling toward Marcus Flint.
"Slytherin takes control again." Lee Jordan's voice rang out. Pusey dodges a bludger, actually. 2 and slips past Bell, heading straight for Hold On. Was that the snitch?
A ripple of excitement swept through the crowd. Pusey dropped the quaffle mid-flight, craning his neck to follow a sudden flicker of gold that had zipped past him.
Harry saw it too. His pulse surged as he plunged downward after the tiny, winged ball. Across the pitch, Slytherin's seeker, Terence Higgs, had spotted it as well. The two of them raced side by side, diving at incredible speed. Around them, the rest of the players slowed, momentarily forgetting the game as they watched the chase unfold. Harry edged ahead. The snitch was right there, its golden wings beating furiously as it darted forward. He leaned into the dive, pushing for more speed. Wham! A furious shout erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Flint had slammed into Harry mid-air, knocking him off course. His broom spun wildly as he clung on desperately, fighting to stay upright.
"Foul!" voices roared from below.
Madam Hooch swooped in immediately, scolding Flint before awarding Gryffindor a penalty shot. But amid the chaos, the snitch had vanished once again.
In the stands, Dean Thomas was on his feet, shouting, "Send him off, that's a red card."
Ron looked baffled. "What are you on about?"
"In football, that gets you thrown out," Dean insisted.
"This isn't football," Ron replied.
Hagrid, however, grunted in agreement with Dean. "Still, rules ought to be stricter. That hit could have sent Harry straight to the ground."
Meanwhile, Lee Jordan was struggling to stay neutral. So after that completely outrageous bit of cheating.
"Jordan!" McGonagall snapped.
I mean, that highly questionable foul. Jordan. Right. Flint nearly takes out the Gryffindor seeker, perfectly accidental. Of course, and Gryffindor is awarded a penalty, which Spinnet converts easily. Play continues, Gryffindor in control.
High above, Harry barely had time to recover before another bludger tore past his head. He twisted away, and that's when it happened.
His broom jerked violently beneath him. For a split second, his stomach dropped as he nearly lost his grip. Clutching tightly with both hands and knees, he steadied himself. He had never felt anything like it. Then it happened again. The broom shuddered as though trying to throw him off. That made no sense. A Nimbus 2000 didn't behave like this. Something was wrong. Harry attempted to steer back toward the Gryffindor goalposts, thinking he might signal Wood for a timeout, but the broom wouldn't respond. It ignored his commands completely. Instead, it lurched unpredictably through the air, jerking left and right in sharp, violent movements, each one threatening to unseat him. Lee Jordan's voice carried on over the chaos below. Slytherin back in control. Flint with the quaffle slips past Spinnet. Dodges Bell. Oh. Bludger straight to the face. Hope that hurt, just kidding. Professor Slytherin scores weight. What's going on up there? Cheers erupted from the Slytherin side, but they quickly faltered as attention shifted skyward. High above the pitch, something was clearly wrong. Harry's broom was no longer behaving normally. Instead of staying in the flow of the game, it was dragging him higher and higher, away from the action, twitching erratically as it climbed. Hagrid squinted through his binoculars. "What's he playing at?" he muttered. "If I didn't know better, I'd say he's lost control of that broom, but that's not possible." A wave of alarm spread through the stands. Fingers pointed upward as Harry's broom began to spin violently. He clung on desperately, barely managing to stay mounted. Then, with a sudden, brutal jolt, he slipped and was left hanging in mid-air, gripping the broom with one hand. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. "Did Flint damage it when he hit him?" Seamus whispered anxiously. Hagrid shook his head, though his voice wavered. "No way, nothing messes with a broom like that unless it's strong dark magic, and no student could do that to a Nimbus 2000.
At that, Hermione snatched the binoculars from him, but instead of looking at Harry, she scanned the stands with urgent intensity. "What are you doing?" Ron asked, pale. "I knew it," Hermione said under her breath. "Snape, look." Ron grabbed the binoculars across the pitch. Snape stood rigid among the crowd, his eyes locked onto Harry. His lips were moving constantly, as though whispering something under his breath. "He's doing it," Hermione said. "He's cursing the broom." Ron swallowed. "What do we do?"
"I'll handle it." Before he could stop her, Hermione was already gone. Ron raised the binoculars again. Far above, Harry's broom was shaking so violently it seemed impossible he could hold on much longer. The entire crowd had risen to their feet, watching in horror. Fred and George Weasley soared upward, trying to reach him, but every time they got close, the broom jerked higher, as if deliberately avoiding them. They dropped back, circling below, ready to catch him if he fell.
Meanwhile, completely unnoticed, Marcus Flint continued scoring again and again for Slytherin.
"Come on, Hermione," Ron muttered, gripping the binoculars tightly. Hermione, meanwhile, had pushed her way through the crowd toward the opposite stand. She hurried along the row behind Snape, not even pausing when she accidentally knocked Professor Quirrell forward into the seats below.
Reaching Snape, she crouched low, drew her wand and muttered a quick incantation.
A burst of bright blue flame leapt from her wand and caught the edge of Snape's robes. It took only a few seconds. Snape suddenly jerked, letting out a startled cry as he realized something was wrong. Hermione quickly scooped the enchanted fire into a small jar and slipped it into her pocket, then hurried back the way she had come. Snape, distracted and shaken, had no idea what had just happened. That was all it took. High above the pitch, Harry suddenly found that the broom had steadied. With a burst of effort, he hauled himself back into position.
"Neville, you can look now," Ron said quickly. Neville had spent the last several minutes buried in Hagrid's coat, sniffling in terror. At that moment, Harry shot downward in a steep dive. As the crowd watched, he clapped a hand over his mouth, as if he were about to be sick. He hit the ground on his hands and knees, coughing hard, then a small, golden object dropped neatly into his palm. "I've got it, the snitch," he shouted, holding it high. The match ended instantly, though confusion rippled through the stands. He didn't catch it, he practically swallowed it. Flint was still complaining long afterward, but the result stood, no rules had been broken, and Lee Jordan enthusiastically announced the final score, Gryffindor victorious 170-60. Harry barely registered any of it. Soon after, he found himself sitting inside Hagrid's hut, wrapped in warmth, with a steaming mug of strong tea in his hands. Ron and Hermione were beside him. "It was Snape," Ron insisted. "We both saw him. He was staring straight at you, muttering non-stop he was putting a jinx on your broom." "Nonsense," Hagrid said at once. He had missed everything from his spot in the stands. Why would Snape go and do something like that? Harry exchanged a glance with Ron and Hermione. After a moment, he spoke. "I learned something about him," he said carefully. "On Halloween, he tried to get past that three-headed dog. It bit him. We think he's after whatever it's guarding."
Hagrid's reaction was immediate. The teapot slipped from his hands and clattered. "How do you know about Fluffy?" he demanded. "Fluffy," Harry repeated.
"Yeah, that's his name. He's mine, actually. Bought him off a Greek fellow in a pub last year. I lent him to Dumbledore to help guard."
He stopped abruptly. "To guard what?" Harry pressed eagerly. Hagrid shook his head, his expression hardening. "That's enough. I shouldn't have said even that. It's confidential, strictly so." "But Snape's trying to get it," Harry insisted.
"Don't be ridiculous," Hagrid snapped. "Snape works here. He'd never try anything like that."
"Then why was Harry nearly thrown off his broom?" Hermione shot back. Her tone had changed completely since the match. "I know what a jinx looks like. I've read about them. You have to keep your eyes fixed on the target, and he never once looked away. I saw him."
"I'm telling you, you've got it wrong," Hagrid said firmly. "I don't know what caused that broom to act up, but Snape wouldn't harm a student. Now listen, this isn't your business. It's dangerous meddling. Forget about that dog, and forget whatever it's protecting. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Aha!" Harry exclaimed, sitting up straighter. "So there is someone named Nicholas Flamel involved." Hagrid froze, then groaned, clearly annoyed with himself for letting it slip.
Chapter 12. The Mirror of Erist. Winter crept in quickly, and by the middle of December, Hogwarts was buried beneath thick layers of snow. The lake had frozen over completely, turning into a sheet of solid ice. Fred and George Weasley landed themselves in trouble after charming a set of snowballs to chase Professor Quirrell around the grounds, repeatedly smacking into the back of his turban. Even the post owls struggled against the harsh weather. The few that managed to deliver letters arrived exhausted and often had to be cared for by Hagrid before they could fly again. Everyone was eagerly counting down the days until the holidays. While the Gryffindor Common Room and the Great Hall were warm and cozy with blazing fires, the corridors were bitterly cold, with icy draughts slipping through every crack. The classrooms weren't much better. Windows rattled in the wind, and students huddled in their robes. The worst place of all was the dungeon, where Professor Snape held his potions lessons. Down there, the air was so cold that their breath fogged in front of them, and they stayed close to their steaming cauldrons just to keep warm. "I almost feel sorry," Draco Malfoy drawled during one lesson, "for those unfortunate enough to remain here over Christmas. Clearly, no one at home wants them." His eyes flicked toward Harry as he spoke, while Crabbe and Goyle snickered beside him. Harry, busy carefully measuring powdered lionfish spine, pretended not to hear. Since the Quidditch match, Malfoy had been more unpleasant than ever. Furious that Slytherin had lost, he had first tried to joke that Harry would soon be replaced by a ridiculous creature as Seeker, but no one had found it amusing. Most students were still impressed by how Harry had managed to stay on his wildly jerking broom. Frustrated and jealous, Malfoy had fallen back on mocking Harry's lack of a proper family. It was true that Harry wouldn't be returning to Privet Drive for Christmas. The week before, Professor McGonagall had gone around with a list for students who planned to remain at school, and Harry had signed his name without hesitation. He didn't mind in the slightest, in fact. He suspected this might turn out to be the best Christmas he'd ever had. Ron and his brothers were staying as well, since their parents were travelling to Romania to visit Charlie. When the class finally ended and they climbed out of the dungeon, they found their path blocked by a massive fir tree lying across the corridor. A pair of huge boots stuck out from beneath it. Along with the sound of heavy breathing, it was clearly Hagrid.
"Hey, Hagrid need a hand," Ron called, leaning into the branches to catch a glimpse of him. "I'm fine. Thanks." "Ron," Hagrid replied, his voice muffled behind the thick branches.
"Do you mind clearing the way?" Malfoy's cold voice cut in from behind them. "Or are you hoping to pick up some extra work?" Weasley? Planning to take over as gamekeeper someday. I imagine Hagrid's hut must seem like luxury compared to what you're used to at home." Ron didn't hesitate. He lunged at Malfoy, grabbing his robes just as footsteps sounded on the stairs.
"Weasley."
At once, Ron released him.
"He was asking for it, Professor," Hagrid said, poking his large, bearded face out from behind the tree. Malfoy was making fun of his family.
"Regardless," Snape replied smoothly. "Fighting is strictly forbidden at Hogwarts. 5 points from Gryffindor. Weasley, be thankful I'm not taking more. Now, move along." Smirking, Malfoy brushed past, with Crabbe and Goyle close behind, knocking pine needles everywhere as they went.
"I'll get him someday," Ron muttered through clenched teeth, watching them go. "I can't stand either of them," Harry said, "Malfoy or Snape." "Oh, don't let it spoil things," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Christmas is nearly here. Tell you what, come along and have a look at the Great Hall. It's looking brilliant."
They followed him, tree and all, into the hall, where Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were in the middle of decorating.
"Ah, Hagrid, just in time. Put that one over in the corner, please," McGonagall instructed.
The sight inside was breathtaking. Garlands of holly and mistletoe draped the walls, and a dozen enormous Christmas trees stood around the hall. Some shimmered with icicles, while others sparkled under the glow of hundreds of candles. "How long till the holidays start for you?" Hagrid asked. "Just one more day," Hermione replied. Then she suddenly straightened. "Oh, Harry! Ron, we've got half an hour before lunch. We should go to the library."
"Right," Ron said, reluctantly tearing his attention away from Professor Flitwick, who was sending streams of golden bubbles drifting across the branches of the newly placed tree.
"The library," Hagrid said, trailing after them as they left the hall. "Right before Christmas. Bit keen, aren't you?" "We're not going to study," Harry said quickly. "Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to figure out who he is." "You what?" Hagrid looked alarmed. "I told you leave it alone. It's none of your business what that dog's guarding." "We only want to know who Nicholas Flamel is," Hermione insisted.
"Unless you'd rather just tell us," Harry added. "We've searched loads of books already and found nothing. Just give us a clue. I'm sure I've seen his name somewhere before." "I'm not saying another word," Hagrid said firmly.
"Then we'll just have to keep looking," Ron said, and the three of them hurried off, leaving Hagrid behind, clearly annoyed. They had, in fact, been combing through the library ever since Hagrid accidentally mentioned Flamel. After all, it seemed like the only way to figure out what Snape might be after. The problem was, they didn't even know where to begin. Flamel didn't appear in great wizards of the 20th century, nor in notable magical names of our time. He was absent from important modern magical discoveries and recent developments in wizardry as well. And then there was the size of the library itself, row upon row of towering shelves, packed with tens of thousands of books, making the search feel nearly impossible. Hermione pulled out a carefully prepared list of topics and book titles she intended to check. Meanwhile, Ron wandered down one of the aisles, randomly grabbing books from the shelves and flipping through them. Harry, on the other hand, drifted toward the restricted section. For some time now, he had suspected that Nicolas Flamel's name might be hidden somewhere among those forbidden volumes. The problem was access. Any student wanting to read from that section needed written permission from a teacher, and Harry knew there was no chance he'd get that. The books there dealt with dangerous spells and dark magic, material reserved for older students studying advanced defensive magic. "What do you think you're doing here, boy?"
Harry jumped. "Nothing," he replied quickly.
Madam Pint stood nearby, clutching a feather duster like a weapon. "Then you have no business being here. Out you go immediately." With no convincing excuse ready, Harry retreated from the library, wishing he'd thought of something smarter to say. The three of them had already decided not to ask Madame Pince about Flamel. She would almost certainly know the answer, but if word reached Snape, it could cause trouble. Harry lingered outside in the corridor, waiting for Ron and Hermione. He wasn't expecting much. They had been searching for nearly 2 weeks now, squeezing in time between lessons, and had come up empty-handed. What they really needed was uninterrupted time, something impossible with Madame Pince constantly watching. A few minutes later, the other two emerged, both shaking their heads. Without a word, they headed off for lunch. "You'll keep searching while I'm away." "Right," Hermione said, "and send me an owl if you discover anything." "You could ask your parents, too," Ron suggested. "See if they've heard of Flamel." Hermione gave him a flat look. "Yes, I'm sure my dentist parents are experts on ancient wizards." Once the holidays began, however, Harry and Ron found it difficult to focus on their search at all. With most students gone, the dormitory was nearly empty, and the common room felt quiet and spacious. They claimed the best seats by the fire and spent hours lounging there, toasting whatever they could stick on a fork bread, muffins, even marshmallows, while joking about elaborate schemes to get Malfoy expelled. None of their ideas were realistic, but they were entertaining nonetheless. Ron also introduced Harry to wizard chess. The rules were the same as the Muggle version, but the pieces were alive, turning each match into something closer to commanding an army. Ron's set was old and worn, passed down through his family from his grandfather, but that only made it better. He understood the pieces so well they obeyed him without hesitation. Harry, meanwhile, borrowed a set from Seamus Finnegan. Unfortunately, the pieces didn't trust him at all. As he played, they constantly shouted conflicting advice, making it nearly impossible to concentrate. "Don't move me there, can't you see that knight?" one would complain. "Use him instead, we can afford to lose him," another would argue. By Christmas Eve, Harry went to bed feeling content, looking forward to a day of good food and relaxation. He wasn't expecting any presents. But when he woke early the next morning, the first thing he noticed was a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed. "Merry Christmas," Ron mumbled sleepily as Harry jumped out of bed and hurried to unwrap them. "Same to you," Harry replied. Then his eyes widened. "Wait, look at this. I actually got presents."
"What were you expecting, vegetables?" Ron joked, turning to his own much larger pile.
Harry picked up the first package. It was wrapped in thick brown paper with "To Harry" from Hagrid scribbled across it. Inside, he found a roughly carved wooden flute. It was clearly handmade. When he blew into it, the sound that came out was soft and hooting, almost like an owl. The next parcel was tiny. Inside was a short note. "We received your message. Here is your Christmas gift, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia." Taped to it was a 50-pence coin. "How thoughtful," Harry said dryly.
Ron, however, was completely absorbed in examining the coin. "That's odd," he said, turning it over. "It's not even round. This is money."
"Go ahead. Keep it," Harry said, amused by Ron's fascination. "So that's Hagrid. And my aunt and uncle. But who sent the rest?" Ron glanced at a bulky, unevenly wrapped parcel and flushed slightly. "I think that one's from my mum. I told her you wouldn't be getting anything. And oh no," he groaned, "she's made you a Weasley sweater." Harry had already started opening it. Inside was a thick, hand-knitted jumper in a deep emerald green, along with a large box of homemade fudge. "She does that every year," Ron said, unwrapping his own. "Mine's always the same color, maroon."
"That's really kind of her," Harry said, tasting a piece of fudge. It was delicious.
The next gift came from Hermione, a generous box of chocolate frogs. Only one parcel remained. Harry picked it up. It was incredibly light. Curious, he unwrapped it slowly. A soft, shimmering fabric slipped from the wrapping and pooled onto the floor. glinting like liquid silver. Ron let out a sharp breath. No way.
What? Harry asked.
Ron lowered his voice. I've heard about these. If I'm right, that's incredibly rare and worth a fortune. What is it? Harry lifted the strange material. It felt unlike anything he'd ever touched, smooth and shifting, almost like woven water. It's an invisibility cloak, Ron said, staring at it in awe. I'm sure of it. Put it on. Harry draped it over his shoulders.
Ron gasped. It worked, look!
Harry glanced down. His feet had vanished. He hurried over to the mirror. His reflection showed only his head, floating in mid-air, while the rest of his body was gone. When he pulled the cloak over his head, even that disappeared completely. Hey, there's something else, Ron suddenly exclaimed. A note, it must have fallen out. Harry pulled off the cloak at once and grabbed the letter. The handwriting was unfamiliar, thin, curling, and elegant. He read it silently. Your father entrusted this to me before he died. It is time for it to be returned to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a very happy Christmas. There was no name at the end. Harry stared at the message, unsettled, across the room. Ron was still staring at the cloak in amazement. I'd trade anything for something like that, Ron said. Seriously, anything. What's wrong?
Nothing, Harry replied quickly, though his thoughts were racing. Who could have sent it? And was it really something that had once belonged to his father?
Before he could dwell on it any longer, the dormitory door burst open and Fred and George came charging in. Merry Christmas. Oi, Harry's got one too, Fred laughed, spotting the sweater. Both twins were wearing bright blue jumpers, one marked with a large yellow F, the other with a G. His looks better than ours, Fred added, holding up Harry's green sweater for inspection. Mum must try harder when it's not family. Why aren't you wearing yours, Ron? George asked. They're warm, put it on.
I hate this colour, Ron grumbled, though he pulled the maroon sweater over his head anyway.
You didn't get a letter on yours, George noted. Guess she trusts you to remember your own name. Unlike us, we're clearly Gred and Forge.
What's all this racket?
Percy appeared in the doorway, looking irritated. He was holding his own newly unwrapped sweater when Fred snatched it from him. Look at that P for prefect, Fred said. Come on, Percy, you're wearing it.
I am not, Percy began, but the twins had already forced it over his head, knocking his glasses crooked. And no sitting with the prefects today, George added. It's Christmas, you're with family.
Between them, they hauled Percy out of the room, his arms trapped awkwardly in the thick sweater. Later, Harry found himself sitting down to the most incredible Christmas feast he had ever seen. The tables were overflowing golden roast turkeys, piles of potatoes both roasted and boiled, platters of sausages, bowls of buttered peas, and gleaming gravy boats filled with rich sauces. Every few places along the table sat magical crackers, far more impressive than the flimsy ones Harry remembered from home. When Harry pulled one with Fred, it didn't just pop, it exploded with a bang like a cannon, filling the air with blue smoke. Out tumbled a naval officer's hat and a handful of squeaking white mice that scattered across the table. At the staff table, Dumbledore had abandoned his usual wizard's hat in favour of a brightly patterned bonnet, laughing heartily at something Professor Flitwick had just shared with him. After the main course came flaming Christmas puddings. Percy bit into his portion and nearly cracked a tooth on a silver sickle hidden inside. Nearby, Hagrid was growing steadily more flushed as he called for another glass of wine. By the end of it, he leaned over and planted a cheerful kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek. To Harry's astonishment, she actually laughed and turned pink, her hat slipping slightly to one side. When the feast finally ended, Harry staggered away from the table with his arms full of treasures from the crackers. Among them were glowing, non-bursting balloons, a bizarre kit for growing your own warts, and a brand new wizard chess set. The white mice that had appeared earlier were nowhere to be seen. Harry had a strong suspicion they might soon become Mrs. Norris's holiday meal. The afternoon was spent outside, where Harry and the Weasleys launched into an energetic snowball fight. By the time they trudged back inside, soaked, freezing, and breathless, the warmth of the Gryffindor common room felt especially welcoming. There, Harry tried out his new chess set only to be thoroughly defeated by Ron. He had a feeling Percy's constant help hadn't exactly improved his chances. Later, after stuffing themselves again with leftovers turkey sandwiches, crumpets, trifle, and rich Christmas cake, everyone was too drowsy to do much. Most of them lounged by the fire, watching Percy storm around the room in pursuit of Fred and George, who had stolen his prefect badge. It was, without question, the best Christmas Harry had ever experienced. Still, something lingered at the edge of his thoughts all day. It wasn't until he climbed into bed that it returned clearly: the cloak and the mystery of who had sent it. Ron, stuffed with food and free of worries, fell asleep almost instantly after drawing his bed curtains. Harry, however, leaned over the side of his bed and pulled the cloak out from where he had hidden it.
His father's.
He let the fabric slip through his fingers. It felt impossibly smooth, lighter than anything he'd ever held, almost like it wasn't entirely solid. "Use it well," the note had said. He couldn't resist. Quietly, Harry climbed out of bed and wrapped the cloak around himself. Looking down, he saw nothing but shadows where his body should have been. The sensation was strange, almost unreal. Use it well.
All at once, he felt completely awake.
With this cloak, the entire castle was open to him. A thrill ran through him as he stood there in the darkness. He could go anywhere, explore every hidden corner, and no one, not even Filch, would be able to catch him. Ron muttered something in his sleep. For a moment, Harry considered waking him. But then he hesitated. This cloak had belonged to his father, and somehow it felt right that this first time, this discovery, should be his alone. Harry slipped quietly out of the dormitory, easing down the staircase and crossing the common room before climbing through the portrait hole. "Who goes there?" the fat lady demanded sharply. He didn't answer. Instead, he hurried along the corridor, his footsteps barely making a sound. "Where to?" He paused, pulse quickening, trying to decide, and then the idea struck him. The library, more specifically, the restricted section. If he could search freely without interruption, he might finally uncover who Flamel was. Pulling the invisibility cloak tighter around himself, he set off. The library was swallowed in darkness, silent and unsettling. Harry lit a small lamp, guiding himself between the towering shelves. To anyone watching, it would have looked as though the light drifted on its own through the air. Even knowing he was holding it, the sight made him uneasy. At the far end lay the restricted section. He carefully stepped over the rope that marked it off and raised the lamp to examine the spines. They were no help. The titles were faded, written in strange scripts he couldn't decipher. Some volumes didn't seem to have titles at all. One bore a dark blotch that looked disturbingly like dried blood. A chill crept up his spine. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he thought he could hear faint murmurs, like whispers curling from the pages themselves, aware of his presence. He swallowed and chose a place to begin, setting the lamp on the floor. He crouched by a lower shelf. One book in particular caught his attention, large, black, and edged in silver. It was heavy, resisting as he pulled it free. Balancing it awkwardly on his knee, he opened it. A horrifying scream shattered the silence. The book itself was shrieking. Startled, Harry slammed it shut, but the noise continued, a piercing, relentless wail. In his panic, he stumbled backward, knocking over the lamp. Darkness swallowed the room. Then came the sound of footsteps in the corridor. Terrified, he shoved the screaming volume back into place and bolted. As he dashed toward the exit, he nearly collided with Filch, whose pale eyes stared straight ahead, seeing nothing. Harry ducked beneath his grasp and fled, the echo of the book's scream still ringing in his ears. He didn't stop until he reached a corridor and nearly crashed into a towering suit of armor. Only then did he realize he had no idea where he was. The castle was unfamiliar in the dark. He must have run far from the library, far higher than he intended. A voice drifted toward him. "You told me to report at once if anyone was out after hours, Professor. Someone's been in the restricted section." Harry's stomach dropped.
Filch. And answering him, Snape.
"The restricted section?" Snape's voice was low and dangerous. "Then they can't be far. We'll find them." Harry froze, unable to move. Filch and Snape rounded the corner ahead, drawing closer with each step. They couldn't see him, but the corridor was narrow. If they came any nearer, they would walk straight into him. The cloak could hide him from sight. It couldn't make him disappear. He retreated slowly, placing each step with extreme care. Just beside him, a door stood slightly open. With no better option, he slipped through the gap, barely daring to breathe as he eased it wider just enough to enter. Somehow, he managed not to make a sound. Outside, Filch and Snape continued on without pause. Harry pressed himself against the wall, drawing in shaky breaths while their footsteps faded into the distance. That had been dangerously close, far too close. Only after a few moments did he begin to notice where he had ended up. The room appeared abandoned, like a classroom long forgotten. Desks and chairs were stacked haphazardly along the walls, and an overturned bin lay in one corner. But something else stood there, something out of place, as if it had been carefully set aside. A towering mirror. It stretched nearly to the ceiling, framed in intricate gold and supported by clawed feet. Across the top, words were engraved in an unfamiliar order. Erisd stra eru oit ube, kafru oit onwosi. Now that the danger had passed, curiosity took over. Harry stepped closer, intending to confirm once again that the cloak rendered him invisible. He looked into the glass and nearly cried out. Clapping a hand over his mouth, he spun around. His heart was hammering wildly, far more violently than before in the library, because in the mirror he hadn't been alone. There had been people behind him, a whole group of them. Yet the room was empty. Breathing fast, he turned back toward the mirror. There he stood, pale and shaken, and behind him, clearly reflected but it were a dozen figures. Harry twisted around again, but nothing had changed. No one stood there. A strange thought crossed his mind. Were they invisible too? Was he somehow surrounded by unseen people, revealed only through the mirror? He faced it again. One of the figures, a woman, stood closest. She was smiling warmly, even lifting her hand in a gentle wave. Something about her felt familiar. Without thinking, Harry reached behind him, trying to touch her. His fingers met nothing but cold air. The woman and the others existed only within the mirror's surface. The woman was strikingly beautiful. Her hair shimmered a deep shade of red, and her eyes, Harry's breath caught, were exactly like his. Bright green, the same shape, the same intensity. But as he stared, he realized something else. Tears were sliding down her cheeks even though she was smiling. Beside her stood a tall, slender man with untidy black hair and round glasses. His arm rested gently around her shoulders. Harry noticed the way his hair stuck up at the back. It was just like his own. Drawn forward, Harry stepped closer until his face was almost pressed against the glass.
"Mom," he whispered. "Dad!"
They didn't speak. They simply looked at him, their expressions full of warmth. Slowly, Harry's gaze shifted beyond them. There were more people, many more. As he studied their faces, he began to recognize familiar features, green eyes like his, noses shaped like his, even an elderly man whose knobbly knees looked strangely similar. It hit him all at once. This was his family. For the first time in his life, he was seeing them. They smiled at him, some lifting their hands in greeting, and Harry stared back, unable to look away. He pressed his palms against the mirror, as though he might somehow pass through it and join them. A deep ache spread through him, part happiness, part something far more painful. Time seemed to lose meaning. The figures didn't vanish. They remained, watching him as he watched them.
At last, a distant noise broke the spell.
Reality rushed back. He couldn't stay. He needed to return before he was discovered. Reluctantly, he pulled his gaze away from his mother's face. "I'll come back," he murmured, before slipping out of the room. "You should have woken me. Ron complained the next morning."
"I'll take you tonight," Harry said quickly. "I'm going back. I want you to see it." Ron's annoyance vanished at once. "Really? I want to see your parents." "And I want to see your family," Harry replied. "All of them. You can show me your brothers and everyone else."
Ron shrugged. "You can meet them properly any time. Come visit us this summer." Then he added, "Maybe the mirror only shows people who've died. Pity we still don't know anything about Flamel. Want some bacon? You haven't touched your food." But Harry had no appetite. He had seen his parents and he would see them again tonight. Compared to that, Flamel didn't seem important anymore. The secret behind the three-headed dog didn't matter either. Even Snape's possible plans felt distant and insignificant. "Are you okay?" Ron asked, studying him. "You look strange." What worried Harry most was the possibility that he wouldn't be able to locate the hidden room again. With Ron squeezed under the cloak beside him, their pace was much slower the following night. They retraced Harry's earlier path as best they could, drifting through dim corridors and turning corners at random for nearly an hour. "My toes are numb," Ron muttered under his breath. "Let's just give up and go back."
"No," Harry whispered sharply. "It has to be around here somewhere."
A tall, ghostly witch floated past them in silence. But aside from her, the castle seemed empty. Just as Ron began complaining again about the cold, Harry suddenly froze.
"There," he breathed. "That armor, I remember it. This is the place."
They hurried forward and eased the door open. Harry shrugged off the cloak and rushed straight to the mirror. They were there. His parents stood exactly as before, smiling warmly at him. "See?" Harry murmured eagerly.
"I don't see anything," Ron replied.
"What do you mean? Look closer, there are loads of them."
"I'm telling you, I can only see you."
"Here, stand where I was," Harry insisted, stepping aside. But once Ron moved in front of the mirror, Harry's family vanished. All he could see now was Ron, wrapped in his patterned pajamas.
Ron, however, didn't seem disappointed. He was staring at the mirror, completely absorbed. "Look at me," he said, awestruck.
Do you see your family around you? Harry asked.
No, I'm by myself, but I'm not the same. I'm older, and I'm head boy. What?
Yeah, I've got the badge, just like Bill did. And look, I'm holding the house cup, and the Quidditch cup too. I'm even captain of the team. Ron finally tore his gaze away, his face lit with excitement. Do you think this mirror shows what's going to happen? He asked. That doesn't make sense, Harry said. My parents are dead. Let me look again. You had it all to yourself last night, Ron protested. Give me a bit longer.
You're just admiring yourself with a trophy, Harry snapped. I want to see my parents. Hey, don't shove.
A sudden sound from the corridor cut him off. Both boys froze. They hadn't realized how loud they'd been.
Quick!
Ron yanked the cloak back over them just as two glowing eyes appeared in the doorway. Mrs. Norris had arrived. They stood perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. The same thought ran through both their minds. Would the cloak fool a cat? Seconds stretched painfully long.
At last, Mrs. Norris turned and padded away. Only then did they dare to move again. This isn't safe, Ron whispered urgently. She could have gone straight to Filch. I bet she heard us. Come on.
Without waiting, he tugged Harry out into the corridor. The snow remained thick the following morning, covering everything in white.
Fancy a game of chess? Ron asked.
Harry shook his head. Then let's go see Hagrid.
No, you go, Harry muttered. Ron studied him for a moment. You're thinking about that mirror again, aren't you? Don't go back tonight.
Why not?
I don't know, Ron admitted, frowning. Just a bad feeling, and you've already had too many near misses, Filch, Snape, Mrs. Norris. Even if they can't see you. What if they bump into you or you knock something over?
You sound just like Hermione.
I mean it, Harry. Stay away.
But Harry barely listened. His mind was fixed on one thing returning to the mirror. Nothing Ron said could change that.
On the third night, he reached the hidden room faster than before. He hurried through the corridors, aware he was making more noise than he should. But luck was on his side. No one crossed his path.
And there they were. His parents, smiling as though they had been waiting for him. Behind them stood more figures, one of them an older man nodding at him with quiet pride. Harry lowered himself onto the floor in front of the mirror, unable to look away. He could stay here forever. There was nothing stopping him, nothing at all.
Back again, Harry!
The voice cut through him like ice.
He spun around.
Perched casually on a desk against the wall sat none other than Albus Dumbledore. Harry must have walked right past him in his eagerness, completely unaware of his presence.
I didn't see you, sir, Harry stammered.
Invisibility can make one surprisingly short-sighted, Dumbledore replied gently, a faint smile on his face. He slid off the desk and settled onto the floor beside Harry. So, he continued, you've discovered the Mirror of Erised. You're far from the first.
I didn't know that was its name, Harry said.
Dumbledore studied him. But you've guessed what it does, haven't you?
It shows me my family, Harry answered quietly.
And it showed your friend Ronald as head boy. Harry blinked. How did you... Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I have no need for a cloak to become invisible. He paused, then asked softly, Can you tell me what you think the mirror reveals? Harry hesitated, then shook his head. Let me put it this way, Dumbledore said. A person who is completely content, truly happy, would look into the mirror and see nothing more than their own reflection, just as they are. Harry frowned, thinking it over. Then slowly he said, So, it shows what we want, what we wish for most. Not quite, Dumbledore corrected gently. It reveals the deepest, most desperate longing of the heart. You, who have never known your parents, see them gathered around you. Ronald, who has always felt overshadowed, sees himself standing alone, distinguished above the rest. He looked back at the mirror, his expression thoughtful. But the mirror gives neither truth nor knowledge. Many have been consumed by what they saw within it, losing themselves in dreams, unsure whether what they witnessed was real or ever could be. "The mirror will be relocated tomorrow," Dumbledore said calmly. "I would advise you not to try and find it again, Harry. And if you should ever come across it in the future, you'll understand better what it is. Remember this: it is dangerous to lose yourself in dreams and forget to live." He rose smoothly to his feet and gave Harry a gentle look. "Now, I think it's time you used that excellent cloak of yours and returned to bed." Harry got up slowly, still unsettled. "Sir, Professor Dumbledore," he said hesitantly. Dumbledore smiled. "You've already asked one question, but I'll allow you one more." Harry took a breath. "What do you see when you look into the mirror?" Dumbledore's expression remained light. "I see myself holding a nice, thick pair of woolen socks." Harry blinked, unsure he had heard correctly.
"One can never have too many socks," Dumbledore added cheerfully. "Another Christmas has passed, and not a single pair found its way to me. Everyone insists on giving me books instead." Later, lying in bed, Harry turned the conversation over in his mind.
It occurred to him that Dumbledore might not have been entirely honest. But then again, Harry thought as he nudged Scabbers off his pillow, it had been a rather personal question to ask. Chapter 13. Nicholas Flamel. After his conversation with Dumbledore, Harry made no further attempts to find the Mirror of Erised. Throughout the remainder of the Christmas break, the invisibility cloak stayed tucked away at the bottom of his trunk. Still, forgetting what he had seen proved far more difficult than ignoring the mirror itself. Sleep offered no escape. Night after night, the same dream returned, his parents vanishing in a burst of green light, accompanied by a chilling, high-pitched laugh echoing through the darkness. "You know," Ron said after hearing about the nightmares, "Dumbledore had a point. That mirror's bad news. It could really mess with your head." Hermione, who came back just before term resumed, reacted differently. She was horrified that Harry had been sneaking around the castle at night. "If Filch had caught you, you'd have been in serious trouble." Yet at the same time, she couldn't hide her frustration that he hadn't uncovered anything about Nicholas Flamel. Their search continued, though with less optimism. Harry remained convinced he had encountered the name somewhere before, but none of them could recall where. Once classes restarted, their time was limited to brief searches between lessons, hardly enough to comb through the massive collection of books. Harry's schedule became even tighter as Quidditch training resumed. Oliver Wood pushed the team relentlessly. The shift from snow to cold, relentless rain didn't slow him down in the slightest. The Weasley twins grumbled that he was turning obsessive, but Harry didn't mind. In fact, he welcomed the exhaustion on nights after practice. His nightmares were less frequent. And there was plenty at stake. If Gryffindor managed to beat Hufflepuff in the next match, they would finally move ahead of Slytherin in the standings for the first time in years. During one particularly miserable practice, soaked, muddy, and cold, Wood's patience snapped. The twins had been swooping at each other mid-air, pretending to lose control for fun. "Will you two stop fooling around?" Wood shouted. "That kind of nonsense is exactly how we lose, and this time, Snape's refereeing, he'll be watching us like a hawk, just waiting for an excuse to penalize Gryffindor."
At that, George's joking grin vanished and he nearly toppled off his broom for real. Neville's problem wasn't just Malfoy, it was that he'd spent most of his time at Hogwarts feeling like the weakest person in the room. But things don't change if you keep stepping back.
Ron's right, Hermione said firmly. If you don't say anything, he'll just keep doing it. You don't deserve that. Neville swallowed, still shaken, but something in his expression shifted. He didn't look brave exactly, but he looked like he was trying.
"I'll think about it," he said.
Harry watched him go, feeling a bit uneasy. Malfoy was bad enough on a normal day, but lately things felt different. Between Snape's behavior, the mystery of Nicholas Flamel, and the upcoming match, it was like everything was tightening around them at once.
Ron leaned back in his chair. "Honestly, if Snape's refereeing, we're doomed."
"We're not doomed," said Hermione sharply. "Just because he doesn't like you doesn't mean he's going to break the rules in front of the whole school." Harry wasn't so sure. He remembered the way Snape had stared at him during the last match, unblinking, muttering under his breath.
"I'm still playing," Harry said quietly. "I have to."
Ron nodded. "Then we'll just have to make sure you don't get killed."
"Very reassuring," Harry muttered.
Hermione crossed her arms. "Then we prepare. No mistakes, no showing off. And Harry, you keep your eyes open for everything." That night, as Harry lay in bed, he didn't think about homework or even Quidditch tactics. His mind kept circling back to one thing. Snape. Whether he was after whatever the three-headed dog was guarding, or something else entirely, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the next match wasn't just about winning. Something was coming. No need to tell me I'm not brave enough to be in Gryffindor. Malfoy's already said that, Neville muttered, his voice trembling. Harry reached into his robe pocket and pulled out a chocolate frog, the very last one Hermione had given him for Christmas. He handed it to Neville, who looked like he might burst into tears. "You're worth 12 of Malfoy," Harry said firmly. "The Sorting Hat chose you for Gryffindor, didn't it? And where's Malfoy in Rotten Slytherin?" Neville's lips twitched into a faint smile as he unwrapped the frog. "Thanks, Harry. I think I'll go to bed. Do you want the card? You collect them, right?" As Neville walked off, Harry glanced down at the famous wizard card. "Dumbledore again," he said. "He was the first one I ever..." He stopped suddenly, his eyes locked onto the back of the card. Then he looked up sharply at Ron and Hermione.
"I've found him," he whispered. "I've found Flamel. I told you I'd seen the name before I read it on the train. Listen to this. Dumbledore is particularly famous for defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and for his work in alchemy with his partner, Nicolas Flamel." Hermione shot to her feet, more excited than Harry had seen her in ages. "Stay right there," she said, and dashed up to the girls' dormitory. Harry and Ron barely had time to exchange puzzled looks before she came racing back, clutching a huge, dusty old book. "I can't believe I didn't check this," she said breathlessly. "I borrowed it weeks ago, just for some light reading." "Light?" Ron muttered. But Hermione shushed him, already flipping through the pages at high speed, muttering under her breath. At last, she stopped. I knew it.
"Are we allowed to talk yet?" Ron grumbled. Hermione ignored him. "Nicolas Flamel," she said dramatically, "is the only known maker of the Sorcerer's Stone." That didn't have quite the reaction she expected. "The what?" Harry and Ron said together.
"Oh, honestly, don't you ever read?" Hermione said impatiently. "Here, read this."
She pushed the book toward them, and they read. "The ancient study of alchemy is concerned with the creation of the Sorcerer's Stone, a legendary substance of extraordinary power. It can turn any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, granting immortality to the drinker. There have been many reports of the Sorcerer's Stone throughout history." Harry read aloud. but the only one known to exist today belongs to Nicola Flamel, a famous alchemist and lover of opera. Flamel, who turned 665 last year, lives quietly in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658. Hermione looked triumphant when they finished reading. "See," she said, "that dog must be guarding Flamel's sorcerer's stone. I bet he asked Dumbledore to protect it. They're friends, and he must have known someone was trying to steal it. That's probably why it was moved out of Gringotts."
"A stone that turns metal into gold and makes you immortal," Harry said slowly. "No wonder Snape wants it. Anyone would."
"And that explains why we couldn't find Flamel in recent developments in wizardry," Ron added. "He's hardly recent if he's over 600 years old." The next morning, during Defense Against the Dark Arts, Harry and Ron were supposed to be copying notes about treating werewolf bites. Instead, they kept whispering about what they'd do if they had the Sorcerer's Stone. "I'd buy my own Quidditch team," Ron said dreamily. That was when Harry suddenly remembered.
"The match," he said under his breath. "Snape."
He turned to Ron and Hermione. "I'm playing. I have to. If I back out, Slytherin will think I'm scared of Snape. I'm not giving them that. If we win, that'll shut them up for good."
"Let's just make sure you survive it first," Hermione said dryly.
But as the match got closer, Harry's confidence didn't hold up as well as he'd hoped. No matter what he said out loud, his nerves kept building. The rest of the team wasn't exactly relaxed either. Beating Slytherin and moving ahead in the House Cup was a huge opportunity, something Gryffindor hadn't managed in 7 years. But with Snape as referee, no one trusted the game would be fair. Harry started noticing something else, too. He kept running into Snape in corridors, on staircases, outside classrooms. Too often to be coincidence. Sometimes it even felt like Snape was watching him, waiting for a chance to catch him alone. Potions class became unbearable. Snape seemed to take special pleasure in humiliating Harry every week. Does he know? Harry wondered. Does he know we've figured out about the stone? It didn't seem possible, and yet there were moments when Harry felt as though Snape could see straight into his thoughts. The afternoon of the match arrived too quickly. Outside the locker room, Ron and Hermione wished him luck, but Harry could tell by their faces that they were worried, really worried.
As if they weren't sure they'd see him again.
Not exactly comforting. Inside, Wood was giving one of his usual intense speeches, but Harry barely heard a word. He pulled on his Quidditch robes, picked up his Nimbus 2000, and tried to ignore the knot tightening in his chest. Whatever happened out there, this wasn't going to be an ordinary match. Ron and Hermione had taken their seats in the stands beside Neville, though neither of them looked like they were there to enjoy the match. Neville kept glancing between them. Puzzled, he couldn't understand why they seemed so tense, or why both of them had brought their wands along. What Harry didn't know was that they'd been preparing for this, ever since seeing Malfoy use the Leglocker curse. Ron and Hermione had secretly practiced it themselves. If Snape tried anything suspicious, they were ready. "Remember Locomotor Mortis," Hermione whispered, watching the field without blinking.
"I know," Ron muttered. "You don't have to keep saying it."
Back in the locker room, Wood pulled Harry aside.
"No pressure." "Potter," he said quickly. "But if there was ever a time to catch the snitch early, it's now. End the match before Snape gets the chance to favour Hufflepuff too much."
Fred Weasley suddenly leaned out the door, squinting at the stands. "Blimey, the whole school's here. Even Hang-On Dumbledore's come to watch." Harry froze. "Dumbledore," he said, hurrying over to check for himself. Fred wasn't wrong. That long silver beard was unmistakable. Relief hit Harry like a wave. With Dumbledore there, everything felt different. There was no way Snape would dare try anything under his watch. Maybe that was why Snape looked so furious as the teams walked onto the pitch, a detail Ron noticed immediately.
"I've never seen him look that nasty," Ron said to Hermione. "Look, they've started. Ouch!" He jerked forward. Someone had jabbed him in the back of the head. It was Malfoy. "Oh, sorry, Weasley," Malfoy drawled. "Didn't see you there."
He smirked at Crabbe and Goyle. "So, how long do we think Potter lasts on his broom this time? Anyone fancy a bet? You in, Weasley?" Ron ignored him. Snape had just given Hufflepuff a penalty after George Weasley sent a bludger his way. Hermione, her fingers tightly crossed, stared up at the sky, tracking Harry as he circled high above the game, scanning for the snitch. A few minutes later, Snape awarded Hufflepuff another completely unfair penalty. Malfoy raised his voice again. "You know how they picked the Gryffindor team?" he sneered. "They just choose people they feel sorry for. Potter no parents, the Weasleys no money. You should try out. Longbottom, you've got no brains." Neville flushed deep red, but this time he didn't stay quiet. He turned to face Malfoy, his voice shaking. "I'm worth 12 of you, Malfoy." Crabbe and Goyle burst out laughing, but Ron, still glued to the match, muttered, "Nice one, Neville." Malfoy smirked. "If brains were gold, Longbottom, you'd be poorer than Weasley, and that's saying something." Ron's patience was already hanging by a thread.
"I'm warning you, Malfoy, one more word." "Ron!" Hermione suddenly cried. "Harry!" "What? Where?" All at once, Harry plunged downward in a breathtaking dive. The crowd gasped, then erupted into cheers. Hermione jumped to her feet, her hands pressed to her mouth, as Harry shot toward the ground like an arrow.
Malfoy laughed coldly. "Looks like your boy spotted some loose change on the ground, Weasley." Ron finally lost it, before Malfoy could react. Ron lunged at him, knocking him flat and pinning him to the ground. Neville froze for a split second, then scrambled over the seats to join in. "Come on, Harry!" Hermione shouted, climbing onto her seat, completely focused on the match. She didn't even notice the chaos breaking out beneath her. Ron and Malfoy grappling. Neville tangled up with Crabbe and Goyle in a flurry of fists and shouts. High above, Harry was diving straight towards Snape. At the last possible second, Snape twisted on his broom just in time to see a streak of red flash past him. A heartbeat later, Harry pulled up sharply, arm raised. The golden snitch glinted in his hand. The stadium exploded with noise, cheers, screams, stamping feet. It was deafening. No one could remember a match ending so quickly.
Ron, where are you? It's over. Harry's won. We've won. Gryffindor's in the lead," Hermione yelled, bouncing up and down, grabbing Parvati Patil in excitement.
Harry dropped lightly from his broom, barely a foot above the ground. His mind spun. It was over already. He'd actually done it. The match had lasted only minutes. Gryffindor students flooded onto the pitch, lifting him up, cheering wildly. Through the crowd, Harry spotted Snape landing nearby, his face pale and rigid with anger. Then a hand rested gently on Harry's shoulder. He turned to see Professor Dumbledore smiling down at him. "Well done," Dumbledore said softly. So only Harry could hear. "I'm glad to see you've kept yourself occupied, rather than dwelling on that mirror." Snape, not far away, spat onto the grass in disgust. Later, when the celebrations had quieted, Harry left the locker room alone, carrying his Nimbus 2000 back to the broom shed. He felt lighter than ever before. For the first time, he'd truly earned something, not because of his name, but because of what he'd done. The air was cool and fresh. As he walked across the grass, everything replayed in his mind: the dive, the cheers, his teammates lifting him high. In the distance, he remembered seeing Ron and Hermione celebrating Ron, cheering despite a bleeding nose. Harry reached the shed and leaned against the wooden door, looking up at the castle glowing in the evening light. Gryffindor was in the lead.
He'd done it.
He'd proven himself. And Snape.
A sudden movement caught his eye.
A cloaked figure slipped quickly down the castle steps, moving as if trying not to be seen. It headed straight toward the edge of the forbidden forest. Harry's happiness vanished in an instant. He recognized that walk.
Snape.
Sneaking off while everyone else was at dinner.
Something wasn't right.
Without hesitating, Harry jumped back onto his broom and took off, gliding silently above the grounds. From the air, he watched Snape disappear into the shadows of the forest. Harry followed. The forest was too dense. Thick branches and tangled leaves swallowed everything below. Harry circled lower and lower on his broom, skimming the treetops, until faint voices drifted up through the darkness. He slowed, then glided silently toward the sound and landed in a tall beech tree. Carefully, he edged along a branch, clutching his broom, peering through the leaves. Below, in a dim clearing, stood Snape. But he wasn't alone. Quirrell was there too. Harry couldn't see Quirrell's face clearly, but his voice trembled worse than ever.
I don't know why you wanted to meet here of all places, Severus. I thought it best to keep things private, Snape replied coldly. Students aren't meant to know about the Sorcerer's Stone.
Harry leaned forward, barely daring to breathe. Quirrell muttered something, but Snape cut him off sharply.
Have you figured out how to get past that creature Hagrid's guarding? But Severus,
You don't want me as your enemy? Quirrell, Snape said, stepping closer.
I don't know what you...
You know exactly what I mean.
An owl hooted suddenly, making Harry nearly lose his balance. He clung to the branch just in time, straining to listen. Your little bit of hocus-pocus, Snape was saying. I'm waiting. But I don't...
Very well, Snape snapped. We'll speak again soon when you've had time to think and decide where your loyalties lie. With that, he swept his cloak over his shoulders and strode out of the clearing. Quirrell remained behind, frozen, as if rooted to the spot.
Harry, where have you been? Hermione gasped. We won! You won! Ron shouted, pounding Harry on the back, and I gave Malfoy a black eye. Neville even tried to take on Crabbe and Goyle by himself. He's still out cold, but Madame Pomfrey says he'll be fine. That'll show Slytherin. Everyone's waiting. We're having a party. Fred and George nicked cakes from the kitchens. Forget that, Harry cut in urgently. We need somewhere quiet. You have to hear this.
He checked carefully that Peeves wasn't lurking nearby, then shut the door behind them and told them everything. When he finished, the room fell silent. So we were right, Harry said. It's the Sorcerer's Stone, and Snape's trying to make Quirrell help him get it. He asked how to get past Fluffy and mentioned Quirrell's hocus-pocus. That means there must be more protection spells, enchantments, and Quirrell must have put some of them in place. Snape needs him. Hermione looked alarmed. So the stone is only safe as long as Quirrell refuses to help him.
Ron didn't hesitate.
Then it won't be safe for long, he said grimly. At this rate, it'll be gone by next Tuesday. Chapter 14. Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback. Quirrell, it seemed, possessed more courage than anyone had given him credit for. In the weeks that followed, he appeared increasingly pale and drawn, yet there was no sign he had given in. Whenever they passed the corridor on the third floor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would pause, pressing their ears against the door to make sure Fluffy's low growl still rumbled from within. Snape continued to stalk the halls in a foul mood, which they took as reassurance that the stone remained untouched. Harry, when crossing paths with Quirrell, had taken to offering him small, encouraging smiles, while Ron had begun snapping at anyone who mocked Quirrell's stammer. Hermione, though, seemed far less concerned with the stone. Her attention had shifted entirely to her studies. She had begun creating detailed revision timetables and organizing her notes with meticulous color coding. Harry and Ron might have ignored it if she hadn't constantly pushed them to follow suit. "Hermione, exams are ages away," Ron protested. 10 weeks, she shot back sharply. "That's hardly ages. It's practically nothing to someone like Nicholas Flamel." "But we're not hundreds of years old," Ron argued. "Besides, what's the point? You already know everything."
"What's the point?" Hermione exclaimed. "Have you completely lost it? We have to pass these exams to move on to second year. They matter. I should have started revising weeks ago. I don't know what's wrong with me."
Unfortunately, their teachers seemed to share Hermione's urgency. Homework piled up relentlessly, making the Easter holidays far less enjoyable than Christmas had been. Relaxation was nearly impossible with Hermione beside them, reciting the 12 uses of dragon's blood or practicing wand movements, groaning and exhausted. Harry and Ron spent most of their spare hours in the library with her, struggling to keep up.
"I'm never going to remember all this." Ron groaned one afternoon, tossing aside his quill and gazing wistfully out the window. It was the first truly pleasant day in months, the sky a bright cloudless blue, the air hinting at the approach of summer.
Harry, absorbed in reading about Dittany in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, barely noticed until Ron suddenly said, "Hagrid, what are you doing in here?" Hagrid emerged from between the shelves, awkwardly trying to conceal something behind his back. In his heavy moleskin coat, he looked distinctly out of place. "Just having a look," he muttered, his tone oddly evasive, instantly catching their attention. "What about you lot?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "You're not still trying to find out about Nicholas Flamel, are you?" "We figured that out ages ago," Ron said proudly. "And we know what that dog's guarding. It's the sorcerers."
"Shh," Hagrid hissed, glancing around anxiously. "Keep your voice down. What's wrong with you?"
"There were a few things we wanted to ask," Harry said quietly, "about what's protecting the stone besides Fluffy."
"Shh," Hagrid cut in again. "Look, come see me later. I'm not saying I'll tell you anything. Mind, but don't go talking about it here. Students aren't meant to know. Folks will think I told you."
"All right," Harry said. "We'll come by later." Hagrid gave a final nervous glance around before shuffling away. "What do you think he was hiding?" Hermione murmured thoughtfully.
"Could it have something to do with the stone?" "I'm going to check what section he was in," Ron said, clearly ready for a break from studying. A minute later, he returned with a stack of books and dropped them heavily onto the table. "Dragons," he breathed. "Hagrid's been reading up on dragons. Look, dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland, from egg to inferno, a dragon keeper's guide."
"Hagrid's always had a thing for dragons," Harry said. "He told me that the very first time we met." "But it's illegal," Ron replied at once. "The Warlocks Convention of 1709 banned dragon breeding. Everyone knows that. You can't just keep one in your garden. Muggles would notice straight away. And even if they didn't, dragons aren't exactly trainable. They're dangerous. You should see the scars Charlie's got from working with wild ones in Romania." "There aren't any wild dragons in Britain, though, are there?" Harry asked. "Of course there are," Ron said. "Common Welsh greens, Hebridean blacks. The Ministry spends half its time covering them up. Whenever a Muggle spots one, they have to step in and modify their memory." "Then what is Hagrid planning?" Hermione said, frowning. An hour later, when they arrived at the gamekeeper's hut and knocked, they were puzzled to find every curtain drawn shut. Hagrid's voice called out, "Who's there?" Before he opened the door, a crack. Once he recognized them, he hurried them inside and closed it quickly behind them. The heat inside was overwhelming. Despite the warm weather outside, a fierce fire roared in the grate. Hagrid busied himself making tea and offered them sandwiches filled with stoat, which they politely declined.
So he said, settling down, what do you want to ask me?
Harry decided not to waste time. We were hoping you could tell us what's guarding the Sorcerer's Stone besides Fluffy. Hagrid's expression tightened. "Can't do that," he said firmly. "First, I don't rightly know everything. Second, you lot already know far too much. Even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. That stone's here for a reason. Someone nearly got it out of Gringotts figured that out. Have you? Still don't get how you even found out about Fluffy."
"Oh, Hagrid," Hermione said gently, her tone warm and coaxing. "You might not want to tell us, but you must know. You always know what's going on around here." His beard twitched slightly. He was clearly pleased. "We were only curious about who helped guard it," she continued. "Who Professor Dumbledore trusted besides you?"
Hagrid straightened, looking rather proud. "Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to mention a bit," he said, slowly. "Let's see. He borrowed Fluffy from me. Then a few of the teachers added their protections. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall," he counted them off on his fingers, "Professor Quirrell too. And of course Dumbledore himself did something. Hold on, missed one. Oh yeah, Professor Snape."
"Snape," they echoed.
"Yeah. You're not still suspecting him, are you?" Hagrid said. "Listen, Snape helped protect the stone. He's not about to go stealing it." Harry could tell Ron and Hermione had reached the same conclusion he had. If Snape had played a role in guarding the stone, then discovering the protection set by the other teachers would have been simple for him. Most likely, he knew nearly everything except, perhaps, Quirrell's enchantment and the secret to getting past Fluffy. "You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, right, Hagrid?" Harry asked, a note of urgency in his voice. "And you wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even a teacher?" "Not a single soul," Hagrid said with satisfaction, "except me and Dumbledore."
"Well, that's something, at least," Harry murmured to the others. Then, raising his voice, he added, "Hagrid, could you open a window? It's roasting in here."
"Sorry, Harry, can't do that," Hagrid replied. Harry noticed his eyes flick briefly toward the fire. Following his gaze, Harry turned to look as well.
"Hagrid, what is that?"
But even as he asked, he already knew. Nestled deep within the flames, beneath the kettle, lay a large black egg.
Well?" Hagrid muttered, tugging awkwardly at his beard.
"Where did you get that?" Ron demanded, dropping to his knees by the hearth for a closer look. "It must have cost a fortune."
"Won it," Hagrid said. "Last night, down in the village, had a few drinks, got into a card game with a stranger. Reckon he was relieved to be rid of it, if you ask me."
"And what exactly are you planning to do with it once it hatches?" Hermione asked. "Well, I've done a bit of research," said Hagrid, pulling a thick book from under his pillow. "Got this from the library Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit. Bit outdated, sure, but it's got all the basics. You keep the egg in the fire, see, the mothers breathe flames on them, and once it hatches, you feed it a mix of brandy and chicken blood every half hour. Oh, and look here, this tells you how to identify different types. This one's a Norwegian Ridgeback. Not many of those about." He beamed with pride, clearly delighted, but Hermione looked deeply uneasy.
"Hagrid," she said slowly, "you do realize you live in a wooden house?"
Hagrid either didn't hear or chose not to. He simply continued humming cheerfully as he poked at the fire.
Now they had a new concern to add to their growing list. What would happen if someone discovered Hagrid was keeping an illegal dragon in his hut?
"Imagine having a quiet life for once," Ron muttered later, as they once again sat buried under piles of homework. Evening after evening, they struggled to keep up. Hermione had even begun organizing study plans for Harry and Ron as well. It was driving them completely mad. One morning at breakfast, Hedwig swooped down beside Harry with another message from Hagrid. It contained just 2 words: "It's hatching." Ron immediately wanted to skip herbology and head straight for Hagrid's hut, but Hermione refused outright. "Hermione, how often do you think we'll ever get the chance to watch a dragon hatch?" Ron argued. "We have classes," she insisted. "We'll get into trouble, and that's nothing compared to what will happen to Hagrid if someone discovers what he's doing."
"Keep your voice down," Harry hissed suddenly.
Malfoy stood only a short distance away, frozen mid-step, clearly listening. Harry's stomach tightened. He couldn't tell how much Malfoy had overheard, but the expression on his face was far from reassuring. Ron and Hermione continued bickering all the way to herbology. In the end, Hermione reluctantly agreed that they could visit Hagrid during the morning break. The moment the bell rang at the end of the lesson, all 3 dropped their tools and rushed across the grounds toward the forest's edge. Hagrid met them at the door, his face flushed with excitement.
"It's about to hatch," he said, ushering them quickly inside.
The egg sat on the table, its surface now marked with deep cracks. From within came a faint tapping sound, something shifting and pushing against the shell. They pulled their chairs closer, hardly daring to breathe. Suddenly there was a sharp, splitting noise. The shell broke apart, and the baby dragon tumbled onto the table. It wasn't particularly attractive. Harry thought it resembled a crumpled black umbrella. Its wings, large and spiny, looked far too big for its thin, dark body. It had a long snout with flared nostrils, tiny horn buds, and bulging orange eyes. It gave a small sneeze spark shot from its nose. "Beautiful, isn't he?" Hagrid whispered, reaching out to stroke its head. The dragon snapped playfully at his fingers, revealing sharp little teeth. "See that? He recognizes his mother already," Hagrid said proudly.
"Hagrid," Hermione said carefully, "how quickly do Norwegian ridgebacks grow?"
Hagrid opened his mouth to reply, but suddenly his expression changed. The colour drained from his face. He sprang up and hurried to the window. "What is it?" Harry asked. Someone was peeping through the curtains. A student. He's legged it back to the castle. Harry dashed outside and looked toward the grounds. Even from a distance, there was no mistaking who it was.
Malfoy.
He had seen the dragon. Over the following week, the sly smile that kept appearing on Malfoy's face made Harry, Ron, and Hermione deeply uneasy. They spent nearly all their free time shut away in Hagrid's dim hut, trying to convince him to act.
"You've got to get rid of it," Harry pleaded. "Let it go, set it free." "I can't," Hagrid said stubbornly. "He's too small. He wouldn't survive."
They turned to look at the dragon. In just a week, it had tripled in size. Thin streams of smoke curled constantly from its nostrils. Hagrid had practically abandoned his duties, too busy caring for it. The floor was littered with empty brandy bottles and scattered chicken feathers. "I've decided to name him Norbert," Hagrid said softly, gazing at the dragon with watery eyes. "He knows me now, look. Norbert, Norbert, where's your mommy?" "He's completely lost it," Ron whispered to Harry.
"Hagrid," Harry said firmly, raising his voice a little. "In a couple of weeks, Norbert's going to be bigger than your house. Malfoy could report you to Dumbledore any second."
Hagrid chewed nervously on his lip.
I know I can't keep him forever," he admitted. "But I can't just abandon him. I can't do that."
Harry suddenly snapped his fingers and turned to Ron. "Charlie."
Ron blinked. "You've gone mad too. I'm Ron." "No, your brother, Charlie," Harry said impatiently. In Romania, he works with dragons. We could send Norbert to him. Charlie would know how to look after him and maybe even release him safely into the wild.
Ron's face lit up. That's brilliant. What do you think, Hagrid? After some hesitation, Hagrid finally agreed. They would send an owl to Charlie and ask for his help. The next week seemed to crawl by. Late Wednesday night found Harry and Hermione sitting alone in the common room, long after everyone else had gone to bed. The clock had just struck midnight when the portrait hole swung open. Ron climbed through, pulling off Harry's invisibility cloak as he entered. He had just come back from Hagrid's hut, where he'd been helping feed Norbert, who had already graduated to devouring crates of dead rats.
He bit me, Ron said, holding up his hand. Wrapped in a blood-stained cloth, I won't be able to write properly for days. Honestly, that dragon is the worst creature I've ever seen, but the way Hagrid talks about him, you'd think he was some adorable little pet. When it bit me, Hagrid told me off for scaring it, and when I left, he was singing it a lullaby.
A soft tapping sound came from the window.
Hedwig, Harry said, hurrying over to open it. She must have Charlie's reply.
They gathered close as Harry unrolled the letter. Dear Ron, hope you're well. Thanks for your message. I'd be happy to take the Norwegian Ridgeback off your hands, though getting him here won't be simple. I think the best option is to send him with some friends of mine who are visiting next week. The problem is, they mustn't be seen transporting an illegal dragon. Can you bring the Ridgeback up to the tallest tower at midnight this Saturday? They'll meet you there and take him away under cover of darkness. Send word as soon as you can.
Love, Charlie.
They exchanged glances. We've got the invisibility cloak, Harry said slowly. It shouldn't be too hard. I think it's big enough to hide two of us and Norbert. It said a lot about how dreadful the past week had been that Ron and Hermione didn't argue with Harry's plan. At this point, they were ready to do anything to get rid of Norbert and avoid Malfoy's interference. There was one complication, though. By the next morning, Ron's injured hand had swollen to twice its normal size. He hesitated to visit the hospital wing. What if Madame Pomfrey recognized it as a dragon bite? But by afternoon, he had no choice. The wound had turned an alarming shade of green, and it was clear Norbert's bite wasn't harmless. Harry and Hermione hurried to the hospital wing after classes and found Ron lying in bed, looking miserable.
It's not just my hand, he whispered, though that feels like it might drop off any second. Malfoy told Madame Pomfrey he needed to borrow one of my books just so he could come in here and laugh at me. He keeps hinting he knows what really bit me. I told her it was a dog, but I don't think she believes it. I shouldn't have hit him during the Quidditch match. That's why he's doing this.
They tried to reassure him. It'll all be sorted by Saturday at midnight, Hermione said. But instead of calming him, Ron suddenly shot upright, panic flooding his face. Saturday midnight, he croaked. Oh no, I just remembered Charlie's letter was inside that book Malfoy took. He'll know we're planning to get rid of Norbert. Harry and Hermione barely had time to react before Madame Pomfrey swept over and ordered them out, insisting Ron needed rest. It's too late to change anything now, Harry said once they were outside. We can't send another owl to Charlie in time. This might be our only chance. We'll just have to take the risk. Besides, we've got the invisibility cloak. Malfoy doesn't know about that. When they went to inform Hagrid, they found Fang, the boarhound, sitting outside with his tail bandaged. Hagrid spoke to them through a partially opened window. Better not come in, he said breathlessly. Norbert's going through a bit of a difficult phase, but I've got it under control. When they explained Charlie's plan, Hagrid's eyes grew watery, though that might also have been because Norbert had just bitten his leg.
Ow, it's all right, just got me boot, Hagrid said quickly. He's only playing just a baby, after all. Inside, the dragon thumped its tail against the wall, making the windows tremble.
As Harry and Hermione made their way back to the castle, they both felt the same thing. Saturday couldn't come soon enough. By the time the night arrived, they might have felt sorry for Hagrid having to part with Norbert if they hadn't been so anxious themselves. The sky was dark and overcast, and they reached the hut later than planned after being delayed by Peeves, who had been bouncing tennis balls off the entrance hall walls and blocking their way. Inside, Hagrid had everything prepared. Norbert was already packed into a large crate, ready for the journey. "He's got plenty of rats and a bit of brandy for the trip," Hagrid said thickly. "And I tucked his teddy bear in there too, in case he gets lonely." From inside the crate came a series of tearing sounds. To Harry, it didn't sound like the teddy bear was going to last long. "Goodbye, Norbert," Hagrid choked as Harry and Hermione pulled the invisibility cloak over the crate and themselves. "Mommy'll never forget you." How they managed to haul the heavy crate all the way back up to the castle remained a mystery. Midnight crept closer as they struggled up the marble staircase in the entrance hall, then along dimly lit corridors, up another flight of stairs, and then another. Though Harry tried a shortcut, it hardly made things easier.
Almost there. Harry gasped when they finally reached the passage leading to the tallest tower.
Suddenly, movement ahead made them freeze. Startled, they nearly dropped the crate. Forgetting they were hidden beneath the cloak, they instinctively pressed themselves into the shadows and stared. Two figures were struggling just a short distance away.
A lamp burst into light.
Professor McGonagall, wrapped in a tartan dressing gown and wearing a hairnet, had Malfoy firmly by the ear.
"Detention!" she snapped. "And 20 points from Slytherin. Now sneaking around at this hour, how dare you?" "You don't understand, Professor," Malfoy protested. "Harry Potter's coming. He's got a dragon."
"What complete nonsense," she shot back. "Lies will only make things worse. Come along, I'm taking you to Professor Snape." Once they disappeared, the climb up the narrow spiral staircase felt almost effortless by comparison. When Harry and Hermione finally stepped out onto the top of the tower, the cold night air hit them, and they quickly threw off the cloak, breathing deeply. Hermione couldn't contain herself. She gave a small, excited hop. "Malfoy's got detention. I could sing."
"Please don't," Harry said.
Grinning, they waited as Norbert thumped restlessly inside the crate. About 10 minutes later, shapes emerged from the darkness, 4 broomsticks descending swiftly toward them. Charlie's friends turned out to be friendly and efficient. They showed Harry and Hermione a harness they had prepared, designed to carry Norbert suspended between their brooms. Together, they secured the crate carefully into place. After a round of quick handshakes and thanks, it was done. Norbert was lifted into the air, higher, then vanished into the night. Relieved and lighter than they had felt in days, Harry and Hermione made their way back down the spiral staircase. No dragon. Malfoy in trouble. Everything seemed to be working out perfectly.
Until they reached the bottom. As they stepped into the corridor, a face suddenly emerged from the darkness. "Filch."
Well, he murmured softly. "Looks like we've caught ourselves some rule breakers."
Only then did they realize.
They had left the invisibility cloak behind at the top of the tower. Chapter 15. The Forbidden Forest. Things truly couldn't have gone more wrong. Filch escorted them down to Professor McGonagall's office on the first floor. They sat in silence, not daring to look at one another. Hermione was shaking visibly. Harry's mind raced, scrambling for excuses, stories, explanations. Anything, but every idea felt weaker than the last. There was no way out this time. They had been caught completely. How could they have been so careless Leaving the cloak behind it was unthinkable. There was no explanation Professor McGonagall would possibly accept for wandering the corridors at that hour, let alone climbing the astronomy tower, which was strictly off-limits outside of lessons. And if Norbert and the cloak came into it, they might as well start packing their trunks. Harry had thought things couldn't get worse. He was mistaken. When Professor McGonagall finally entered, Neville was with her.
"Harry!" Neville exclaimed the moment he saw them. "I was trying to find you. I heard Malfoy saying he was going to catch you. He said you had a drag."
Harry shook his head frantically, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Professor McGonagall had already understood enough. She looked furious, more terrifying, Harry thought, than Norbert himself.
"I am deeply disappointed," she said coldly, towering over them. "Mr. Filch informs me you were found on the astronomy tower. At 1 o'clock in the morning. I suggest you explain yourselves immediately."
For once, Hermione said nothing. She stood perfectly still, staring down at her slippers.
"I believe I already understand what has happened," Professor McGonagall continued. "It doesn't require much imagination. You invented some ridiculous story about a dragon to lure Draco Malfoy out of bed and into trouble. I have already dealt with him. And I suppose you find it amusing that Longbottom here heard the same tale and believed it."
Harry glanced at Neville, trying silently to tell him that wasn't true. Neville looked crushed and confused. Poor Neville. Harry knew how much courage it must have taken for him to sneak out in the dark, all just to warn them. "I find this absolutely unacceptable," Professor McGonagall said, her voice cutting through the room. "4 students roaming the castle after curfew. This is beyond anything I've seen before. Miss Granger, I expected far better judgment from you. And you, Mr. Potter, I thought you valued your house more highly than this. All of you will serve detention. Yes, that includes you, Mr. Longbottom. Wandering the corridors at night is forbidden, especially now, when it's particularly unsafe. And I will be deducting 50 points from Gryffindor."
50? Harry blurted, stunned. That alone would erase the...
50 each, She-Cla.
"Professor, please."
"You don't get to argue this," she interrupted coldly. "Return to your dormitories immediately. I have never felt so disappointed in Gryffindor students."
"One?"
Gryffindor dropped straight to the bottom. Any hope of winning the House Cup had vanished overnight. Harry felt sick, as if something had collapsed inside him. There was no way to. Sleep never came. Across the room, Neville's quiet sobbing stretched on for what felt like hours. Harry lay awake, staring into the dark, unable to offer even a single word of comfort. Morning felt like something to fear, not welcome. By breakfast, confusion had already begun. Students gathered around the giant hourglasses, whispering in disbelief. Gryffindor's points had plummeted. Surely it had to be Anne. But it wasn't long before. Harry Potter, the same Harry who had won them Quidditch matches, was now the reason they had fallen behind. He and a couple of other careless first year. The shift was immediate. Where Harry had once been admired, he was now avoided or openly criticized. Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs joined in, frustrated that Gryffindor had ruined their chances of beating Slytherin. Students didn't even bother lowering their voices anymore. Fingers pointed, insults followed him. Slytherin students, however, were delighted. They clapped mockingly as he passed, calling out, "Nick."
Only Ron refused to.
"Give it a bit of time," he said. "People will move on. Fred and George have lost loads of points before, and everyone still likes them." "They've never lost 150 in one night," Harry replied quietly. Ron hesitated before admitting, "No, not that much." There was no fixing it now. Harry made a silent decision. No more sneaking around, no more getting involved in things that weren't his responsibility. The guilt weighed too heavily. In fact, he even went to Oliver Wood and offered to step down from the Quidditch team. "Step down?" Wood exploded. "And how is that supposed to help us? If you don't play, we lose our chance to win, and that's the only way we can earn those points back." But the game didn't feel the same anymore. During practice, his teammates barely acknowledged him. When they did, they avoided his name entirely, referring to him simply as the Seeker, as if distancing themselves. Hermione and Neville were struggling as well. Their situation wasn't quite as harsh, fewer people knew them, but they were still isolated. Conversations stopped when they approached. Hermione no longer raised her hand in class, keeping her focus on her work and avoiding attention altogether. Harry almost welcomed the approaching exams. The endless revision gave him something else to focus on, something that pushed his worries into the background. Together with Ron and Hermione, he kept a low profile, spending long hours buried in books recalling potion ingredients, drilling spells into memory, and revising dates of magical events and goblin uprisings. About a week before exams began, however, his decision to stay out of trouble was unexpectedly challenged. One afternoon, while returning alone from the library, he heard a faint, distressed sound coming from a classroom ahead. As he moved closer, a familiar voice reached him, Whirls.
No, not again, please."
The tone was desperate, almost pleading, as if he were being pressured by someone. Harry edged nearer, heart pounding. All right, Quirrell's voice broke into a sob. Moments later, the door burst open and Quirrell hurried out, fumbling with his turban. His face was ghostly pale, and he looked on the verge of tears. He rushed past without noticing Harry and disappeared down the corridor. Harry waited until the footsteps faded, then cautiously glanced inside the room. It was empty. At the far end, another door stood slightly open. He took a few steps toward it, then hesitated, remembering his promise to himself to stop interfering. Still, he would have wagered anything that Snape had just been in there, and judging by what he'd overheard, it seemed Quirrell had finally given in. When Harry returned to the library, Hermione was quizzing Ron on astronomy. He quickly told them what had happened. "So that's it, Snape succeeded," Ron said at once. "If Quirrell told him how to break through his protective spell." "But Fluffy's still there," Hermione pointed out. "Maybe Snape's figured that out too," Ron said, glancing around at the towering shelves. "There must be something in here about getting past a three-headed dog. So what's the plan?" Harry... Ron's eyes had that familiar spark again, but Hermione spoke before Harry could respond. "We should go straight to Dumbledore," she said firmly. "We should have done that from the start. If we try to handle this ourselves, we'll definitely get expelled." "We don't have any real evidence," Harry argued. "Quirrell's too frightened to support us, and Snape can easily deny everything, say he had nothing to do with the troll or the third-floor corridor. Who do you think they'll believe, him or us? Everyone knows we dislike him. Dumbledore will think we're making it up. Filch won't help either. He'd probably be glad to see us thrown out. And we're not even supposed to know about the stone or Fluffy. Explaining that would just make things worse." Hermione looked uncertain now, though Ron still seemed eager. "We could at least investigate a bit more."
"No," Harry said firmly. "We've already done more than enough of that."
He pulled a chart of Jupiter closer and forced himself to concentrate on memorizing the names of its moons. The next morning, as they sat at breakfast, identical notes were delivered to Harry, Hermione, and Neville. "Your detention will take place at 11 o'clock tonight. Please report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall, Professor McGonagall." Amid everything that had happened, Harry had almost forgotten about their detention. He expected Hermione to complain about losing valuable study time, but she said nothing. Like him, she seemed to accept that this was something they had earned. At 11 that night, Harry, Hermione, and Neville left the common room after saying goodnight to Ron and made their way down to the entrance hall. Filch was already waiting for them, and Malfoy stood beside him. Only then did Harry remember that Malfoy had been given detention as well. "Come along," Filch said, lighting a lantern before leading them outside. "Perhaps this will teach you to think twice before breaking school rules," he sneered. "Hard labour and a bit of suffering, those are the finest lessons, if you ask me. Shame they don't use the old punishments anymore. Hanging students by their wrists for a few days, now that made an impression. Still got the chains in my office, nicely oiled, just in case." He gave a twisted smile. "Right, off we go and don't even think about running. You'll regret it if you try." They followed him across the dark grounds. Neville kept sniffling quietly. Harry couldn't help wondering what kind of punishment awaited them. Whatever it was, it had to be awful. Filch looked far too pleased. The moon lit their path, but drifting clouds kept plunging them into shadow. In the distance, the faint glow of Hagrid's hut came into view. Then a voice called out,
"That you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm ready to begin."
Relief flickered through Harry. Working with Hagrid couldn't be that bad, but Filch caught the expression on his face. "Think this'll be enjoyable, do you?" he said coldly. "Think again, boy. You're heading into the forest, and I doubt all of you will come back in one piece." Neville let out a small, frightened sound. Malfoy stopped abruptly. "The forest," he repeated, his usual confidence faltering. "We can't go in there at night. There are all sorts of things. Werewolves, for one." Neville clutched Harry's sleeve, barely able to speak.
"That's your concern, isn't it?" Filch replied gleefully. "Should have thought about that before getting yourselves into trouble."
Hagrid emerged from the darkness, Fang trotting beside him. A large crossbow rested in his hands, with a quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder.
"Finally," Hagrid said. "Been waiting half an hour. You all right, Harry, Hermione?" "They're not here for a friendly visit," Filch said sharply. "They're being punished." "That why you're late?" Hagrid frowned. "Too busy lecturing them. That's not your job. You've done your part. I'll take it from here." "I'll be back at dawn," Filch said with a nasty grin, "to see what's left of them." Then he turned and disappeared toward the castle, his lantern bobbing in the darkness.
Malfoy stepped forward, his voice tight with unease. "I'm not going into that forest." "You are if you want to stay at Hogwarts," Hagrid said firmly. "You broke the rules, now you face the consequences."
"This is servants' work," Malfoy protested. "Students shouldn't have to do this. I thought we'd be writing lines or something. If my father knew—" "This is Hogwarts," Hagrid cut in, his tone hardening. "Writing lines doesn't help anyone. You'll do something useful or you can leave. If you think your father would rather you were expelled, then go on, head back to the castle and pack your things."
Malfoy glared at him but didn't move. After a moment, he dropped his eyes. "Right," Hagrid said, his voice turning serious. "Now listen carefully. What we're about to do is dangerous. I don't want anyone taking risks. Come over here, I'll explain." Hagrid guided them to the forest's edge. Raising his lantern, he indicated a thin, twisting trail that vanished into the dense darkness of the trees. A faint wind stirred the leaves and brushed through their hair as they stared into the shadows. "See that?" Hagrid said, pointing. "That silvery glow on the ground. That's unicorn blood. There's one in there that's been badly injured. Something attacked it. Second time this week, too. I found another one dead a few days ago. We're going in to try and find it. Might have to end its suffering." "And what if whatever attacked it is still out there?" Malfoy asked, his voice tight with unease. "Nothing in this forest will touch you if you're with me or Fang," Hagrid replied. "Stick to the path, and you'll be fine. We'll split up, cover more ground that way. There's blood all along the trail. The poor thing's been wandering around for hours." I'm going with Fang, Malfoy said quickly, eyeing the dog's sharp teeth. Suit yourself, Hagrid said, though he's not as brave as he looks. Right then, Harry and Hermione, you're with me. Draco, Neville, you take Fang and head the other way. If you find anything, send up green sparks. If you're in danger, red sparks. Everyone understand? Good, let's move. The forest swallowed them almost immediately. It was dark and eerily quiet. Soon the path split in two. Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid went left, while Malfoy and Neville disappeared to the right. They moved carefully, scanning the ground. Occasionally, moonlight broke through the branches above, illuminating streaks of shimmering silver-blue blood scattered across the leaves. Harry noticed Hagrid's tense expression.
Could it be a werewolf? Harry asked quietly.
Unlikely, Hagrid muttered. Unicorns are fast, powerful creatures, not easy prey. I've never known one to be attacked like this before. They passed an old tree stump covered in moss. Somewhere nearby, water trickled softly, perhaps a stream. The trail of blood continued, marking their path deeper into the forest. You holding up, Hermione? Hagrid asked in a low voice. Don't worry, it can't have gone far in that condition. We'll find it soon. And then get down. Without warning, Hagrid grabbed them both and pulled them behind a massive oak tree. In one swift motion, he loaded his crossbow and aimed into the darkness. They froze, listening. A strange sound crept through the forest, something sliding over dry leaves, like fabric dragging along the ground. Hagrid narrowed his eyes, peering down the path. After a few tense seconds, the noise faded into silence. I thought so, he muttered. There's something out here that shouldn't be.
A werewolf, Harry whispered. No, Hagrid said grimly. That wasn't a werewolf, and it wasn't a unicorn either. Stay close.
They moved forward again, slower now, every sense alert. Then, in a clearing ahead, something shifted.
Who's there? Hagrid called sharply. Show yourself, I'm armed.
A figure stepped into view. At first, it was hard to make sense of it. The upper body was human, a man with red hair and a beard, but from the waist down, it was unmistakably a horse. Its coat gleamed chestnut in the dim light, and a long reddish tail flicked behind it. Harry and Hermione stared, stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Oh, it's you, Ronan, Hagrid said, clearly relieved. How have you been? He stepped forward and greeted the centaur with a firm handshake. Good evening, Hagrid, Ronan replied in a low, mournful tone. Were you intending to shoot me? Can't take chances these days, Hagrid answered, tapping his crossbow. There's something dangerous roaming the forest. Oh, these are students from the school, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, and this here is Ronan a centaur. We gathered that, Hermione said quietly. Greetings, Ronan said, turning his gaze toward them. So, you are students? Tell me, do you learn much where you study? Well, Hermione hesitated.
A little, she said at last. A little, Ronan echoed thoughtfully. Better than nothing. He tilted his head back and fixed his eyes on the sky. Mars burns brightly tonight. Right, Hagrid muttered, glancing upward as well. Anyway, I'm glad we ran into you. Ronan, there's been a unicorn attacked. Seen anything?
Ronan didn't respond at once. He continued staring upward, as if the answer might be written among the stars. Then he spoke slowly. The innocent are always the first to suffer. It has ever been so. Yes, all right, Hagrid said, a bit impatient now, but have you noticed anything strange around here? Anything unusual? Mars is very bright tonight, Ronan repeated.
I meant something closer to the ground, Hagrid pressed. Haven't you seen anything out of the ordinary?
Ronan paused again before replying. The forest does not reveal its secrets easily. A sudden rustle behind him made Hagrid raise his crossbow again, but another centaur soon stepped into view. This one had dark hair and a more restless, intense presence.
"Evening, Bane," Hagrid said.
"Good evening," Bane replied. "I trust you are well." "Well enough. Listen, I was just asking Ronan, have either of you noticed anything unusual? A unicorn's been badly hurt." Bane moved beside Ronan and lifted his eyes to the sky.
"Mars shines strongly tonight," he said. "Yes, we've established that," Hagrid muttered, clearly frustrated. "If either of you happens to see anything useful, let me know. Will you? We'll be moving on."
Harry and Hermione followed Hagrid out of the clearing, glancing back until the two centaurs were hidden among the trees. "You'll never get a straight answer out of them," Hagrid grumbled, "always staring up at the sky, don't care much for what's right in front of them." "Are there many centaurs in this forest?" Hermione asked. "Quite a few," Hagrid replied. "They mostly keep to themselves, though they'll come if I need to talk. Very mysterious lot, they understand more than they let on." "Do you think the sound we heard earlier could have been one of them?" Harry asked. "Did it sound like hooves?" Hagrid shook his head. "No, that wasn't a centaur. If you ask me, it's the same thing that's been attacking the unicorns, and I've never heard anything like it before." They continued deeper into the forest. The trees grew thicker, the darkness heavier. Harry kept glancing over his shoulder, uneasy, as if unseen eyes were following them. He felt a bit safer knowing Hagrid was nearby with his weapon. They had just rounded a bend when Hermione suddenly grabbed Hagrid's arm.
Hagrid, look, red sparks. Something's wrong, they're in trouble. "You two stay here," Hagrid shouted immediately. "Don't leave the path, I'll be back for you." They listened as Hagrid forced his way through the dense undergrowth, the crashing sounds fading gradually into the distance. Soon, only the soft rustling of leaves remained, left alone. Harry and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances, both clearly shaken.
"You don't think something's happened to them, do you?" Hermione whispered. "I wouldn't mind if Malfoy got into trouble," Harry muttered, "but if Neville's been hurt, then it's partly our fault. He only came because of us." Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Every small sound felt magnified, the whisper of wind, the snap of a twig. Harry's nerves were on edge. Where was Hagrid? What had happened?
At last, heavy footsteps approached. Hagrid emerged, followed by Neville, Malfoy and Fang. He looked furious.
Apparently, Malfoy had tried to scare Neville by sneaking up behind him. Neville had panicked and sent up red sparks. "With all that noise, we'll be lucky if we find anything now," Hagrid growled. "Right, we're splitting differently. Neville, you're staying with me. Harry, Hermione, you go with Fang and him." He lowered his voice slightly to Harry. "Sorry about this, but he won't dare mess with you much, and we gotta keep going." And so Harry set off again, this time with Malfoy and Fang heading deeper into the forest. They walked for what felt like ages, the trees crowding closer together until the path almost disappeared. The trail of blood grew more noticeable, thicker now. Dark stains marked roots and fallen branches, as if the wounded creature had struggled desperately nearby. Through a break in the trees, Harry spotted a clearing.
"Wait," he whispered, holding out his arm.
Something pale lay on the ground, glowing faintly in the darkness. They moved forward cautiously. It was the unicorn.
Dead.
Harry had never seen anything so strangely beautiful and tragic at once. Its long legs were twisted awkwardly beneath it, and its silvery mane spread across the forest floor like spilled light. He took a step closer and froze. A faint scraping sound came from the bushes at the edge of the clearing. The leaves trembled. Then something emerged. A cloaked figure crawled forward, moving low to the ground like a predator. Harry, Malfoy, and Fang stood frozen, unable to react. The figure reached the unicorn, bent over its wound, and began to drink. Malfoy's scream shattered the silence.
He turned and ran. Fang fled with him.
The figure lifted its head. Dark liquid dripped down its front. Slowly, it turned its gaze fixed directly on Harry. Then it rose and moved toward him. Harry couldn't move. Fear rooted him to the spot. Suddenly, a searing pain exploded in his head. His scar burned as though it had been set alight. Blinded and disoriented, he stumbled backward. The sound of hooves thundered behind him. Something leapt over him and charged straight at the figure. The pain forced Harry to collapse to his knees. It took several long moments before it began to fade. When he finally looked up, the hooded figure had vanished. Standing over him was a centaur, but not one he had seen before. This one was younger, with pale blonde hair and a golden horse's body.
"Are you hurt?" the centaur asked, helping Harry to his feet. I'm all right, thank you," Harry said. "What was that?"
The centaur didn't answer immediately. His eyes, bright, almost luminous blue, studied Harry closely, lingering on the scar on his forehead.
"You are Potter," he said at last. "You should not remain here. The forest is dangerous tonight, especially for you. Can you ride? It will be faster."
He paused, then added, "My name is Firenze." Lowering himself gracefully, he allowed Harry to climb onto his back. The pounding of hooves suddenly echoed from the far side of the clearing. A moment later, two figures burst through the trees, Ronan and Bane. Their sides rose and fell heavily, their bodies slick with sweat. "Firenze!" Bane roared. "What is the meaning of this? You carry a human on your back. Have you forgotten who you are? Or have you lowered yourself to the level of a beast of burden?" Firenze stood firm. "Do you understand who this is?" he replied calmly. "This is the boy called Potter. The sooner he leaves this forest, the safer it will be for him." "And what have you told him?" Bane demanded, his voice sharp with anger. "Have you forgotten our oath? We do not defy what is written in the stars. The movements of the heavens have already revealed what must come." Ronan shifted uneasily, his hooves scraping the earth. "I believe Firenze only meant to help," he said in his slow, somber tone. Bane lashed out with his hind legs in frustration. "Help? That is not our concern. We are bound to what has been foretold. It is not our place to chase after wandering humans like servants in our own domain."
At that, Firenze reared up, his front legs lifting high into the air. Harry clung tightly to his shoulders to keep from falling.
"Look at the unicorn!" Firenze cried, his voice ringing with fury. "Do you not see what has been done? Do you not understand the reason behind its death, or have the stars withheld even that from you? I will stand against whatever evil walks this forest, Bane, even if I must do so alongside humans." Without another word, Firenze turned sharply. With Harry gripping him tightly, he surged forward into the trees, leaving the others behind. Harry's mind was racing. "Why was he so angry?" he asked. "And what was that creature you saved me from?" Firenze slowed his pace, moving now at a steady walk. "Keep your head low," he advised quietly, as branches brushed overhead. He did not answer. They travelled in silence for a long stretch, weaving through the dense forest. Harry began to wonder if Firenze intended to ignore him altogether. But eventually, as they entered a darker, more crowded patch of trees, Firenze came to a halt. "Harry Potter," he said at last, "do you know the purpose of unicorn blood?" Harry blinked, surprised by the question. "No, not really. We've only used parts like the horn or tail hair in potions class." That is because what you saw is an abomination, Ferenzi said gravely. To kill a unicorn is a terrible act. Only someone utterly desperate, someone who stands to gain everything and has nothing left to lose, would do such a thing. He paused before continuing. The blood of a unicorn can sustain life, even when one is close to death, but it comes at a dreadful cost. To take the life of such a pure and defenseless creature leaves a mark. From the moment the blood passes your lips, you exist in a broken state, neither fully alive nor truly whole. A cursed existence. Harry kept his eyes fixed on Ferenzi's silver-flecked mane, glowing faintly beneath the moonlight. But who would go that far, he said quietly. If it means living a cursed life, wouldn't death be better? In most cases, yes, Ferenzi replied, unless surviving a little longer gives you the chance to obtain something greater, something that restores true life and strength, something that grants immortality. Tell me, Harry Potter, do you know what is being guarded at your school right now? The Sorcerer's Stone, Harry answered at once. It makes the elixir of life, but I don't see who would. Think carefully, Ferenzi interrupted. Is there no one you can imagine, someone who has waited for years, clinging to existence, hoping for the moment to rise again? A cold realization gripped Harry's chest. Hagrid's voice echoed in his memory from their first meeting. Some say he died. I don't believe it. Not sure he had enough left of him to die at all. You don't mean, Harry whispered hoarsely, that was volume.
Harry, are you okay?
Hermione came running toward him along the path, Hagrid close behind her, breathing heavily.
I'm fine, Harry said quickly, though his thoughts were spinning. The unicorn, it's dead back there in the clearing.
This is as far as I go, Ferenzi said softly, as Hagrid hurried off to see for himself. You'll be safe now. Harry slid down from his back. Farewell, Harry Potter, Ferenzi added. Even the stars can be misread, even by my kind. Let us hope that is the case tonight. With that, he turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving Harry standing there, chilled and uneasy. Ron had fallen asleep in the dim common room while waiting for them. When Harry shook him awake, he mumbled something about Quidditch penalties before blinking into full awareness. Within moments, he and Hermione were listening intently as Harry recounted everything that had happened. Harry couldn't sit still. He paced back and forth in front of the fire, his hands trembling. Snape's after the stone for Voldemort, he said, and Voldemort's out there, in the forest. All this time, we thought Snape just wanted money. Don't say that name, Ron hissed, glancing nervously around the room. But Harry barely heard him. Ferenzi saved me, but he wasn't supposed to, he went on. Bane was furious. He kept talking about not interfering with what's meant to happen, as if it's already decided, as if Voldemort coming back is inevitable, maybe even me dying.
Stop saying it, Ron whispered urgently.
So now all that's left is for Snape to get the stone, Harry continued, his voice tight with tension. And then Voldemort will finish what he started. I suppose that's exactly what Bane expects. Hermione looked shaken, but she forced herself to speak calmly. Harry, remember, everyone says Professor Dumbledore is the only wizard you know who ever feared. As long as he's here, you're not alone. And anyway, who says the centaurs are always right? That sounds more like fortune-telling than certainty, and Professor McGonagall says that kind of magic isn't very reliable. They talked until the sky began to pale with dawn. By the time they finally went to bed, they were exhausted, their voices hoarse from whispering. But the night had one last surprise. When Harry pulled back his blankets, he found his invisibility cloak neatly folded beneath them. A small note had been pinned to it. just in case. Chapter 16. Through the Trapdoor. Looking back later, Harry would never fully understand how he made it through his exams at all. Every time he sat down to write, part of him expected the door to burst open and Voldemort to appear without warning. Still, the days dragged forward and nothing happened. Fluffy, as far as anyone could tell, remained safely locked behind the forbidden door. The weather had turned oppressively hot, especially in the large hall where they sat their written tests. For the exams, they were issued brand new quills enchanted to prevent cheating, no chance of sneaking answers with those. The practical tests were no easier. One by one, they were called into Professor Flitwick's classroom and asked to perform simple charms like making a pineapple dance across a table. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall had them transform mice into snuff boxes, awarding marks for elegance, but deducting them if any trace of whiskers remained. Meanwhile, Snape hovered close during potions, making everyone uneasy as they struggled to brew a proper forgetfulness draught under his watchful eye. Harry tried to focus, despite the sharp pains that kept flaring in his forehead ever since the night in the forest. Neville assumed it was just nerves from the exams, especially since Harry had trouble sleeping, but the truth was far worse. The nightmares had returned, more vivid than before, now haunted by the image of a hooded figure streaked with blood. Ron and Hermione, not having witnessed what Harry had, didn't seem nearly as consumed by fear. Voldemort frightened them, of course, but he didn't invade their dreams or send pain shooting through their heads. They were too busy revising to dwell on it for long, and concerns about Snape or the stone seemed to fade behind piles of notes and textbooks. At last came their final test. History of Magic. One long hour of writing about eccentric old wizards and their inventions, self-stirring cauldrons and the like, and then they would be done. A full week of freedom awaited them before the results were announced. When Professor Binns, drifting at the front of the room, instructed them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, Harry joined the others in a burst of relieved cheering. "That was much easier than I expected," Hermione said, as they stepped out into the bright sunshine with the rest of the students. All that revision on the 1637 werewolf code and Elfric the Eager was completely unnecessary. Hermione immediately began going over answers in her head, but Ron refused to listen. He claimed it made him feel queasy. Instead, they wandered down to the lake and collapsed beneath a tree. Nearby, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were amusing themselves by prodding the tentacles of the giant squid lounging lazily in the shallow water.
"No more revision," Ron said contentedly, stretching out on the grass. "Come on, Harry, cheer up. We've got a whole week before we even hear the results. No point stressing now."
Harry didn't respond. He was pressing his fingers against his forehead.
"I just wish I knew what this means," he said suddenly, frustration creeping into his voice. "My scar keeps hurting. It's happened before, but never this often." "You should see Madame Pomfrey," Hermione suggested at once.
"I'm not sick," Harry replied. "It feels like a warning, like something bad is about to happen." Ron, overheated and relaxed, didn't seem concerned. "Harry, you're overthinking it," he said. "Hermione's right, the stone's perfectly safe with Dumbledore around. And we don't even know for sure that Snape figured out how to get past Fluffy. He nearly lost a leg last time. He's not going to risk that again anytime soon. Besides, Hagrid would never let anything happen. Neville's got a better chance of playing for England than Hagrid has of betraying Dumbledore." Harry gave a small nod, but the uneasiness remained. There was a nagging sense in the back of his mind, like he'd forgotten something important, something he should have realized already. When he tried to explain it, Hermione waved it off. "That's just leftover exam stress," she said. I woke up last night halfway through revising Transfiguration before I remembered we'd already finished it. But Harry knew this feeling wasn't about exams. He watched an owl glide across the clear sky toward the castle, a letter clutched in its beak. Hagrid was the only person who ever wrote to him. Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore. He would never reveal how to get past Fluffy. Never. But then Harry sprang to his feet. "Where are you going?" Ron asked lazily. "I've just realized something," Harry said, his face suddenly pale. "We need to see Hagrid. Now!" "What is it?" Hermione asked, hurrying after him. "Doesn't it seem strange to you," Harry said, racing up the slope, "that Hagrid has always wanted a dragon and then, out of nowhere, someone shows up with a dragon egg who just walks around carrying something like that, especially when it's illegal? It's too convenient. Don't you see? That person must have been looking for Hagrid specifically. Why didn't I notice before?" "What are you getting at?" Ron called after him. But Harry didn't answer. He was already running flat out across the grounds toward the edge of the forest. Hagrid was lounging in a chair outside his hut, sleeves rolled up and trouser legs folded, calmly popping peas from their pods into a large bowl.
"Ah, there you are," he said cheerfully. "All done with exams, then fancy a drink?"
"Yeah, sure," Ron began, but Harry cut across him sharply.
"No, we can't stay. Hagrid, I need to ask you something. That night you got Norbert. What did the man you were playing cards with look like?"
Hagrid shrugged. Couldn't say. He never took off his cloak. The three of them stared at him. "Well, it's not that odd," Hagrid added, noticing their expressions. "You see all sorts in the Hog's Head, that pub down in the village. Could have been someone dealing in dragons. Maybe. Never saw his face, kept the hood up the whole time." Harry sank down beside the bowl of peas, his voice tight. "What did you talk about? Did Hogwarts come up at all?"
"Maybe," Hagrid said slowly. "Trying to recall. Yeah. He asked what I did, so I told him I was gamekeeper here. Then he got curious about the creatures I look after, so I told him a bit. And I mentioned I'd always wanted a dragon."
He paused, frowning. "After that it's a bit fuzzy. He kept buying me drinks. Oh, right then he said he had an egg, and we could play cards for it if I liked. But he wanted to make sure I knew what I was doing. Didn't want it ending up with just anyone. So I told him, after dealing with Fluffy, a dragon wouldn't be much trouble." Harry's heart skipped. Did he ask about Fluffy?" he said carefully. "Well, yeah," Hagrid replied. "Not many people come across a three-headed dog, even here. So I told him Fluffy's easy enough if you know the trick, just play a bit of music, and he falls asleep straight away."
Hagrid froze.
His face drained of colour.
"I shouldn't have said that," he gasped. Forget it. Forget I ever told you. Hey, where are you going?"
But Harry had already leapt to his feet. He, Ron, and Hermione ran back toward the castle without another word. They didn't stop until they reached the entrance hall, which now felt cold and shadowy compared to the bright grounds outside. "We have to find Dumbledore," Harry said at once. Hagrid just told someone how to get past Fluffy, and that someone was either Snape or Voldemort in disguise. It would have been easy once Hagrid was drunk. We need to warn him. Maybe Firenze can confirm it, if Bane doesn't interfere. Where's Dumbledore's office? They glanced around helplessly, as if expecting directions to appear out of nowhere. None of them had ever been told where his office was, and they didn't know anyone who had visited him. "We'll just have to," Harry began. "What exactly are you three doing here?" Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the hall. She was approaching, carrying a stack of books. "We need to see Professor Dumbledore," Hermione said, her voice steadier than the others felt. "Professor Dumbledore," McGonagall repeated, clearly suspicious. "And why would that be?" Harry hesitated. His mind raced.
"It's something confidential," he said at last, then immediately regretted it.
Her expression sharpened. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she said crisply. He received an urgent message from the Ministry of Magic and departed for London at once.
He's gone, Harry said, panic rising. Right now.
Professor Dumbledore is an extremely busy wizard. Potter. His time is in high demand. But this can't wait, Harry insisted. You believe your matter is more urgent than business from the Ministry itself, McGonagall replied coolly. Professor, please, Harry said suddenly. Abandoning all caution, it's about the Sorcerer's Stone. McGonagall clearly hadn't been expecting that. The book slipped from her arms and fell to the floor, but she didn't seem to notice.
How do you know about that? She demanded, her voice sharp with surprise. Professor, I think someone is planning to steal it, Harry said quickly. I need to speak to Professor Dumbledore immediately.
She studied him closely. Her expression caught somewhere between disbelief and suspicion. Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow, she said at last, and I have no idea how you discovered anything about the stone, but you can rest assured it is perfectly secure. No one can get to it.
But...
That will do, Potter, she interrupted firmly. She bent to collect her fallen books. I suggest you all go outside and enjoy the weather. They didn't move. It's happening tonight, Harry said in a low voice once she had gone. Snape's going to make his move. He's figured everything out and now Dumbledore's been lured away. That message must have been fake. The Ministry's going to be very surprised when he shows up. But what are we supposed to do? Ron began. Hermione suddenly gasped. Harry and Ron spun around. Snape was standing right behind them. Good afternoon, he said softly.
None of them spoke.
You really ought to be outside on a day like this, he continued, a strange smile tugging at his lips. We were just Harry started but had no idea how to finish. You should be careful, Snape said smoothly. Lurking about like this invites suspicion, and Gryffindor can hardly afford to lose any more points. Can it? Harry felt his face burn. They turned to leave, but Snape's voice stopped them again. Take this as a warning, Potter, he said. If I catch you wandering the corridors at night again, I will personally see to it that you are expelled. Good day. He swept past them toward the staff room.
Once outside on the stone steps, Harry turned to Ron and Hermione, his voice urgent.
All right, this is what we do. One of us needs to keep watch on Snape, wait outside the staff room and follow him if he comes out. Hermione, that should be you. Why me? She asked.
Isn't it obvious? Ron said. You can pretend you're waiting for Flitwick. Something like he pitched his voice higher. Oh, Professor Flitwick, I'm so worried I got question 14 wrong. Oh, very funny, Hermione snapped, but she nodded. Fine, I'll do it.
Good, Harry said. Ron and I will head for the third-floor corridor and keep an eye on things there. Come on. So you imagine yourselves clever enough to outwit powerful enchantments? She snapped, her voice sharp with anger. I've had enough of this. If I hear you've come anywhere near this corridor again, I will deduct another 50 points from Gryffindor. Yes. Weasley, even from my own house. There was no arguing with her. The two boys retreated in silence to the common room. Harry had just begun to say, "At least Hermione's keeping an eye on Snape," when the portrait swung open and Hermione rushed in.
I'm sorry, she gasped, clearly shaken. Snape came out and saw me waiting. I told him I was looking for Professor Flitwick, but then he actually went to fetch him. I had to run. I've no idea where Snape went after that.
Harry stood very still. Something in his expression changed, his face drained of colour, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve.
That settles it, he said quietly. I'm going tonight. I'll reach the stone before he does. Ron stared. You've lost your mind.
You can't, Hermione added. After everything McGonagall said, you'll be expelled. So what? Harry shot back. Louder now. Don't you see what's at stake? If Snape gets the stone, Voldemort comes back. This school won't matter anymore. None of it will. He'll destroy everything or turn it into something dark. House points won't mean anything then. They fell silent as he went on, voice tight with emotion. If I'm caught, fine, I'll be sent away. But I won't just sit and wait for him to return stronger. I'm not going to let that happen. Not after what he did to my parents. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Hermione nodded slowly. You're right, she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes.
I'll use the invisibility cloak, Harry continued. Good thing I still have it. Ron frowned. Will it fit all three of us?
Harry blinked. All three? Ron gave him a look. You didn't think we'd let you go alone, did you?
Obviously not, Hermione said briskly. You'd never get through everything without help. I'll check my notes, there might be something useful.
Harry hesitated. If we're caught, you'll be expelled too. Hermione straightened. Not if I can help it. Besides, I doubt they'd throw me out after I scored 112% on my exam. That evening, the three of them sat apart from the others, tension hanging over them. No one approached Harry's fall from favour had seen to that. For once, he didn't care. Hermione flipped rapidly through her notes, searching for anything that might help. Ron and Harry remained quiet, each lost in thought about what lay ahead. Gradually, the common room emptied as students drifted off to bed. Time, Ron muttered once the last person left. Harry slipped upstairs into the dark dormitory. He pulled out the invisibility cloak and then paused, spotting something on his bedside table. The flute Hagrid had given him for Christmas. He picked it up and tucked it into his pocket. If music could lull Fluffy to sleep, it might be their only way through. Singing, however, was not an option tonight. Harry dashed back into the common room, breath quick with urgency. We should put the cloak on now, he said. Better check it hides all of us if Filch sees a pair of feet walking around on their own. We're finished. What are you lot up to? The voice came from the shadows. Neville stepped forward from behind an armchair, clutching Trevor, who looked as though he'd just been recaptured mid-escape.
Nothing, Harry said quickly, shoving the cloak behind him.
Neville didn't look convinced. His eyes moved from one face to another, taking in their obvious tension. "You're sneaking out again," he said.
No, we're not, Hermione replied too fast. Really, Neville, you should go to bed.
Harry glanced at the clock. Every second mattered. Snape could already be on his way. "You can't leave," Neville insisted, moving closer. "You'll get caught and Gryffindor will lose even more points." "This isn't about house points," Harry said, trying to stay calm. "It's important." But Neville's expression hardened. He rushed to block the portrait hole, planting himself firmly in their path.
"I won't let you," he said, voice shaking but determined. "I'll stop you if I have to." "Neville, move," Ron snapped. "Don't be stupid." "Don't call me stupid," Neville shot back. "You said I should stand up to people, and that's what I'm doing." "Not to us," Ron groaned. "You've got no idea what's going on."
He stepped forward. Neville dropped Trevor, who hopped away unnoticed. "Go on, then," Neville said, raising his fists. "Try it." Harry turned helplessly to Hermione. "Do something!" Hermione stepped closer, her face tight with regret.
"Neville," she said softly, "I'm really sorry."
She lifted her wand. Petrificus totalis.
Neville's body locked instantly, arms stiff at his sides, legs pressed together. He wobbled for a second before toppling forward, rigid as a plank.
Hermione hurried to roll him over. His face was frozen. Only his eyes darted wildly, full of shock. "What did you do?" Harry whispered.
"It's a full body bind," she said quietly. "He'll be fine, I think." I'm sorry, Neville, Harry added. We didn't have a choice.
You'll understand later, Ron muttered as they stepped over him and pulled the invisibility cloak around themselves. Still, leaving Neville lying there didn't feel right. The castle seemed different now. Every shadow stretched too far. Every faint noise made them flinch. A rustle sounded like footsteps. A whisper of wind felt like someone watching.
Near the first staircase, they spotted Mrs. Norris lurking.
"Let's just kick her," Ron whispered. Harry shook his head. They edged past carefully. The cat's glowing eyes followed them, but she made no sound. They climbed on without incident until they reached the staircase to the 3rd floor. Peeves hovered halfway up, tugging at the carpet, clearly hoping to trip someone.
"Who's that?" he called suddenly, bit squinting. "I know you're there, even if I can't see you. Ghost, ghoul, sneaky little student."
He drifted higher, peering into the air around them.
"Perhaps I should fetch Filch," he said, grinning. "Something's creeping about unseen."
Harry acted on instinct. "Peeves," he whispered harshly. "The Bloody Baron has his reasons for staying invisible." Peeves jerked backward in alarm, nearly losing his balance mid-air. "Oh, terribly sorry, your Baronness," Peeves simpered at once, his tone dripping with fake respect. "Didn't see you there well. Of course I didn't. You're invisible. Forgive poor Peevesy, won't you?"
"I have matters to attend to," Harry rasped, lowering his voice. "Keep your distance from this corridor tonight."
"Certainly, sir, absolutely." Peeves bobbed eagerly. "Wouldn't dream of interfering. Best of luck with whatever it is." And with that, he zipped away down the passage.
"Nice one," Ron whispered, impressed.
Moments later, they reached their destination, the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. The door stood slightly open. "There," Harry murmured. "Looks like someone's already gone ahead, probably Snape." The sight of the open door made everything feel suddenly real. Beneath the cloak, Harry turned to the others. "If either of you wants to back out," he said quietly, "I won't blame you. Take the cloak, I'll manage." "Don't be ridiculous," Ron said at once. "We're not leaving," Hermione added firmly. Harry nodded and nudged the door open. A deep, rumbling growl rolled toward them. Fluffy's 3 heads stirred, sniffing the air, though they couldn't see anything. "What's that near its paws?" Hermione whispered. "Looks like some kind of harp," Ron said. "Snape must have left it playing." "Then it probably wakes up when the music stops," Harry said. "All right, here goes." He raised Hagrid's flute and blew a few shaky notes. It wasn't much of a melody, but it worked. The dog's eyelids drooped almost instantly. Harry kept playing, barely daring to breathe. The growling faded, the massive body sagged, and within seconds, Fluffy collapsed into a deep sleep. "Don't stop," Ron murmured as they slipped out from under the cloak and crept forward. The creature's hot breath washed over them as they edged closer. "I think I can open it." He leaned over the dog's back and grabbed the trapdoor ring. Pulling it upward, it swung open with a creak. "What do you see?" Hermione asked.
"Nothing, just darkness," Ron replied. "No ladder either. Looks like we'll have to jump."
Harry signaled for attention, still playing, then pointed to himself. "You're going first," Ron asked. "You sure? We don't know how far it drops. Give Hermione the flute, she can keep it asleep." Harry handed it over. For a brief moment, the music stopped. The dog twitched and growled, but as soon as Hermione resumed, it settled again. Harry climbed carefully over the massive body and peered into the opening. There was no visible bottom. He lowered himself slowly, gripping the edge until only his fingertips held him. "If something goes wrong," he called softly, "don't follow. Go straight to the owlery and send Hedwig to Dumbledore." "Got it," Ron said. "See you in a second, hopefully." Harry let go. Cold air rushed past him as he dropped down until...
thud.
He landed on something soft and springy. Sitting up, he blinked in the dimness, feeling around beneath him. It seemed like some sort of plant. "It's fine," he shouted upward, the trapdoor now just a small square of light. Soft landing jump. Ron came next, landing awkwardly beside him. "What is this stuff?" he asked, brushing at the strange, cushioning surface beneath them. "Not sure, some kind of plant, I guess. Probably meant to cushion the fall. Come on, Hermione." The music above them faltered, and a furious bark echoed faintly. A second later, Hermione dropped down beside them. "We must be far below the castle," she said, brushing herself off. "Good thing this stuff broke our fall," Ron added.
"Good thing," Hermione cried. "Look at yourselves."
She scrambled toward the wall, struggling as she went. The moment she'd landed, thin, vine-like tendrils had begun wrapping around her ankles. Harry and Ron hadn't even noticed at first, but now thick creepers had already coiled tightly around their legs. Hermione tore herself free just in time and turned back in alarm. The boys were fighting the plant, pulling at it desperately, but the more they struggled, the tighter it constricted.
"Stop moving," Hermione shouted. "I know what this is. It's Devil's Snare." "Oh, brilliant," Ron snapped. "Lovely to know its name while it strangles us." "Be quiet, I'm trying to think," Hermione shot back. "Think faster," Harry gasped, the plant tightening around his chest. "Devil's Snare, it likes dark, damp places," Hermione muttered, thinking hard.
"So light a fire," Harry choked out. "Yes, but there's nothing to burn," she said helplessly.
Ron stared at her in disbelief. "Are you serious? You're a witch!"
"Oh, right." Hermione yanked out her wand, gave it a sharp flick, and muttered a spell. Instantly, blue flames burst forth, licking at the plant. The reaction was immediate. The tendrils recoiled, shrinking away from the light and heat. Within seconds, their grip loosened, and the vines slithered back, freeing Harry and Ron.
Panting, they stumbled away.
"Good thing you actually listen in herbology," Harry said, wiping sweat from his face. "Yeah," Ron added, "and lucky Harry keeps his head. There's no wood, honestly." Harry ignored him and pointed ahead. Only one way to go. They moved into a narrow stone passage. The air was damp, and the only sound was the quiet drip of water echoing along the walls. The tunnel sloped downward, and Harry couldn't help thinking of Gringotts and the dragons rumoured to guard its deepest vaults. The thought made his stomach tighten. Norbert had been trouble enough.
"Wait," Ron whispered. "Do you hear that?"
They stopped. A faint rustling sound drifted toward them, mixed with a metallic clinking. "Ghost," Ron suggested uneasily.
"Doesn't sound like one," Harry said. "More like wings." "There's light up ahead," Hermione said. "Something's moving." They emerged from the passage into a vast chamber flooded with light. The ceiling stretched high overhead, and the entire space shimmered with movement. Tiny, glittering shapes darted through the air, hundreds of them flashing like living jewels. At the far end stood a thick wooden door.
Ron hesitated. "You reckon they'll attack if we try to cross?" "Maybe," Harry said, eyeing them warily. "They don't look dangerous, but if they all came at once... Still, we've got no choice." Before either of them could reply, he pulled in a breath, raised his arms to shield his face, and bolted forward.
Nothing happened.
No claws, no pecking, just the rush of air as the creatures flitted past him. He reached the door unharmed and grabbed the handle. Locked. Ron and Hermione joined him moments later. Together they pushed, pulled, and strained against it, but it wouldn't budge. Hermione tried a spell, no effect. "What now?" Ron said. Hermione glanced upward, frowning. They must be part of the puzzle. They're not just here for show. They watched the swirling shapes more carefully. Light glinted off them in sharp flashes.
"Wait," Harry said suddenly. "Those aren't birds." Ron squinted. "What do you mean?"
"They're keys," Harry said. "Flying keys. Look closely." Understanding dawned. Harry scanned the room again and spotted something else. "They're broomsticks," he said. "We have to catch the right key." "There are loads of them," Ron protested. Ron crouched by the lock, inspecting it. "We'll need one that fits, probably an old-fashioned one. Silver, maybe." Without wasting another second, they each grabbed a broom and kicked off into the air. The moment they rose, the keys scattered wildly, darting and weaving in every direction. They lunged and grabbed, but the enchanted keys slipped away again and again. Still, Harry had an advantage. As a seeker, he knew how to track fast-moving objects better than anyone. After circling the room, he spotted it a larger silver key with one bent wing, as if it had already been forced into the lock once before.
"There!" he shouted. "That one with the blue wings. The feathers are all crumpled on one side."
Ron shot upward in pursuit, but smashed into the ceiling, wobbling dangerously. "We need to corner it," Harry called. "Ron, come from above Hermione. Block it from below. I'll go straight for it. Ready?" They moved at once.
Ron dived. Hermione surged upward. The key twisted between them, trying to escape, but Harry was already on it. He leaned forward, stretched out his hand, and... crack. He slammed it gently but firmly against the wall, catching it. Cheers echoed through the chamber as they dropped back to the ground. Harry sprinted to the door, gripping the struggling key. He jammed it into the lock and turned. Click. The door unlocked instantly. The key tore free and zipped back into the air, now even more battered than before. Harry grasped the handle and glanced at the others. "Ready?" They nodded. He pushed the door open. Beyond it lay complete darkness, but the moment they stepped inside, the room lit up all at once, revealing something none of them had expected. They stepped forward and froze. A gigantic chessboard stretched out before them, its squares black and white beneath their feet. Towering stone pieces loomed overhead, each one larger than they were. They stood behind the black side, across the board. The white pieces waited in silence. Unlike the others, the white figures were eerily blank. No faces, no expressions. A chill ran through them. "What now?" Harry whispered. Ron stared at the board, eyes lighting with realization. "Isn't it obvious? We have to play." He pointed toward the far side. Another door stood behind the white pieces. Hermione swallowed. "Play how?" Ron stepped closer to one of the black knights and reached out. The moment his hand touched it, the figure came alive, the horse stamped its hoof, and the armored rider turned its head to look directly at him. "Do we join you?" Ron asked uncertainly. The knight gave a slow nod. Ron turned back, already thinking, "We'll have to take their places, become pieces ourselves." Harry and Hermione watched him, waiting. After a moment, Ron spoke again. "Don't take this the wrong way," he said, "but neither of you is exactly brilliant at chess." "That's fine," Harry said quickly. "Just tell us what to do."
"Right. Harry, you take that bishop's position. Hermione, you stand in for that castle."
"And you?" Hermione asked. "I'll be a knight."
As if they understood, the chosen pieces stepped off the board and moved aside, leaving their squares empty. Harry, Ron, and Hermione took their places. Ron glanced across the board. White moves first. Here they go. A pawn slid forward. The game had begun. Ron took command, his voice low but steady as he directed each move. The black pieces obeyed instantly, gliding across the board at his instruction. Harry's heart pounded. This wasn't just a game, this was real.
Harry, Ron said, move diagonally 4 squares.
Harry stepped where he was told, trying not to think about what would happen if they lost. Then it happened. The White Queen struck. She smashed into one of their knights, knocking it to the ground with brutal force. The piece didn't move again. Hermione gasped. Ron swallowed hard. Had to happen, he muttered. Now, Hermione, you can take that bishop. Go. The match grew more intense with every move. Whenever a piece was captured, it was dragged off the board and left motionless. A pile of fallen black figures began to form along the edge. Twice, Ron barely managed to save Harry and Hermione from being taken. He moved constantly, calculating, sacrificing when necessary, striking when he could. His face was pale, but his focus never wavered. The board was turning into a battlefield, and Ron was the one holding it together. Harry let out a shaky breath, staring at the parchment while Hermione's eyes lit up with focus.
Really, he said, that makes it easier.
Definitely, Hermione replied, already scanning the clues again. This is exactly the kind of problem Muggles are good at. No spells, just reasoning. She stepped closer to the table, examining each bottle carefully, their shapes, sizes, and positions. 7 bottles, she murmured. Some are poison, one moves you forward, one sends you back, and the rest are useless. Ron wasn't there to complain this time, but Harry could almost hear him groaning. Hermione continued, half talking to herself. Okay, first clue. Poison is always next to nettle wine. Second, the ends are both safe, but useless. Third, the smallest and largest aren't deadly. Fourth, the second from left and second from right are identical. She paused, thinking hard. Then suddenly, her face brightened.
I've got it.
You have, Harry said quickly. Yes, listen carefully. She pointed at the bottles one by one. This one, she said, tapping a small bottle, will take you forward through the black flames.
And this one, she added, indicating another, will send someone back through the purple fire.
Harry swallowed. So, we both go forward. Hermione shook her head. No, there's only enough potion in the forward bottle for one person. Silence filled the room. Harry understood immediately. You go back, he said.
What? Hermione looked startled.
You have to return and get help, Harry insisted. Find Ron, check he's okay, then go straight to Albus Dumbledore. I'll go on.
But... No, Harry said firmly. If something's already down there, I'm the one it's waiting for.
Hermione hesitated, then nodded slowly. Be careful, she said quietly. You too. She picked up the bottle that would carry her back, hands slightly trembling. Harry grabbed the smaller one, the one that would take him forward. They stood there for a brief second, the crackling flames surrounding them. Good luck, Hermione whispered. See you soon, Harry replied.
Then at the same time, they drank.
A warm sensation spread through Harry's body as he stepped into the black fire and vanished beyond it. But won't we both be safe then? Harry asked. Not exactly, Hermione replied calmly. All the answers are right here. 7 bottles, 3 contain poison, 2 are harmless wine. 1 will allow passage through the black flames ahead, and another will send someone back through the purple fire behind us. Harry frowned. So how do we figure out which is which?
Give me a moment.
Hermione studied the parchment again and again, then paced slowly in front of the bottles, whispering under her breath as she matched each clue. Her finger hovered over different shapes, comparing sizes and positions. After a while, she suddenly stopped. I've solved it, she said, satisfied. The tiniest bottle is the one that lets you pass through the black fire to reach the stone. Harry picked it up and frowned. There's barely anything in here, not enough for two. They exchanged a look. The meaning was clear. Which one takes you back? Harry asked. Hermione pointed to a round bottle near the far right.
That one.
Then you take it, Harry said immediately. Go back, find Ron and make sure he's okay. Then get to the Owlery and send Hedwig to Albus Dumbledore. We'll need him. But Harry, what if you know who is there with Snape? Harry touched his scar lightly. I've survived him once. Maybe I'll manage again. Hermione looked close to tears, then suddenly stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Hermione. You're a brilliant wizard, Harry. He flushed. Not as brilliant as you. She shook her head. Books and cleverness aren't everything. There are more important things: loyalty, courage, friendship. She pulled back, eyes shining. Please be careful. You too, Harry said softly. Drink first. You're sure about the choice? Absolutely. Hermione took a deep swallow from the round bottle and shivered.
Is it okay? Harry asked quickly. Yes, just freezing cold.
And go before it wears off. Good luck.
Go.
She turned and walked straight into the purple flames, disappearing from sight. Harry stood alone. After a steadying breath, he lifted the smallest bottle. Here goes nothing. He drank it in one gulp. Instantly, an icy sensation spread through him, setting the empty bottle down. He stepped forward into the black fire. The flames curled around him, but he felt nothing, just cold. For a moment, everything went dark. Then he emerged into the final room. Someone was already there. But it wasn't Severus Snape.
And it wasn't even Lord Voldemort. Chapter 17.
The Man with Two Faces. Standing before Harry was none other than Quirinus Quirrell.
You, Harry blurted, stunned.
Quirrell gave a composed smile, no stutter, no nervous twitch. Yes, me, he replied evenly. I had a feeling we might meet here, Potter. Harry shook his head, trying to process it, but I thought it was Snape. Severus? Quirrell let out a sharp, humourless laugh. He does fit the part, doesn't he? Always lurking about like some oversized bat. Very convenient. Everyone suspects him, while no one pays attention to the timid, stuttering professor. Harry's mind reeled.
That's not possible. Snape tried to kill me. No, Quirrell corrected coldly. That was me. Your friend Miss Granger knocked me over when she rushed to set Snape on fire during the Quidditch match. It broke my concentration. A few seconds more and you'd have fallen off your broom. Harry stared. Snape was saving me.
Of course, Quirrell said. Why do you think he insisted on refereeing your next match? He wanted to keep an eye on me. Quite ironic. Really, he made himself unpopular trying to protect you, and all for nothing. Tonight, you die anyway. With a snap of his fingers, ropes appeared from thin air and bound Harry tightly. You've been far too curious, Potter, Quirrell went on. Sneaking around on Halloween, how was I to know what you'd seen? You let the troll in, Harry demanded. Naturally, I have a knack for handling trolls. You saw the one earlier, but while everyone else was distracted, Snape went straight to the third floor. He suspected me from the start. Unfortunately, neither the troll nor that three-headed dog managed to finish the job. Quirrell turned away, his attention shifting. Now be quiet, he said. I need to study this. Only then did Harry notice what stood behind him, the mirror of Eroist. So this is it, Quirrell murmured, circling the mirror. The key to the stone? Clever, Dumbledore, very clever. But he's gone. By the time he returns, I'll be long gone as well. Harry's heart pounded. He had to keep Quirrell distracted.
I saw you with Snape in the forest, he said quickly.
Yes, Quirrell replied absently. By then he was already suspicious, trying to figure out how far I'd gotten. He attempted to intimidate me, foolish. Really? Considering I serve Lord Voldemort. Quirrell stepped in front of the mirror again, eyes fixed on it.
I see it. I'm giving the stone to my master, but where is it?
Harry struggled against the ropes, but they held firm. Snape always hated me, he said, forcing the conversation to continue.
Oh, he did? Quirrell said lightly. He knew your father. They despised each other. But he never wanted you dead.
Harry swallowed. A few days ago, I heard you crying. I thought Snape was threatening you. For a brief moment, fear flickered across Quirrell's face. Sometimes, he admitted quietly, it is difficult to follow my master's orders. He is powerful and I am not. Harry's eyes widened. You mean he was there, in the room with you? He is always with me, Quirinus Quirrell said in a low voice. I first encountered him during my travels abroad. Back then, I was naive, filled with childish beliefs about right and wrong. Lord Voldemort opened my eyes. There is no such thing as good or evil, only power, and those too weak to pursue it. He shuddered slightly. I have served him ever since. Though I have disappointed him more than once, he does not tolerate failure. When I failed to take the stone from Gringotts Wizarding Bank, he was furious. He punished me and decided to keep a closer watch on me. His voice faded. Meanwhile, Harry's thoughts raced. A memory struck him, his visit to Diagon Alley. He had seen Quirrell that very day, even shaken his hand at the leaky cauldron. How had he missed it? Quirrell muttered angrily to himself.
I don't understand. Is the stone hidden inside the mirror? Should I smash it?
Harry's mind spun faster. If I want the stone more than anything, then the mirror should show me finding it and where it is. He tried to shift sideways, hoping to glance into the mirror without being noticed, but the ropes around his legs tripped him, and he fell. Quirrell didn't even look at him. What does this mirror do? Quirrell whispered. How does it work? Help me, Master. Then, to Harry's horror, a voice answered, cold and whispering, and it seemed to come from Quirrell himself.
Use the boy. Use the boy.
Quirrell spun around. Yes, of course. He clapped once. The ropes binding Harry vanished instantly. Potter, come here. Harry stood up slowly. Come closer, Quirrell said. Look into the mirror. Tell me what you see.
Heart pounding, Harry stepped forward. I have to lie, he told himself. Just look and lie.
Quirrell moved in behind him. Harry caught a strange smell coming from the professor's turban. He shut his eyes for a moment, then opened them as he faced the mirror of Eris. At first, he saw only his own pale, frightened reflection. Then the image changed. The reflection smiled. It slipped a hand into its pocket and pulled out a deep red stone, the sorcerer's stone. It winked, tucked it away again. And at that exact moment, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. He had it. The stone was actually his. Well, Quirrell demanded sharply, what do you see? Harry forced himself to stay calm.
I see myself shaking hands with Albus Dumbledore, he said quickly. I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor.
Quirrell swore under his breath. Step aside, Quirinus Quirrell ordered. As Harry moved, he felt the Philosopher's Stone pressing against his leg. For a split second, he considered running. But a thin, chilling voice cut through the air. even though Quirrell's lips hadn't moved.
He lies, he lies. Potter, come back, Quirrell snapped. Tell me the truth, what did you see?
Then the voice spoke again, colder, more commanding.
Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you're not strong enough. I have strength, enough for this.
Harry froze, as if rooted to the ground. He could only watch as Quirrell slowly unwound his turban. It slipped away, and then Quirrell turned around. Harry tried to scream, but no sound came. Where the back of Quirrell's head should have been, there was a face, ghastly pale, with burning red eyes and snake-like slits for nostrils.
Harry Potter, whispered Lord Voldemort.
Harry's legs refused to move. Look at what I have become, the face murmured. A shadow, a fragment. I exist only when I share another's body. But there are always those willing to serve me, to let me in. It continued softly. Unicorn blood has sustained me. You saw Quirrell drinking it in the forest, and once I possess the elixir of life, I shall return fully. Now, give me the stone in your pocket. So he knew.
Strength surged back into Harry's limbs. He stumbled backward.
Don't be foolish, Voldemort hissed. Join me, or suffer the same fate as your parents. They died begging for mercy.
Liar, Harry shouted.
Quirrell advanced on him, moving backward so Voldemort could still see. How touching, Voldemort whispered. Your parents were brave. Your father fought. Your mother tried to protect you, but her sacrifice need not be wasted. Give me the stone.
Never. Harry lunged toward the flames, but Voldemort screamed. Seize him.
Quirrell grabbed Harry's wrist.
Instantly, searing pain shot through Harry's scar. His head felt like it would split apart, but Quirrell suddenly recoiled, crying out. His fingers blistered, skin burning as if scorched. Seize him, Voldemort shrieked again.
Quirrell attacked once more, knocking Harry down and clutching his throat, but again he screamed in agony.
My hands, my hands. His skin looked raw, red, and damaged. Then kill him, fool, Voldemort roared.
Quirrell raised his hand to cast a curse. But Harry acted on instinct. He grabbed Quirrell's face. A horrible scream echoed. Quirrell collapsed, his skin blistering wherever Harry touched him. In that moment, Harry understood Quirrell couldn't touch him. It was his only chance. Harry clung to him desperately, ignoring the unbearable pain in his head. Quirrell shrieked, Voldemort howled, and everything blurred, voices echoed.
Kill him. Harry.
Then everything went black. Something golden shimmered above him.
A snitch.
He tried to reach it, but his arms wouldn't move. He blinked. It wasn't a snitch. It was a pair of glasses. And behind them, a familiar face.
Albus Dumbledore.
Good afternoon, Harry, he said gently. Harry's memory rushed back. Sir, the stone, Quirrell has it. Calm yourself, Dumbledore said kindly. You are a little behind. Quirrell does not have the stone. Harry looked around. White sheets, a quiet room.
The hospital wing.
You've been here for 3 days, Dumbledore continued. Your friends have been quite worried. Harry blinked, but the stone. It is safe, Dumbledore said. In fact, it has been destroyed.
Destroyed, Harry echoed, stunned. But Nicholas Flamel. You know about Nicholas? Dumbledore said, pleased. Yes, he and I agreed it was best.
But that means he'll die. They have enough elixir left to settle their affairs, Dumbledore replied calmly. After that? Yes. Harry stared, unsure what to say. Dumbledore smiled softly. To the well-prepared mind, he said, death is simply the next great adventure. He glanced at the pile of sweets beside Harry's bed. Gifts from your admirers, he added lightly, though I'm afraid a certain toilet seat from your friends Fred and George was confiscated. Despite everything, Harry almost smiled. The danger was over. For now, just one more thing. Sir, Harry said slowly, still feeling the dull ache in his head. The mirror. The mirror of Erised. Why was I able to get the stone from it? Albus Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses. Ah, he said gently. That was one of my more brilliant ideas, and between you and me, that is saying something. Only one who wanted to find the stone find it, but not use it, would be able to get it. Otherwise, they would see themselves making gold or drinking the elixir of life. It is one of the more ingenious protections I have devised. Harry lay back, trying to take it all in. Then another thought struck him. Sir, my invisibility cloak. Yes, said Dumbledore. Your father left it in my possession, and I thought you might need it one day, so I returned it to you. Harry nodded slowly. The pieces were falling into place, but one more question lingered.
And Severus Snape?
Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. Professor Snape did everything he could to protect you, he said. You may not fully understand his reasons yet, but you should know this: he is not your enemy. Harry didn't reply. Too much had happened, too quickly, and his mind was still catching up. Sunlight streamed through the hospital window, warm and peaceful, so different from the darkness he had just faced. Yet deep down, Harry knew one thing for certain. His encounter with Voldemort was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. Albus Dumbledore now became very interested in a bird outside on the windowsill, which gave Harry time to wipe his eyes on the sheet. When he found his voice again, he asked,
And the invisibility cloak, do you know who sent it to me?
Ah, your father left it in my care, and I thought you might like it. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Very useful. Those cloaks? Your father used it mostly for sneaking down to the kitchens for extra food. And there's something else. Go on. Quirinus Quirrell, said Severus Snape.
Professor Snape, Harry. Yes, him. Quirrell said he hates me because he hated my father. Is that true?
Well, they certainly disliked each other, said Dumbledore. Not unlike you and Draco Malfoy. And then your father did something Snape could never forgive.
What?
He saved his life.
What?
Yes, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Funny. The way people think, isn't it? Professor Snape couldn't stand being in your father's debt. I believe he worked so hard to protect you this year because he felt that would settle the score. Then he could return to hating your father's memory in peace. Harry tried to make sense of it, but his head began to ache again, so he stopped.
And sir, one more thing. Only one. How did I get the stone out of the mirror? Ah, I'm glad you asked. That was one of my more brilliant ideas, if I do say so myself. Only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. Otherwise, they would see themselves making gold or drinking the elixir of life. My mind still surprises me at times.
Dumbledore smiled and reached for a box. Now, enough questions. Try some sweets. Ah, Bertie Bott. Zevry flavour beans. I once had a vomit-flavoured one as a boy, haven't quite trusted them since. Still, I think I'll risk a toffee. He popped a golden brown bean into his mouth, then choked.
Alas, earwax.
Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, was kind but extremely strict.
Just 5 minutes, Harry pleaded. Absolutely not.
You let Professor Dumbledore in. Well, that's different. He's the headmaster. You need rest.
I am resting. Look, lying down and everything. Oh, very well, she sighed. 5 minutes.
And she let Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger in.
Harry.
Hermione looked like she wanted to hug him, but stopped when she saw how pale he was.
Oh, Harry, we thought you were going to Dumbledore, was so worried.
The whole school's talking about it, said Ron. What really happened? And so Harry told them everything. Quirrell, the Mirror of Erised, the Stone, and Voldemort. Ron and Hermione listened, wide-eyed, reacting at every moment, and when Harry described what was under Quirrell's turban, Hermione actually screamed. So the stone's gone, Ron said at last, and Nicola Flamel is just going to die. That's what I thought, said Harry, but Dumbledore says to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. I always said he was a bit mad, Ron replied, though he sounded impressed. Harry smiled faintly. So, what happened to you two? Well, I got back all right, said Hermione Granger. I brought Ron Weasley round. That took a while, and we were hurrying to the Owlery to contact Albus Dumbledore when we met him in the entrance hall. He already knew. He just said, Harry's gone after him, hasn't he? And rushed off to the 3rd floor. Do you think he meant you to do it? Said Ron, sending you your dad's cloak and everything? Well, Hermione burst out. If he did, that's awful. You could have been killed. No, it isn't, said Harry thoughtfully. Dumbledore's a strange man. I think he wanted to give me a chance. He probably knows almost everything that goes on here. I reckon he knew we'd try, and instead of stopping us, he made sure we knew enough to manage. I don't think it was an accident I found out how the mirror worked. It's almost like he thought I had the right to face Voldemort, if I could. Yeah, Dumbledore's definitely a bit mad, said Ron proudly. Anyway, you've got to be up for the end-of-year feast tomorrow. Slytherins won the House Cup again. Of course. You missed the last Quidditch match. We got flattened by Ravenclaw, but at least the food'll be good. Just then, Madame Pomfrey marched over. You've had nearly 15 minutes out, she said firmly. After a good night's sleep, Harry felt almost normal again. I want to go to the feast, he told Madame Pomfrey, as she arranged his piles of sweets. Can't I? Professor Dumbledore says you may, she replied stiffly, as though she didn't quite agree, and you have another visitor.
Oh, great, said Harry. Who is it?
The door opened, and Rubeus Hagrid squeezed inside. He looked enormous as usual, and the moment he saw Harry, he burst into tears.
It's all my ruddy fault, he sobbed, burying his face in his hands. I told that evil git how to get past Fluffy. I told him, you could have died. All for a dragon egg. I'll never drink again. I should be sacked and made to live like a muggle. Hagrid, said Harry, shocked. He would have found out anyway. This is Voldemort we're talking about. He'd have figured it out sooner or later.
You could have died, Hagrid wailed. And don't say the name.
Voldemort, Harry shouted. Hagrid froze, stunned into silence. I've met him, Harry went on firmly, and I'm calling him by his name. Now cheer up, we saved the stone. It's gone. He can't use it. Here, have a chocolate frog. I've got loads.
Hagrid wiped his nose on his sleeve and gave a shaky laugh.
That reminds me, he said. I've got you a present. It's not a stoat sandwich, is it? Harry asked nervously. At that, Rubeus Hagrid gave a weak laugh.
Nah, Albus Dumbledore gave me the day off to put it together. Should have sacked me, really. But anyway, here you go. He handed Harry a thick, leather-bound book. Curious. Harry opened it, and his breath caught. Every page was filled with wizard photographs. His mother and father smiled and waved at him, alive in a way he had never seen before. Sent owls to all your parents' old friends, Hagrid said quietly. Asked for photo. Knew you didn't have any. Do you like it? Harry couldn't answer. He didn't need to. That evening, Harry went down to the end-of-year feast alone. Madame Pomfrey had delayed him with one last check-up, so the Great Hall was already packed. It was decorated in green and silver Slytherin colours, celebrating their 7th consecutive House Cup win. A massive serpent banner hung behind the high table. As Harry entered, the hall fell suddenly silent, then erupted into loud whispers. Students stood to stare. Trying to ignore them, he slipped into a seat beside Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived. The noise died instantly.
"Another year gone," he said cheerfully. "And before we begin our feast, I must trouble you with a few words. What a year it has been. I trust your minds are a little fuller, and you have all a summer to empty them again."
A ripple of laughter passed through the hall. Now then, the House Cup. The final scores stand thus. In 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points. 3rd, Hufflepuff with 352. Ravenclaw, 426. And Slytherin, 472. Cheers exploded from the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy banged his goblet triumphantly.
"Yes, yes, well done, Slytherin," said Dumbledore. "However, recent events must also be taken into account."
The hall went still. Smiles faded.
"I have a few last-minute points to award."
He paused, glancing down the tables. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 points. The Gryffindor table erupted. Ron turned bright red as cheers shook the hall. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points. Hermione hid her face, overwhelmed, as Gryffindor roared even louder. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter. Silence fell instantly. For pure nerve and outstanding courage, 60 points. The explosion of sound was deafening. Students leapt to their feet. Those quick enough to calculate realized the result at once. Gryffindor now had 472 points, exactly equal to Slytherin. A perfect tie. The entire hall buzzed with excitement, hanging on what would happen next. Albus Dumbledore raised his hand, and the hall slowly fell silent. "There are many kinds of courage," he said, smiling warmly. "It takes great bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. Therefore, I award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom." The Gryffindor table exploded with noise cheers so loud it might have sounded like a blast to anyone outside. Harry, Ron, and Hermione jumped to their feet, shouting and clapping, while Neville, pale with shock, was buried under a pile of congratulating classmates. It was the first time he had ever earned points for Gryffindor. Still cheering, Harry nudged Ron Weasley and pointed toward Draco Malfoy, who looked utterly stunned as if he'd just been hit with a body-bind curse. "Which means," Dumbledore continued over the thunder of applause, "we require a change of decoration." With a clap of his hands, the great hall transformed. Green banners turned to scarlet, silver shimmered into gold, and the great serpent of Slytherin vanished, replaced by a magnificent Gryffindor lion.
"At the staff table?" Severus Snape shook hands stiffly with Minerva McGonagall, forcing a tight smile. When his eyes met Harry's, Harry knew instantly Snape's feelings hadn't changed at all.
Strangely, that didn't bother him. For the first time, Hogwarts felt almost normal. That night became the happiest of Harry's life, better than Quidditch victories, better than Christmas, even better than defeating a mountain troll. It was a memory he would never forget. Soon after, exam results arrived. To their delight, both Harry and Ron passed with good marks. Hermione Granger, of course, achieved the highest scores of all the first years. Even Neville managed to pass, thanks to his herbology grade making up for his disastrous potions result. They had secretly hoped Gregory Goyle might fail, but he didn't. You can't have everything, Ron shrugged. Before long, trunks were packed, robes folded away, and Trevor the Toad was finally found. Notes were handed out warning students not to use magic over the holidays, much to the disappointment of Fred Weasley. They crossed the lake once more with Rubeus Hagrid, boarded the Hogwarts Express, and rode back through the countryside, eating Bertie Bott's every flavour beans, laughing and watching the magical world slowly give way to the ordinary. At last, they arrived at platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. Students passed through the barrier in small groups to avoid alarming muggles. "You've got to come stay with us this summer," Ron said eagerly. "I'll send you an owl." "Thanks," said Harry. "I'll need something to look forward to."
As they approached the exit, voices called out,
"Bye, Harry. See ya, Potter."
Still famous, Ron grinned. "Not where I'm going," Harry replied.
They stepped through the barrier together back into the Muggle world. "There he is, Mum, look." It was Ginny Weasley, pointing excitedly not at Ron, but at Harry.
"Harry Potter," she squealed. "Ginny, don't point," said Molly Weasley, smiling kindly at them. "Busy year?" "Very," said Harry. "Thanks for the fudge and the sweater." "Oh, it was nothing, dear."
Then a familiar voice cut in.
"Ready? Are you?"
It was Vernon Dursley, purple-faced as ever, with Petunia Dursley and Dudley Dursley behind him, looking deeply uncomfortable. "You must be Harry's family," Mrs. Weasley said politely. "In a manner of speaking," Uncle Vernon muttered. "Come along, boy." He marched off. Harry lingered for a final moment with Ron and Hermione. "See you this summer?"
"Hope you have a good holiday," Hermione said, though she looked uncertain. "Oh, I will," Harry said, and for once he was smiling widely.
"They don't know we're not allowed to use magic at home." He glanced toward Dudley, eyes gleaming. "I'm going to have a lot of fun this summer." The end.